Hello everyone and welcome back to Rogue Trader. Last time, some things happened. You went places. Some things of mild interest. Some things of severe interest. Some things of childhood trauma. Who would like to handle the recap?
Sorry.
Sounds like Al just volunteered.
Fuck. Okay, we gotta.
Clearly, it should be winter.
Oh well, first, the stream is sponsored by Madagascar. Is it the movie or the country? You decide. Anyway,
Hashtag ad.
yep. Okay. If the player Alabaster remembers, we went to go sell one of the Texan ships that we required. Unfortunately, after traveling through the warp, it became extremely fucking haunted.
Might have also been haunted beforehand. But its resale value went down the drain.
It went down the drain. We decided to pass the buck to John's mother, Juno. And then we spent quite a lot of time doing some purchases and talking to the Tau ambassador in... What's the place called? The hub?
Painswill.
Canesville. And we brought some Tau with us to go and investigate the Black Ops listening post, essentially. To, well, basically, figure out what the hell's wrong and see if it did see anything.
We needed to locate their lost fleet that got fucking alpha striked by Necrons.
Yeah. Also find Toby Maguire, a rogue trader friend of ours.
It was fucking dead.
So the ambassador gave us 20 Tau. 11 of them are dead because warp travel.
Well, it's more than 11. It's like 14 now.
Okay, so there's only 6 of them left.
Oh no, they will be not missed.
And because it was Christmas, everybody except Xiph, sadly, decided to get shit-faced, celebrate, and have a lot of sex, while Xiph went into the listening post with the 6 remaining Tau. Also, by the way, they could have all lived if we remembered the cryopods were there, but that's not that important.
Look,
Fuck them.
Even if I had remembered that I was going to put them in there to begin with, only one of them died on the first trip, and if we were only going to make like 3 trips at that rate of attrition, it's fine. Don't need to worry about it. It's just that it went from 1 dying to 14 dying on the next trip. And I was like, oh, well. It's a bit more than exponential right there.
Do we really care about all these worthless Xenos? I don't think
I mean, Jeanne does right now. She might care a lot less after talking to Xiph. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
So then, I went into the listening post, and, Xiph, with his own people for, like, the first time in forever, and everything was going just fine. They found this extremely complex telescope thing that basically it's really good at seeing things. They found out that the fleet's kind of fucked. They went back to the recording. The Tau fleet was fucked up by Necron ships. A lot of them. We also found what we assume is the Necron planet where the Soul Killer is based in. And we have seen no sign of Toby Maguire. However, Xiph, kind of being a little like iffy, tried to check the records because the the 6 Tau that he went with kind of like sort of pushed him aside to go and get data themselves while Xiph was looking through the telescopes. And he double checked to see if they did anything. Turns out they did. They decided to delete some very important data. Turns out, if you remember all the way back in episode 2, I assume. Our fearless party and Victor investigated a Tau detective's room that was trying to figure, the shit out, be it normal stuff or the Soul Killer itself. But they mysteriously went missing. Well, that has finally come back, because it turns out she visited the listening post and then went straight to the heads of the Tau, the Ethereals. And the Tau that have came with us decided to just delete the files. And it turns out, and that resulted in Xiph being a little upsetty. So he decided to essentially threaten all of them. And it's not like any of them could have done anything to him because they are not Firecast or have guns. So Xiph questioned them. Turns out the Ethereals are not happy about the treaty, not in the fucking slightest, and thus are making very small moves to, well, kind of fuck the treaty up. Xiph just happened to be caught in the crossfires, and as things explained to him, it turns out that, well, if they do fuck with the treaty, his mother and all of his friends back on the planet he grew up in probably going to be killed. Actually, scratch it, probably absolutely killed if the treaty was ever broken. But he kept being repeated to that, oh, it's for the greater good. Well, Xiph didn't really like that, and his main thing was they didn't tell him this. He was not trusted by his own people for the information. While in the meantime, Jeanne and crew, they may not trust Xiph completely, but they will always answer his questions. They'll always be honest with him. Not his own people. So, made him even more upset, and his views in the belief of the greater good were very much strained, almost broken completely. And he did not he did not partake in the festivities to feel better. He instead went straight to his room, pissed off to all high heaven, and, well, when we next turn to him after Jeanne finds out that, oh, he looked really upset, Jeanne goes to Xiph's room, opens it up, and sees Xiph taking a knife to the Tau Empire's symbol on his armor. Thankfully, he has not gone too far, and we can only hope that Jeanne manages to talk him away from the metaphorical edge. I think that's most of it.
Yeah, no. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I think one thing you did miss was on Croiser's Hope. You did find some information about Tybalt Maguire.
That's his name.
Yes. I think Toby is an acceptable shortening of Tybalt.
Fucking
Yeah,
gothic names.
He picked up Magos, who had decided to take charge of developing Croiser's Hope into the subsector capital. Magos Rubius, another of Juno's old allies and confederates, though probably not one John ever met. And they appeared to leave in a northeasterly direction, out into who the fuck knows out here. You do know that some planets exist, but yeah, you don't know any warp routes or anything about those planets at the moment.
Are any of them in the archives we've dug up?
The Night Lord's archive, yes, that's how you know they exist. And that's it.
I see. Good job, Space Marines. It's like, yep, this planet exists. Do we care about it? Nope.
Probably not.
Well, at least that means there's
this
probably
this
not horrible Xenos out there.
Hopefully.
this is also the. To be fair, you've gotten these archives from like a shitty little escort ship.
Yeah.
This wasn't one of their, flagships.
No. So we don't know where any of those got to. I'm sure...
Well, you're fairly certain you know where one of them got to.
That's true. There is a cruiser there, but I don't
Glued
think its
up.
archive survived. So, pretty unlikely.
Yeah, it did rather just explode enormously.
Yeah. It rammed the
I
planet
know-
and then detonated its plasma drive, so it got the double whammy.
Mhm. Although knowing your luck with me rolling random part survivals, like the fucking bridge is miraculously intact.
Yeah, the bridge just got flung off and is just hanging out in orbit. But yeah, I think that about covers it.
Admittedly, yeah, I believe so. So then in that case, we can pick up with Jeanne finding Xiph defacing his armor.
He did not get very far. He's a Tau. He has shitty knife and he does have weak little baby arms.
Just flailing noodly at it.
Well, one, he keeps fucking bouncing off because he's doing it at the wrong angle.
Yeah,
He's
out of curiosity, Al, what's 5 plus your strength modifier?
25.
No, your strength. Sorry, your strength bonus, the tens digit.
That'd be 2.
Okay.
It says 3.
Yes,
Oh, you-
because he has armor that
Okay, but
increases his strength.
When you're not
base.
wearing your armor.
Oh,
So
no, yeah,
there is only a 1 in 5 chance you could even do literally any damage to the armor anyway.
Which is just downright comedic.
Just chipping the paint off of it.
Kind of grumbling then. Like, fucking. Looks like he hurts his wrist on the most recent attempts. Like, ow. Just switches hands and tries it again.
This revelation takes some of the wind out of that encounter. No,
It's
fine.
Xiph.
I know. No, I'm sorry. Look, we need to make the Tau look as pathetic as possible. It's part of his appeal.
Yeah, it's trying to listen. He was trying to do melee. What do you want?
Hey, he's doing
Exactly.
melee with himself and failing.
Listen, just because we may have recreated the Farsight origin story does not mean he's good at melee yet.
Yeah, we need to find you a battlesuit sword. Anyway, yeah, I think coming in, seeing what Xiph is trying to do, or at least the broad strokes of it, Jeanne's gonna run over to him and put arms around him from behind, both to apply hug to Tau and also to restrain the arms from doing any more damage to the armor, which thankfully appears to be basically just chipping the paint.
Xiph actually fucking growls as John tries to stop him, like, tries to swing again, but he's obviously pretty upset and... Well, man. Wow. You did not... Out of all the emotions you think Xiph could ever exude, pure blinding rage was most definitely not one of them.
I'm not sure that even, like, processes for Jeanne. Like, maybe she just thinks he's speaking in fucking Tau or something, and it just sounds grody. And she'll just squeeze him a little harder. Xiph, what are you doing? Stop that.
Xiph realizes it's John. John and Amelia's like, up, can't upset her, Captain. And takes several deep breaths, and the knife drops from his hand. He's just taken a few more breaths and says, I'm fine. I'm fine.
That's good, but What's wrong? What happened?
Can you let me go first?
No, I quite like my back hug technique.
Imagine you've been practicing a bit.
Jeanne's gonna switch from like a restraining grasp to just a gentle hug from behind. And after a few seconds, we'll let him go.
Lets out a long breath. And then just sits down at the chair next to his desk and is just rubbing his face. Where to fucking start? He's like really trying to calm himself. It's evidently not that successful. What you do see him do is he reaches into his pocket and pulls out Victor's brandy flask and takes a few sips from it. Once again, listening to the wise old man saying, "If you're ever feeling stressed, just take small sips of this."
I'm sorry, I turned it down to an alcoholic. I didn't mean to.
He's not an alcoholic. He takes controlled sips. He does not. Listen, in order to refill it, he has to go to Victor, and he knows Victor is a bit grumpy sometimes.
You could put fucking anything in it.
He doesn't know that. Victor said it's a brandy flask. That means by definition it has to be brandy.
Shit, you're right. He got me there.
But anyway, he rubs his eyes and it's like, well, so I went to the listening post and did the thing that that I was ordered to, by you and by extension the Plexus Dunk ambassador. And well, I downloaded all the data on a drive, but to give you the cliff notes, yeah, that's the word. The Tau fleet is fucking annihilated. It's gone. They were destroyed by several Necron ships on the planet, which are situated around the planet where we believe Soul Killer's residing at. That's one. The second, though, is that they essentially behind my back, the other Tau decided to delete some very interesting data without, behind my back, without telling me. Apparently, they had a secret mission given to them by the ambassador, who, by extension, was ordered by the Ethereals to delete this data. Remember the detective lady?
Yes,
Like,
Linra.
months ago? Yes, it turns out they didn't know where she was because she went to the listening post, did something there, and then went back all the way to the Ethereal. So she's completely fine. She left willingly. But they deleted what she did there.
What do you mean she's back home in the Gothic sector?
She's back home wherever the Ethereal she's following is. She's not at Canesville. I didn't really get that far. All I was told is that she went back to the Ethereals that was ordering her. And I may be wondering, why am I a bit more upset with this? Because it turns out it may have something to do with the fact that there are several Ethereals that are not happy about the treaty.
You see Jeanne pause a bit and she frowns. Explain.
They are not particularly happy about the terms of the treaty and what it means for them and the greater good. So they're trying to kind of mess it up, is the most simple way to say it. So they're trying to rather change some way change the treaty to be more advantageous to them, or to essentially betray the others, your mother and whoever was on that side of the treaty. And what's the word? You see him open his desk and take out like a rather worn book and starts flipping through it. It's very worn out. And John could see in Gothic, in like a mix of Gothic and Tau, on the cover it says, Imperium slang. He just flips through the page and says, bamboozled. Yes, they are trying to bamboozle us.
I'm not surprised to hear that the Tau are also doing covert actions, but could you be more specific?
They intend on remember where I grew up with my lovely mother and whatever friends I had?
Yes.
They planned on sacrificing all of them for the greater good.
What does
To
that
see him
mean, though?
That means they do not care if whatever they do, stressing the treaty results in fatalities. And my mother, the people I grew up with, the humans that live there too, they don't care.
But do you know
Just
what they're planning?
no, even the Earthcast guy Jeff, that's the names for viewers who weren't here last week. That's what we decided to name.
Merz, what is this guy's actual fucking name? We need a real town name for this.
Not his.
Oh, okay. Sorry, give me a few minutes, Van. Keep talking and I'll type
we'll
it,
placeholder
as it doesn't
Jeff,
matter too much.
At this point, it matters.
Well, the Earthcast wasn't told explicitly all the information and doesn't. He's a grunt essentially. So all what he knew is that all what he was told is to delete the data of her being there or whatever she did there.
Right.
And then, but obviously he was very disgruntled. Like he was talking about how the treaty is an insult to our people, and that it's wrong to be into it. We were forced into it. Everything's screwed. We have to get everything back for the greater good because the Imperium doesn't believe in it. All the stupid shit. And then they accused. Xiph sits back down in his chair and starts getting a little quiet. Says, kept telling me I can't trust any of you and that you'll never. No.
Go on. It's all right. I can take it.
That you guys would never be honest with me. I'll always be. He didn't really say it in these exact words. I'm kind of over exaggerating slightly, but I felt like he insinuated that I'm. Listen, Xiph is very emotional right now, Merz. Made it sound like he tried to make it sound like you guys don't care for me. That you'll never be honest with me, even though you have been since I came here. And I work directly under you. I'm a part of the crew, and you trust me on some level to tell me the plans and stuff. But even my own people don't trust me to know this idea. I'm expendable. My mother's expendable. They don't care.
They also don't know us, Xiph. This Earthcast contingent, they've only been on the ship for a few days now. They don't know how different we are from most humans here. If this were any other ship, he'd be right.
But then there's just the weird shit about. I can only presume what they want. All I do know is he did say, the Earthcast person I was talking to, he did say that they were disgruntled with the treaty, and I don't know, this is all playing into something, and that they don't care about my home. It's just expendable. That I should be that if anything, I should be happy for such a sacrifice because of the greater good.
Merze's PC crashed.
Rip and
Damn it.
piss.
That's not a good sign.
It's okay. We don't need our GM here.
It would be nice to have her here, huh? She's nice. I like her.
Yeah, I mean, Riz is fine, I guess, but we can continue the conversation.
The worst part about this is that the Tau were really right. Humanity cannot be trusted, and neither can we trust the Tau.
Yeah, no,
And
I
we're
mean, they're
just
obviously
waiting for an
objectively
excuse to
correct.
kill each other, and they just want to get the drop on us.
Problem with that is that guys obviously knows
You're not versed in politics, of course.
that, and also he is a very independently minded person,
Which
And-
is
Oh, you
forbidden
can't do
thing for
that.
Tau.
You're
And
a Tau.
also-
No
and
independence for you.
Also he very much cherishes like the relationships he has. Like he's focusing on himself and those people than the wider, bigger picture.
Until they send you back home and the ethereals wipe your mind.
Let's also be honest here. He kind of is a little more he's a little bit more on the side of John, Crew, and Imperium because of the
So he'd
You know,
go
the,
for
Seemed
him.
really
the-
nice.
Goella pussy that has enthralled him.
Oh, yeah, that's what I
John's-
forgot about the Psyker.
John's just gonna
That's
pat
your bad.
Xip's hair. Listen, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not... He only has the perspective of a worker.
He still didn't trust me about whatever this data. And this data could have helped us with Soul Killer. She was investigating it. Or something important on the fleet.
Do you know what the data was?
I managed to, through some backwards search engineering stuff, I was able to see that I believe she came to the listening post and was it in a Imperium vehicle, Imperium ship, or
Yeah, she
something
came on
among
a Cobra, or no, a Viper class.
and she rather recorded something down or deleted something at the listening post and then left and went back to the ethereals.
But did you find out what it was that she recorded?
I couldn't repair that data or find out where it exactly is. It's why I wanted to bring it up to you and see if Molly would be willing to try and find it. She's much better at that stuff than me.
That's a good idea. Come on, let's see if we can manage it ourselves.
I didn't mean to ruin Sanguid Day.
It's fine, Xiph. Work is always more important. Besides, if there really is something critical to the sanctity of the treaty in there, then we don't have a second to waste. Come on. Remember this now. She's gonna just pick his, like, breastplate up and push it back into his hands. It's not time to tear this off yet.
Don't burn that bridge.
Hmm.
See, that's
My
another
mother
quote.
met the ethereals you talking about. She trusts them. She thinks they're good people. I'm willing to give them at least some benefit of the doubt.
That's what you say. You're much more, I think, family. You're much more familiar with this stuff. This isn't my purview.
Mm-hmm. So don't freak out yet. Neither of us have the full picture.
I do hope Molly isn't mad. Man, we're gonna drag her away.
She'll be fine. Jeanne's just gonna lean back and tap her comm bead. Molly, time to flush the drinks. We have work to do.
I don't think you're gonna get a response, but you will get a ping on your data pad.
Oh boy, is this the POV gangbang?
It just says busy.
Type back. Unbusy yourself ASAP PLS.
And then you're going to get the stream of being made airtight.
What?
The Sanguinala celebration orgy.
Xiph is like
And then
looking
just
over
repeat
John's shoulder and seeing this.
Just
He's
repeat
like,
in all caps, busy.
fucking Xiph is bluffing hard. He's like, I didn't
The other
even know
field
they
is
could
on
be-
fire.
I didn't even know that the human body could bend that way.
Well, to be fair, it's not the human body anymore.
Are those tentacles coming out of her back?
No, she doesn't have any tentacles. That was
Yeah.
Eloa. No, I specifically didn't. I didn't want to play another tentacle monster. I want to play a spider monster now.
Xiph goes, oh no, those are straps. Why are there straps?
Xiph, test willpower.
Oh no!
No modifiers.
Oh, that's where the center of the galaxy is.
No.
Jeanne will give him the +10.
Okay, then I'm fine. Look how close that is.
Okay. I guess you will not take any insanity from
You're
The
welcome.
way
that.
Molly has sex.
Yeah.
It's like, why did he take off his... Why is he putting it there?
Sweet
don't-
summer child.
The leg isn't supposed to go there.
That's nothing. You haven't seen the spider penis yet.
The what?
Upvisor.
Why does it look like that thing that... Why does it look like a bunch of apples stringed together?
Alright, moving on from that.
Why is that one putting on rubber gloves?
As I said,
Moving on,
moving
moving on.
from that. As much as I would just enjoy an hour of improv Xiph reacts to spider porn, we do have places to be. So, Molly, are you going to respect your captain's request and, finish your orgy in the next 20 minutes?
Fine.
Alright.
You big meanie. Once I find out that it's all all Xenos nonsense you pulled me away to do, I'll be very upset. Is there a thing for telling? Is this updated with the Leagues of O10 for you to see what worlds theirs are? Oh no, it's
No.
not. Never mind.
I don't think we really have a map of the Leagues of Votan worlds anyway.
No. The map that Merzendi sent.
Yeah, I
me.
know, but there's like no canon map of their holdings really. There's a canon map
Okay.
of inside the core some of their holdings, but there's no like referential data to position that anywhere.
All right.
Yeah.
Listen,
The League still don't have a single novel yet, so their lore is TBA.
It's going for pre-order this weekend.
I just need to go just a little bit more insane so that I view Votan tech just the same as human tech, and I can use one of their plasma weapons.
Looks human
I mean,
enough.
you're probably already sufficiently insane.
I mean, to be fair, all the Votan shit is literally just STC tech. It's
Yeah.
just human tech, but slightly better. I don't think you'd really need any insanity to use vote and
I'm
stuff.
I'm still certain it's slightly heretical, but
I
I'm not sure.
I don't
I
think
haven't
so.
read. I
They
haven't
have
really
heretical tech
read.
for sure. Like they have actual AIs, but like their normal weapons are literally just STC pattern.
Eh.
They just have a much bet. They have actual functioning STCs. Is their whole lore point? Is the STCs have gone slightly insane.
I'm sure it's fine for them. They're dwarfs.
Yeah, they don't mind. Because see, the dwarves have a thing where they upload their entire memory and existence into their STCs every time any of them die, and they've been doing that for like 20,000 years.
The ancestor cores.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so they they're a little eccentric now. But anyway,
God, millennia-old grumblers. The graybeards will be legendary.
Jeanne will armor up with Xiph and a couple of the boys who were, unfortunately for them, drew the short stick to be on guard duty. And therefore sober on Sanguinala. Come over to find Molly.
Shouldn't he try off his? Shouldn't that guy try off his
Thump.
leg first?
Shh. I'll just bop Xiph on the back of the head.
Okay.
We don't talk about that in polite society. Molly, how
I
are
guess
you?
I'll go to my room and take a shower then. Ugh. Probably still in the shower by the time we get to my quarters. Wait till I'm done, I suppose. Just throw on a robe. What was so important you had to take me away from that?
Xiph
Off.
here believes he may have information that is critical to the continuing sanctity of the Treaty of Corellia.
Okay.
Yes.
What? It couldn't have waited?
No. Considering how sensitive this is, I need to get an astropathic message back home ASAP.
Well, fine.
Come on, we need to hack into the Tau's listening post.
I'll help you clean some of your. I'll help clean some of your
No,
stuff.
you
if-
won't.
Don't touch me.
I wasn't gonna touch you. I was just offering, to help you and, as a way to say sorry for.
Nothing got on my armor.
No, he means like
Ugh.
as a chore, like mop something up or whatever.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. It takes like 15 minutes to put on my armor. Everything's gonna be wrapped up by the time we're back, isn't it?
Please, it's only 8 o'clock at night.
You're a terrible person. Alright.
I am. I'm a cruel, cruel slave driver.
Based on what I've seen, this whole party thing's gonna last 2 days.
Hmm.
It's good.
Unfortunately, we're going into the warp soon. Otherwise, it would last until New Year.
It's also a reason why we need it done now.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go take attack and have the boys put on my armor. And it's power armor that has to sync up to my potential coil, so it takes longer than throwing on normal armor.
Yeah. 15 minutes is a generous estimate.
Yeah.
While Molly's busy, I guess John's just gonna tell Xiph to stand guard outside her door. Very important. And go over here. Have a quickie with cats. Come back. Ready to go?
Fine. Just
Yeah.
put on her helmet. Let's go. Do I need to bring any of mine?
I doubt we'll face any sort of armed security, but just in
Yeah,
case, John will pat
The
little
place is clear. Man, I did a sweep before we got to the room.
Might as well take a couple service sentries then. My other Skitarii aren't really interested in Leadite, um, uh, in Leadite festivities, but I've given them the rest of the holiday off.
The only thing that may be a danger is, possibly come across the footage of the Necron ships blowing up the Tau fleet.
Is that dangerous?
She says she doesn't like knowing about that stuff, right?
Oh, right. Yes, I see.
Blech, 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 blech.
I know. Anyway, come on.
Hey,
Sam,
I'm
Xiph.
going. I'm waiting for you.
Alright,
Well, I'm waiting for you. You take up more of the door.
Xiph will lead the way to the room.
Fine, we'll
Yeah.
follow Xiph. Jeanne and Molly, like, squishing shoulders together to get through the door at the same time. Yeah.
Can your shoulder even reach her shoulder?
I mean,
Squid.
Molly probably has to, like, squidge down a little bit to get through hatches, to be fair.
Yeah.
Anyway,
She's much shorter when her leg actuators aren't letting her stand.
Well,
Because her torso is very small. It's just her spider legs that make her tall.
Yeah.
She's like 5. Again, she used to be like 5 foot tall.
they will once they reach the control room. Telescope's still there, computer's still on, as if did not let them turn it off. All right, this is it. Oh yeah, if you want to look at, the planet for yourself, the telescope's right there. It's pretty cool.
Oh, baby, do I want to look at all the things.
It's very useful, actually. And plus, you may notice something I didn't.
That's unlikely, Jeanne says as she's taking her glasses out of her pocket.
I did want to ask, why do you take those out whenever you need to read or look at some?
It's because she refuses to let me rip out her eyes.
Meh.
She needs those to see, though.
You
Yes,
get better
exactly,
ones.
Molly.
And I just will, without blinking, tap against my eyes, which make a sharp tack, tack, tack sound.
Yes, well, I take these out, Xiph, because I need these to see, too.
You have vision problems?
Yeah.
There's like a moment where Jeanne's like, oh my god, is he retarded? just
what-
lets that
what do you
pass
want?
and just nods. Yes.
Just going
Xiph,
under the
I-
assumption the player thinking the Tau don't have glasses.
Well, it's more like you've seen Jeanne have, like, if she doesn't have her glasses, she makes you or somebody else read to her all the time. Only when, like, it's just a lot of you will she actually take glasses out and put them on the read.
Xiph thought that he just liked listening to him read with his nice voice. And also, how could he think that there's any negative aspects of his captain?
No, I totally get where this is coming from. But also, Jean's like, oh my god, he's retarded. How does he not notice?
Anyways,
I need these to see, that's all. Yes, I have vision problems. Pretty severe ones, actually.
this technology is blessedly unfamiliar with me. What do you want me to do?
Oh yeah, come over here. Xiph will start pointing everything out for Molly and showing some of the stuff he found, like the missing dates section. He'll hold up the equivalent of a flash drive to her, like, this is all the data copied down and transcribed into something you'd like reading. What I would like to do is I'd like to try and restore the footage that was deleted.
This can be done on cogitators if it wasn't completely wiped. Usually when people put things in the recycle bin, they don't realize that it's still saved on the cogitator.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
was-
how technology works the same.
either. I was able to restore. I was able to restore some of the data, but I was not able to get anything further that would give concrete answers. So I know it's possible to restore the data, just not sure exactly on my end. He'll nervously laugh and scratch his cheeks like, I'm not as good as you with this stuff.
Yes, but I'm very good at human technology.
Well, that's why I'm here to help. Here I could point some stuff out, if you'd
All
let
right,
me.
Mers. What's the check to see if they reformatted the hard drive?
They did.
Huh?
They did. It's just they ran the soft they ran the C cleaner, and it's C cleaner 41. It the data is gone.
There's no way to restore it or even get an inkling.
No.
It looks like they did their due diligence.
Ziff grumbles. But it's just strives to make me ask the question, like, what was so important for them for the ambassador himself to have this as a secret mission for those guys?
Espionage?
This place has a lot of information. I copied it all down, including the footage of her showing up here, but not the data that she had when she came here.
Well, it looks like it was all cleaned out. Um, Merzendi, uh, can I make an intelligence do myself a thinky to figure out the right action for success? And just
Okay.
sit here and have myself a think because I'm fairly certain as Stray the character they've already covered up their tracks.
They have. This is
Yeah.
Can you
yeah,
uncover?
I did make that quite clear last time. They deleted it and full wiped. Like
That's what we get for
All right.
trusting them.
it, like
So
Well,
there's nothing for me to do, and you pulled me away from the banquet for nothing. I'm going back to the ship.
Hold on.
could be.
Hold on. If we can't find the data that they pulled, can we try and find exactly what the missing data should be? Like, if this is recording a certain amount of data from everywhere, then what telescope is it pulling? What telescope's data has been deleted and how far
That was
back?
what I was. That was what I was trying to do. I was trying because I got I got the footage back of her showing up. And I was able to trace down the date. What I want to do, what I wanted to do is, well, try and reverse it from there and try and find like any missing dates. They very regularly update the data here on the clock every single day. So I was trying to find if there's a gap.
Uh, yes, it's right there. See deleted data.
Right, but if each telescope has its own data feed, can we at least figure out which one had its data deleted?
Merzendi, does this station have multiple telescopes, or does it have a rotating one?
um
And if it has a rotating one, then we could track back to like the date that's been deleted and figure out where it's been pointed at that point.
They can delete the data, but they can't delete what the telescope was looking at if she was looking at it.
I'm pretty sure that anyone competent enough could also delete where they had pointed the telescope.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We would
yeah.
have to reverse engineer from like its schedule.
Yeah, assuming it was just going on at a schedule rather than being manually operated,
Right. Well,
which you wouldn't be able to tell because that data was deleted.
well,
Or
can we
rather,
make a
that
roll
data
for
would
that?
have been deleted if it existed. I mean, I guess.
I,
Nice.
if it was
Logic?
on an
Yeah, like, I mean, if it has multiple feeds, we can figure out which, like, if it's pointing at each individual planet, we should be able to figure out which planets had its data deleted. And if it's pointing at, you know, has one telescope that rotates, then if it's on a schedule, we can figure out where it should have been on that schedule. And if it's manually operated, then there wouldn't be a schedule for it to go back on.
But I'm
If they were
trying.
if they were smart, they would have deleted that information too,
I'm trying to
or
word
deleted an entire block of
what I
data
was.
that included what they had in it, and then deleted everything around it.
What I'm hoping is that they were too, considering that she came back to the Gothic sector like a bat out of hell at Mach speed, did not just completely ignoring the chain of command. I'm hoping that she was a little hurried, just did the minimum of due diligence rather than being super thorough.
We know the date she arrived, right? So
Yeah.
So at the very least, we can track back to that date and see if there's anything left from that date from other telescopes or
Yeah.
other feeds.
I think, I think you can do a logic. You have given a convincing case, but
I
even
imagine
in a
it's gonna be
hurry,
annoying.
she was a professional, so you
miss
have
100% of the shots you don't take, Mers.
Yeah, it's true. But if you could let me finish and give you your difficulty.
Okay.
She was a professional, so like you are working with fragmented data that like she deleted what she could in a hurry and then fled. So
I am also dealing with a Xenos mind.
yes.
Though
I do
Xiph
have
also
Forbidden
has
Lore
logic
Xenos,
and
but
roughly the same int as you, so maybe he makes the roll and we just assist.
Yeah, I think my tech use points isn't
Well, this
not
is logic,
far off.
not tech use.
Not logic. I have +10 in logic, making it the total 75.
Turns out they didn't delete the
87.
security footage camera, so we just see what they recorded there. Oh my god,
Or
it's all porn.
Okay, so what would the difficulty be for me, and what would the difficulty be for Xiph?
For you, it would be 10 points harder than Xiph. So for you, I think it would be a -40, and for Xiph, it would be a -30.
So technically, I believe that makes it still better for Molly to roll?
I have an 87.
87, so 87 minus 30, because the +10 for John would be.
And then
Yeah, because I'll be giving you a
I'm going to
+10
do-
at least, and then let's see
well,
if I can
because
give you a
I can do
+20.
another. I can do another +10 from Foresight.
Okay, so you get a +20 from John, +10 from Xiph, and then +10 from Foresight, so just a +0 sounds like?
Yeah. Good work.
I rolled. It hasn't shown up yet. Roll 20, please.
Leaving us in suspense here.
Let me do a different roll. Nope, I'm gonna refresh roll 20.
Oh, no, you rolled a 1.
That-
No, yeah, no. But that is a test for wrangling because
I
nothing
mean,
would
yes,
happen.
but it's still the first dice roll we got, so
It's
unless
a
that other one
1.
shows up.
I'm gonna refresh to see if it does.
Roll a fucking 1.
Oh,
Even if there was no data, the homicide wills into fucking
ta-
existence.
we take the one. We find out they have a Windows restore point we could go to.
Oh,
That
they
honestly
didn't
sounds
wipe out the
accurate.
security cameras. We can just see what the
Alright.
screen was.
Yeah.
I refreshed it. My other test isn't coming up. Can I keep the 1, or do you want me to reroll?
We'll keep the 1.
Yes.
Nice.
And you're looking at an 87, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
That's-
Give me a minute then.
It's a fucking
I wasn't
1.
expecting you to figure out a way of getting anything here, let alone then rolling a 1.
Yay!
Let's go.
Listen, I would have much preferred to roll this one last session.
Well, we were
I
all falling
always
asleep.
I always roll a 1 on the things I don't care about.
I mean, you should care about this. This is potentially helping us stave off, Gothic War Part 3.
But Xip's fine, but on principle, I don't like the Tau.
I know it. Whether we like the Tau or not is irrelevant. Like, Juno's whole point about the Treaty of Corellia was never like, "Oh, I love the Tau so much. They're such precious little blueberry babies." It's that there's a fucking lot of those little bastards pouring through the gate, and if we fight all of them, we're gonna
Yeah,
lose so much material that we're
Yeah,
gonna
but-
be
Just going to-
vulnerable.
So one thing I will point out. Remember, in this continuity, the Tau would probably just win.
The Tau were winning when we returned, or at least
I don't believe you.
at best we could have pulled out a draw anyway.
The Avenging Sun is back. We're fine.
He's
Yeah,
not
but
anywhere near here.
he is on the other side of the galaxy, and Damocles' Crusade. The Imperium was retreating and had to set the galaxy on fire, and the Raven Guard chapter is dead.
What?
Tau won.
The Beakies, no!
Wait, what happened to the Raven Guard?
What?
That was part of what Reeve told you. As far as he was aware, the Raven Guard were wiped out in the Damocles Crusade.
I don't remember that, but oh, jeez. Oh,
How
no,
do you
don't
not?
touch the babies.
I wasn't a part of that, but
But,
Merz.
But yeah, so it's also
Well,
worth noting that, unfortunately, at the end of the last campaign, Juno failed to convince the Imperial Navy not to send the lion's share of Battlefleet Gothic off to go fight Abaddon, and then they probably got Thanos snapped. So, like, when we ended last campaign, we had 2 battle groups left plus Admiral Spires, and that was about it.
What the hell were you guys doing when I left?
Trying to keep the Tau from winning, and then also keep the Arcs of Omen from winning afterwards. Yeah, like,
Also,
the
you
Treaty
also
of
can't-
Corellia is really, really important.
Especially
Yeah.
because you guys have allowed the Tau to go into, like, Canesville and probably a bunch of other places, and, also consolidate more power.
So you handed the sector to the Tau. Good job.
I mean, they already had it. Again, they were winning. We just stopped them from advancing any further, without having to sacrifice the rest of BFG to do it.
Besides Merz, the Lion is back, and Forest Walk doesn't care about the Great Rift.
Yeah, it's great for
He'd
the
also
Lion.
kill all of you.
That's fine.
I mean, if we recant and then he just kills the Tau, then that's fine. Look, if the Lion comes here and is like, choose between me and these Xenos, and fucking Juno and John are being like, yes, Daddy, we're on your team.
Just wait.
Unfortunately, I've got bad news for you. You're not his gene sons. He won't give you a choice. He'll just kill you.
No!
I mean, the new Lion is
Well, alright.
pretty nice,
Well,
actually.
maybe not
should
you
read the book.
specifically because of the warrant of trade, and you're allowed to touch Xenos, but anyone else who pokes Xenos. I mean, Merzendi, he signed warrants of trade back in the day.
Yes, and back then, the only type of Xeno you didn't call them the Astartes to wipe out were the brainless, docile types you can turn into, rejuvenate drugs.
Look, if the Lion was around to bring out a bunch of Astartes to win this fucking war for us, I wouldn't have fucking bothered with the Tau. I don't give a fuck about them. I give a fuck about keeping the Gothic sector from falling. And there was really no viable way to do that without, calling it a draw.
Fucking Xiph, sad face.
Anyway, as for your one, well, I've got good news, Molly.
Yes.
You forget about figuring out which bit of data that was. That got deleted. Nah. You understand a lot more about how computers work than you thought. And, well, call it a moment of divine inspiration from the Omnisire. Your fingers start moving on their own. And the deleted data you start to recreate. Just understanding it for a moment on a quantum level. And, well, from your perspective, this is totally normal machine logic. From everyone else's, what the fuck? Molly is doing something actually impossible. She's, like, turning the fucking machine back in time.
Xiph is standing next to John, looks at her, and looks back, and
The power of faith.
John has
Listen,
no idea how the fuck to use a computer to begin with.
he
seems fine.
leads closer to John, and say, "What kind of fucking orgy were they having if she's able to do this? Did she just power up?"
No, she's
Like,
Molly. She's great. What do you mean?
Yeah, I can only tell a little bit, but it looks like she's quite literally recreating all the data from nothing.
Clearly, she just found a restore point or something. I don't know. I don't know how to use a computer.
Well,
Cogitators are not my specialty. I'm sure it's fine.
I guess we'll find out when she's done.
All right, Merzendi, how long does this take me?
Make me a tech user roll. This is just for duration.
Plus
Okay. Difficulty, please.
Base.
Base. All right. So, what?
I can use command to decrease the amount of time things take.
Also with the plus 10 you get.
I'm not gonna bother. Oh no, I should put in some of my bonuses. Let's see.
I assume you using command means you don't get I don't get your plus 10.
Oh, you do, because that's a free action.
Oh. Oh my god.
Are you what the fuck?
Okay.
Going for a
happening?
walk. Going
Molly?
for a walk.
That doesn't take you any time. You
Do I-
just dack on the computer slightly, and well, quantum entanglement goes backwards, and all of the data is restored. Jeanne, I don't care if you don't know how to use computers. That's unnatural looking as shit.
Like,
Beep,
well,
beep, beep, beep,
you
beep,
did
beep,
say
beep,
this
beep.
holiday you guys usually have miracles. So it's a Sanguinar miracle? Xiph
You know what? That sounds about right, yeah. Marissa, is there anything I can roll to, like, identify what the fuck I'm looking at here?
I just want to go back to the ship as soon as possible, so I am being as efficient as possible. What do you mean?
Ollie,
Do you
you're
have
doing it.
Do you have Forbidden Laws in us?
I sure don't.
I have Tau Empire lore.
Not relevant.
Oh, shit!
Okay, this is an act of God.
This is an act of the Void Dragon. Right,
This
fair
is
enough.
That
Zinch.
certainly is true.
This is Zinch
No,
deciding
it's
to
an
fucking
act
do.
It's an act of the Omnicide, thank you.
Uh-huh, yeah. So
My
what's
red
the
friend.
difference?
No, listen, you know as well as I do that was an infovirus.
Uh-huh. Alright, so yeah. Aside from Meg probably looking really smug in her quarters for no reason whatsoever. What do we
I know, Meg. We can actually cut away. Meg is just doing a concern face.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, that's
Let's do it
less good. Oh, jeez.
What's?
And now we cut back, and you see the data that you were missing.
What the fuck?
It's a feed onto Anjern. Deep penetration scanning into the system. So, remind me, have I described what Anjern is like to you before? I don't believe so.
Yeah, you described the green sun with the Eldari Empire battleships floating around, like in a graveyard.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
forgot to mention
yes,
that.
yes.
The transports near the space station.
Yeah. So, this is an in-depth scat. Just one point, this was perfectly lit. This scope was perfectly lined up on the green star. Everyone who looks at this data, could you roll me a willpower for insanity?
Are you fucking for real?
Never.
Suffering from success.
Wow, how could I have? How could anyone have foreseen this coming?
Hooray!
Xiph,
don't
are you
think-
looking at the data?
You were the one commenting on it.
Yeah, fine. Of course. Wait, can I buy in?
You can, but it will. I will tell you it'll only help by 1 point.
What do you mean by 1 point?
You'll get one less insanity point.
Fine,
Yeah.
whatever.
So,
How bad could it be?
Molly,
Hello.
you're going to get 2d10 minus 3 insanity.
Oh Jesus! What the fuck did we just find?
Savin, that's the second time you've done this to me.
No,
I'm not
no,
sorry,
stop
but
giving
also what the
What
fuck?
the fuck?
Thanks,
you-
Savin. I have crossed another insanity threshold.
Yes, you've also crossed the permanent threshold.
I apologize to
Jesus.
everybody.
I'm at 47 now.
I'm very
Yep.
sorry to everybody.
Well, you've got yourself to worry about. You're going to take 2d10 plus 1 insanity.
Roll 2d10
Dude,
plus 1.
This is horrible. Holy
Um,
shit.
Okay, I'm gonna. Snippy's reaction is gonna tell me how this is because I'm gonna fucking cover my eyes and press enter.
Yeah,
That's better
it
than
wouldn't be
Molly's,
as bad as Stray's is. You're
Okay.
fine.
Oh, yeah, 9/11. Let's go!
Appreciate the
Yeah.
enthusiasm.
Jesus Christ! What are we looking? Hold on, I want to just see how much Jeanne would have gotten. Just gonna skeet a dice roll. Fools.
Yeah.
Okay, so just 2d10.
Minus 1 because it's a
Okay,
success.
12. That would have put me over a threshold, but you know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gone the threshold. I'm fine.
Wait, you haven't? That's impressive.
Yeah, I'm still at unsettled.
Oh, yeah, but you went over a 10s, right?
That was with the Night Lord ship.
No, what is your total insanity at right now with the 9 included?
27.
Okay, so you
So
went
you
over
went
threshold.
over the 20 threshold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every 10 points of insanity, you have to make a test.
Well, the thing said the unsettled is 10 to 39.
Yeah, no, that's just a
Yes.
bracket.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the permanent threshold. When you cross 40, you now have a permanent insanity.
Do I keep it on unsettled?
Yes. You
Okay.
you
So
haven't crossed 40 yet. Molly has.
Alright, so yeah, I guess I did cross a threshold.
Yeah, so could both of you give me another willpower test? Let's see how
I'll reroll.
Yay!
reroll?
Good job, Molly.
Do I re-roll that?
I wouldn't bother, honestly.
Alright, then Xiph, roll me a D100 plus 20.
Is this time for Xip's one?
That'd be really handy.
Okay,
Effectively.
Alright, the character becomes withdrawn and quiet. You
Okay.
have a minus 10 to all fellowship tests for 3d10 hours.
Xiph will just take a step back, and he looks perturbed.
That's a fucking understatement with what just happened.
Well, what did just happen? What did we seen? What is
Well,
causing
yeah.
this?
let it finish. Let it finish. I crossed a permanent threshold of 40, and I want to know what that means first.
Yeah, got to figure that out, don't we?
Does it
There is
do
no
anything on its own?
convenient guideline for, you know, permanent mental disorders.
Doesn't that just make like the disorders you get worse from now on? Like it's a penalty on your tests?
No, Savin. No, you now get a permanent disorder.
Oh, okay.
You remember how Jeanne
You
was saying
also
that?
Right,
get
yes.
a minus 10 on testing against mental traumas, but permanent disorder first.
Right, yes. Sorry.
Well, alright. Stray, I'm going to offer you a choice.
Hooray.
Is Molly at the point where she is going to accept the truth of the void of Omnissiah et Draconis, or is she going to live forevermore in denial?
Once again, I feel like we need to know what we're seeing before we can make that decision, because, like, we are
I'd be
immediately
down
dealing with
that,
Necron
but,
shit.
Stray wanted to get the disorder first.
Well, I wanted to figure out what happened after I crossed 40 before we saw, but it depends on what we see, I suppose.
Then yes, we will do what you see. So, yeah. As this telescope lines up perfectly, just senses it just sees through the sun. The green, unearthly star. See into it. Where are two things of note. The first, a giant coruscating, a giant orb coruscating with eldritch lightning that is, it appears to be made out of flesh.
Hmm.
And that with it, over it, suspended from stakes of black stone, a horrific draconic figure. Pierced in place, it's made of metal and data and divinity, unmistakable divinity. And you see more, not just these two things, but a human materializes in the air in front of this divine being, pistol pressed against his head. He slackens, a gun dropping away. He looks up at it. It reaches down with one hand, the only part of it that can move from its black stone prison, touches him upon the chest. He screams. A mote of light floats from his chest, and he slackens. Eyes just going dull. The light drifts up past the imprisoned god, while the body falls back, and under the simple force of gravity, is welded to the coruscating orb of flesh.
Hey guys, we found out what What's happening to all those people who are disappearing all throughout the sector? Colon D.
You
Ziff,
have now
It's a
seen
meatball.
inside of the Soul Killer.
It
Ziff,
is a
well,
meatball.
Ziff is just stared at the ground and scratching the side of his head. That is somehow worse than what I was saying before. I did not think it could get any worse than that. You know what? I think I'd much rather there be a plot to destroy the treaty than what I just saw there.
So yeah, Molly, you can see why I wanted to find this out immediately, yeah? Molly? Oh god, not again. John's just gonna cover Molly's eyes before she looks more at the shit.
John?
Oh, I don't think that'll work.
John?
What?
Molly has auto senses.
Doesn't that mean that the Tau already knew about this?
Yes. Yes, it does.
It's actually even worse.
No, honestly, this is...
We've been looking for this for months, and they already knew.
The real question is, why are the Tau even still out here if they knew this? What's wrong with them?
The Reals know.
Why did the ambassador let any of them volunteer? Goddamn zealots.
If is gonna sit down, just hands in his head, just trying to process this.
Just to clarify, this is the data that was originally deleted by Lenra.
Yeah, and then she
And
took
that
it
she-
immediately to the Ethereals.
Yes.
I guess the ambassador might not have been told what they found.
The ambassador probably didn't know,
Probably
but
not,
the Ethereals
John
would have
doesn't
told
that.
the ambassador
They
to do
could
it.
have, but they didn't, probably.
Yeah. You can also, see the data what was more recently deleted. It is the full, stuff of, Lenra arrived, she looked around, she looked at all of the scopes, she found a fleet, she looked through this scope, she screamed horrifically and deleted it and then ran away. Yeah.
So, have we heard the term Void Dragon before? I'm pretty sure Jeanne heard it from Meg, right?
I believe so, yes.
If I go and talk to Meg, does that still count as being the same encounter? Because I feel like this is sort of squished together. Just turn around and just jog off to her room.
I mean, you've got to get back on your gun cutter and fly across.
Yeah.
So I don't think it. I don't think it can reasonably count.
Fair enough, I suppose. Alright. So Jeanne's heard Void Dragon. I feel like it's a reasonable assumption on her part to be point Void Dragon, right?
Oh yeah. You know that on an atavistic level.
I see. Okay. Cool beans. I have a further question, Merz. When Kalchev sends an astropathic message, if I encode it first, she's not able to actually understand what the message is, right? She just sends the words without comprehending them, right?
I mean, the usual way that's done is by having the astropaths with a fucking minute-to-minute mind wipe thing installed. But if you have a pre-existing code that both people on each side know, then yeah, you could do that. But that has a very significant chance of being corrupted by a bad message.
Okay. What if it's just in a language she doesn't know?
Then yeah, that should be fine. But again, it has to be interpretable by the receiving
That's fine.
astropath. So she has to have at least some level of comprehension to send it.
Right. Because what I'm thinking of is, like, Kalchev's not from Leth, so she wouldn't know Lethite, necessarily.
Or you
True.
could have Xiph put it in Tau.
No.
Oh yeah, that would be a bad idea.
Okay, right. I'm just gonna write out a thing real quick, for astropathic messaging.
Okay,
Does
Alabaster. You go first.
Juno have an actual astropath transcendent working for her?
Oh yeah, he's like an inquisitor and also like joint head of dynasty.
Does he know Lethite?
Probably.
Unfortunate for him.
You all know High Gothic?
Yes, but he would I'm like 99% sure all astropaths period probably know High Gothic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just free on their career, isn't it?
Probably.
Well,
Well,
depends on your house. If you're from a very
Astropath, not Navigator.
oh,
Yeah, it's a starting skill for Astropath Transcendent career.
yeah,
So
I figured. Would John be privy to any, like, inquisitorial ciphers, like very low level, to communicate, with Mom about important shit like this?
Yeah, Molly put it in binary.
Maybe, but I think we hit that corruption point again.
yeah.
I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say you've got a special cipher for just in the family.
Okay, yeah, I will use that then. Good enough.
So
And,
long as Kalachev rolls well.
It's digital. It's a digital braille, so Juno can read it.
Lamau.
Oh, DM you. Okay.
So, Alabaster, not Xiph, putting up this special plot. What if the Ethereals do know about Soulkiller, right? But what if they didn't tell any of us? So that way, when the humans go out to search for it, because we don't know about it, we keep getting killed more often. They're using their knowledge of Soulkiller to make the Imperium of this sector weaker, so they could take over easier.
I don't think they can comprehend what they're looking at.
Well, they would have seen humans blowing their own fucking heads off and this thing eating their souls.
It's not eating their souls, it's just making a spicy meatball.
The soul.
Explicitly, the little mote of light that left the human's body did not enter the Void Dragon. It ascended past it.
Well, that's nice, at least.
No, that's worse.
No, I mean, he's going to the Emperor, maybe, hopefully.
Or Vashtor.
It's being
No,
consumed
it
by
definitely
the
would not be
void.
Vashtor.
Let our man get a win.
No, fuck him. It's stupid. I hate him.
What if their souls are going to Age of Sigmar and they're becoming Stormcast?
They're gonna murder everyone else in the room, including themselves.
Come back in 2 years where we play Merzmar, our Age of Sigmar game. Never gonna happen. Don't know. So, yeah, I think, in character, wow. Very unlucky. Out of character, wow, I'm glad that we did this. I don't, because, that's 100% confirmation. And we know more info about it. So, thumbs up on the 6 Tau being sus as fuck. And, Xiph being Xiph.
I can't believe you did this to me.
Oh no, Mers went full out for the mind break.
I mean, it's John's fault.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, I feel like this is a good thing to have learned. Okay, yeah, I think this message will do. Just gonna.
Stray, buddy.
Mm,
It's you getting the insanity, not the captain.
Well, I got insanity too.
yeah, it's true, but like, I'm very quickly fast tracking this character to being retired and just letting Hedra play instead.
Actually, I don't mean. Oh, never mind. I was reading it wrong because I was reading your pure faith talent. It says demonic present, not whatever the void dragon is.
No, this
It
is for
also says
the
psychic
immunity
attack.
to insanity and corruption for
Yeah.
the rest of the encounter.
Ah,
Being immune,
Yeah, that makes
passively immune to demonic. I did have to spend a fate point for that, but being passively immune to demonic presence just means I don't like have a penalty to all my shit when demons are around.
Yeah, demonic presence is just demonic presence 1, 2, or 3.
no, I was just checking.
Yeah. The Catan aren't from can't even sense the Immaterium. They're gods of the material world, just as the Chaos gods are gods of the Immaterium.
They're giant frogs.
Huh?
I remember some GW saying that
It
the giant frog people in
That's
Age
the
of,
old ones.
Yeah,
That's,
oh, never
those
mind.
are old. Those are really old wizards, and they're the ones that actually poison the warp. That's why we have Chaos gods now.
Fuckers.
So they were canoodling around with the warp too much and put too much like hatred and stuff like that into casting their little spells, and then gave which eventually gave birth to the first Chaos God, Korn.
The old frogs are turning the warp gay.
The Catan
Right.
are star vampires that eventually were given humanoid-ish forms by the Necron tier during their war with the frogs.
There are no winners from
Anyway,
these, only losers.
So seeing this and seeing the clear effect this is having on Molly and Zip.
He's still
Sounds-
typing to me. I don't know
Okay.
completely what's
Okay,
happening. That's
fair
what we're laughing about.
yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thought
And
we were waiting
then-
on me.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, and a lot of the races that are around now are around because of the war in heaven. Like the Eldar and the Orcs were made by the Frog people to fight the Necrons.
I know that. I know
But
that
then,
part.
then the Enslaver Plague happened. All the frogs got eaten. A bunch of the Eldar got eaten, and the Necrons were like, "Well, the Enslavers can't do anything to us, but it's nap time. The entire galaxy is on fire." And then they went to bed.
So yeah, let's find out how bad Molly has it this time.
I'm in the middle
I'm
of
still
that.
typing. Please keep talking amongst yourselves.
I've
Keep
said that
tapping.
twice.
Winter, aren't you just glad you're not included in this specifically? I am.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't
Yeah,
bring
yeah.
you two.
Yeah.
I don't think I
Oz-
would have come if you brought me.
Oz is, happily sipping Christmas schnapps and getting double ahead from the Garuda pilots.
I am cosplaying as Carlos Rex for no reason.
Yay!
Yeah.
Totally not
Um,
slowly giving into Slaanesh.
Yeah. The frogs are still around, but they've turned into like a degenerate race.
Yeah, of
Where
course the frogs are still around. They're right here on the ship.
Yeah. Those aren't frogs; those are reptiles.
Well, okay, their servants are still here on the ship.
what is a frog but a reptile that likes water?
Yeah, the space frogs made the space lizards.
Although,
They also
honestly, I
made-
wouldn't be surprised if there was a slan down there somewhere.
Oh my god!
They did say
no.
something about a great mother, but that's probably just some sort of brood mom.
They actually said about a great, well, about the clan mothers and the old one.
Ah, yes, the old one. That's right. Sorry. Yes, you're correct.
I hope it's just a Saurus or a Croxagore who's really, really smart for some reason. An
No, we
actual
totally have a
dog.
slan down here. Hey, the good news is, if we bring the slan to the Void Dragon, maybe he can do something about it. Maybe this
Them.
is actually a Chekhov's gun of the highest magnitude. A fucking 500 Win Mag. Chekhov's gun. Let's go. It's probably not.
You don't really think the solution has been under our nose this entire time?
It would be incredibly funny if it was. Like, I wouldn't even be mad.
I can't be mad. It's a fucking Catan. I can only be terrified as Merz keeps throwing more of this shit at us.
Yeah. If it makes you
I
feel
can't
any better,
believe-
Stray, eventually we would have had to see this thing anyway, so...
I can't believe I've discovered a truth that not even Belisarius Call knows.
Well,
Isn't he lucky?
yeah, basically.
Yes, he's very lucky. I think the only other person that knows this is what's her name? What the second immortal guardian of the Void Dragon. I forget what they're called. But they're in the Noctis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Noctis Labyrinth. They're like members of the machine cult. There's only been two, but somehow like after they've been around for friggin' forever. Because the Emperor was like, "Hey, watch this for me."
Hey, if Call can be around for 10,000 years, any Magos can be around for 10,000 years.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, this one just sits in a cave and tells people, leave.
Yeah. Adept Dahlia is a new guardian of the dragon. She is known to have held this position for around 10,000 years.
Yeah, see?
They are souls chosen by the Emperor for this task, and their lifespans are vastly extended. They're the only adepts that know what the Void Dragon is, what the Omnissiah is. And now Molly. Great.
Well, I mean, hey, you could choose to just live in denial forever.
I think after this second round about fighting the truth about the Void Dragon, probably call for, yeah, no, this is existence now.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should go all in on, worshipping the Necrons, but... Yeah, I'm just CCing fucking Mayror and Deshadra and fucking Joxen on this shit. Guys, we found the Soul Killer.
We know where to
It's-
fire
it's-
the nukes.
It's literally a Catan, yeah.
Yeah, this is outside of our pay grade, gentlemen. We
I
did
don't
the
think
grunt work. I need someone to come out
So-
here and fix this now.
I don't
Next
even think we
story
can
arc,
do it-
let's go!
I
Next story
don't
arc.
think you could even do it with a battleship, Savin.
Like this is one of those things where it's like, all right, Jacques or Juno is gonna have to come out here and deal with it.
Some
literally-
scary.
It's something that I would be like in the game, like in the lore, like you wouldn't be able to solve, and they just throw one of the Primarchs at it.
I mean, this is only just a Catan shard, if you think about it. It's fine.
It's a
posed
pretty
it.
big hunk of the shard.
A
Look,
Catan
I mean,
shard that it was
clearly
also
what we
able.
could do is
It
we
can kill
go
people
there.
remotely.
We just go there to the Necron space station, and there's just either a kill or release button, and all we've had to do this whole time is just sail to Angern and push one of the two red buttons on that battle station. Like that's the whole campaign right there. But we don't know that, so.
Or is out of curiosity, how much story, like how much content did we skip with this?
I have no idea.
Probably a lot.
I could have been a tiny amount, could have been a lot. You may have never actually gotten to see this until you went there in person.
I can tell you we're
Look,
probably not going there in person now.
We'll see. I mean, look, if none of the people I've CC'd on this get back to me, I was gonna be like, all right, we YOLO. Emperor sent me out here for a reason. By God, I guess I have to deal with this.
Everyone, just cover your eyes as we drive straight into this green sun with about 20 nukes strapped to our fucking ship.
No, it's definitely something that we can resolve either on the planet or on the battle station. Like, it's one of those two things. We do not have to fly into the sun, I don't think. Like, remember, the Necrons hate their gods and, like, imprison and crucify them as a matter of course. There's probably some sort of off button somewhere for this thing. It's just a question of finding it.
Maybe we could go back and find our Necron friend and ask him for help.
He's not gonna fucking turn this thing off. It's working exactly as intended for him.
He owes us a favor.
No, he doesn't.
Oh yeah, and plus even if he did, he probably would have already done that favor by, making the gun actually work on that Eldari ship buried.
Yeah, even if there was a concept of favor owed from like an ancient creature to us mere ants, I think that's been repaid.
All right. Well, one of the options was just to delete this character that Merzendi sent me.
That seems suboptimal.
Just immediately commit suicide.
Oh, well.
I mean, you don't need to commit suicide.
Um,
Well, actually, yeah, you have bionic organs. You would just die.
Yeah, there's. I have long ago crossed the Crux Mechanicum. There's no way I could do that without dying.
Well, we just clone you. It's fine. There's enough of your genetic material around.
Especially after that orgy.
No, I just play a Voidmaster next.
Yay.
Or let Hedra play because she was so mad.
Fuck me, I wanted to be a Voidmaster.
Voidmaster's cool.
Oh, it's your character at the end of the day.
But no, Merzendi, I'm taking option 2A, and we'll see how far along I get before it inevitably dooms me.
That option is...
Molly's not going to tell you.
Roleplay.
Well, speaking of which, now that you've made your decision, Jeanne is, like, gently shaking Molly's shoulder. Molly, are you okay?
Molly is just going to turn and walk silently back to the gun cutter.
That's not good.
Honestly, that could have been worse.
So,
come on, Xiph, let's get out of here.
Do we still copy the data?
Yes. Jeanne's just gonna take out her old datapad because she's actually just replaced hers. Better one. Let's put it on this and lock it down.
Okay. When you say lock it down, you don't mean shoot it, right?
No, I mean put a really complex password on it.
No one ever guessed 1, 2, 3, 4.
That would be extremely funny if you did, but please don't.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely just show this to everyone.
Yeah, no.
The
only person Jeanne would ever consent to showing this to would be Juno or her sisters, who are also immune to insanity.
I don't know, Van Zaus might be able to just resist it.
No. He's more valuable than most of the crew put together.
I mean, if Van Zaus took option 1 of what I was given, he'd survive.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what that option is, and yeah, you're right, he would. But then our skinks would be sad that they didn't have their holy rock anymore.
Well, oh no, we could just sever his head from his cold corpse.
That's not the option. I mean, you are accurate, but no. Anyway, Jeanne is gonna once Xiph has done that and given her the password, she's gonna just take this, and yeah, she's gonna take the gun cutter back, go to Kalchev, give her a message. Strongly encourage her not to think too hard about anything she may or may not comprehend in here.
Xiph will be safe. Just don't think about it. Just send it and call it a day. I'm gonna go sit down.
Ooh, she's going to have to push this power.
Oof.
Oh, so that's the wrong thing I was clicking.
Merzendi, do I have the option of purchasing Forbidden Lore Xenos plus 20?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
How much is that for an Elite Advance?
Are you re-rolling your character?
No, it's
Huh?
getting an
No.
extra skill on Molly.
No, I did have the option of turning my plasma cannon on myself, but
Yes. In this case, it'll only be 100 XP.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you.
Convenient.
Listen, I took option 2, Savin.
I would just like to say, if you did put the plasma cannon to yourself, I would have willingly taken a big insanity jump because that would cause flashbacks to the ship. The Night Lord
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah, I don't think even Jeanne can like reduce that to 0 insanity she takes watching her best friend just plasma cannon herself in the face.
And if that happens, Xiph would blame himself forever. And probably wouldn't blame Jeanne if Jeanne blamed him.
No, I mean Jeanne would blame herself, but that's as you do. Actually, she'd probably blame the cult Mechanicus. This is all fundamentally their fault for worshipping a false god.
Hey, you don't know that yet.
Man, I saw that fucking Omnissiah at Draconis. That's the fucking Void Dragon. I think at this point, Jeanne can put that shit together.
So is the Void Dragon not on Mars, or is it just separated all over the place?
It's separated.
It's the
Almost
main.
all the Catan are split
There's like
into
one
pieces.
who's still
There's
intact.
there's two
Sorry.
who are still intact. The Void Dragon is the most intact out of all the Pokeball Catan, but that still leaves hundreds of pieces of him around the galaxy. Other shards of the Catan, there's like thousands of them.
This is like a pseudo fucking Zodiac plot.
Yeah, remember,
Yeah.
Catan used to eat stars.
And
That's
so
how
did
big
the
they are.
Imperium, to be fair.
I am just gonna call this Zodiac now.
Also, but these days the Catan are fundamental forces of the galaxy.
Found the machine spirits. The core of all machine spirits.
I mean, yes.
Well, not just machine spirits, electromagnetism.
Oh, that's somehow... Wow.
Yeah.
The god of the machines is the Void Dragon. So all like real space machinery is the Void Dragon's purview, which makes him the most powerful.
Alright, so what we actually need to do is we need to free this shard and then point him to Vashtor and be like, this motherfucker's edging in on your territory, my guy. Go get him.
I mean, if you
Or-
could summon Vashtor out of the warp, then
We are next to the
Maybe.
Cicatrix Maledictum. If we can do it anywhere, it's probably somewhere in this sector.
Yeah, we just let Vashtor and them kill each other.
Yeah. Problem
If
And
anyone can
solved.
close the rift, it's
And
probably a Catan.
hopefully the Catan shard doesn't just ignore everybody and start making a beeline to Mars to reunite with its other parts.
And I hope it do. I hope it does. That'd be funny as fuck.
okay. I need to roll.
John will
warp
give
effect on
Kalchev
Kalchev.
a +10 if she needs it for anything.
She will.
Okay.
Jesus.
But first, 38.
At least you didn't roll doubles.
Oh, this bit is irrelevant for doubles.
Ah,
The astropath's flesh erupts in pustules and boils, and her
Ow.
body writhes as though in agony.
Well,
She
the glad
emerges from
Xiph,
her trance. She suffers a -10 penalty to all toughness tests for the next 1d10 days, representing the effects of this mysterious illness.
well,
Fucking
good
gargle.
thing I had Xiph sit down in the astropath room because Xiph is gonna immediately go into doctor mode and say, "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck."
One of the attendants will try to grab you and pull you back.
Yeah, Jeanne will do
No,
the same.
no, do not interrupt. Do not interrupt.
Let her finish, Xiph.
But
Let her
But-
finish. You will
Rumble
make
and-
it worse if you interrupt.
Xiph will fall back and just look extremely upset, like, oh god, jeez.
I know. We will tend to her in a moment.
He'll hold on to John's arm, like, very worried, like,
That's
damn
fine.
it.
Yeah. He succeeds.
Yay!
Psychic
That's my
phenomena
girl.
happen, but that was inevitable. She had to push at +3 to even be able to send this message.
Oof.
It's a pretty miraculous roll, I think.
Yeah, the minimum PR for the distance you're trying to send is 15.
Oof.
Wow, so I guess in some sense this is the perfect Halloween episode because existentialism and
Yeah, it's a
Eldritch
kind
truth.
of horror.
Alright, psychic phenomena. Oh my god!
What
I get
happened?
to peril in the warp!
No! No!
What? Well, Ziff's loading his guns.
Why couldn't it be me?
It's fine.
Unironically,
It's fine.
Vashdor comes through.
Unfortunately, so she does have the right of sanctioning. Unfortunately, the right of sanctioning specifically calls out this does not work against rolling perils of the warp.
Well, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Wait, don't you mean it doesn't work on the table perils of the warp?
No.
Rolling segment. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, carry on.
Hey.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the nightmare after Sanguinar.
I
What does any of that shit mean?
well, basically, I get to, because she's soulbound when she rolls Perils of Warp, rather than just rolling a D100, she can swap either. Like she can choose to swap one of the numbers with a different D10 result. So here, she's rolled 77, but she could swap in a 9. We could go to 97, but that would just be cruel.
That would be instant death.
I believe
just
so.
annihilation.
Yes. Oofers.
That's a 77.
It's probably not good.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
it's
going
just
to
possessed.
look in the book and see if there's a difference between 77 and 79.
It's just gonna be possessed.
I apologize.
That's what the
It's
high
not
end.
your fault.
The high end stuff of the table is always
mean-
possession or soul annihilation, or mass
No,
possession.
actually, this is fine.
Huh.
There is a difference between 77 and 79.
Oh god, there is. Yeah, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
gets you obliterated.
No, one just does a big explosion. The other is
Blood rain.
a storm erupts in the choir chamber as blood pours from the ceiling and is whipped by an ethereal wind into a cyclone.
What the fuck? Ziff just shouts.
That was Balti's first Perils of the Warp, wasn't it? Making everything bleed. And then having blood rain outside.
He got, I think he got a different one because he made the walls
Yeah.
bleed.
Yeah, it was the walls specifically that started bleeding.
I think he didn't just like went immediately into like blood rain outside though. Like I know that spilled out of the building.
But remember, this is also 2E. There's different tables in
That's
2E for Perils of the Warp.
Um,
Like in 2E,
Yeah.
there's literally like shock tables that just straight up kill you,
Yeah.
unlike in this game.
So Mers, is there do I get my plus 20 from hexagrammatics on this save, or is it just like basically just a physical effect?
This is a physical effect.
Fair enough.
It's created by Psychana, but it is just a giant fucking storm.
Yeet.
Um,
I think
thankfully
it
you're
doesn't
not
really do
in
anything.
combat, so you don't get like,
No one's gonna
a
come up
guy
and
can
step
stand
on
over
me.
you and stab you.
I guess like from her prone position, John's just gonna like try and crawl over Calcha since she's like a little bit closer and just like body shield her from the blood since she's like got a bunch of open wounds.
Xiph is also helping.
Well, let's see if Xiph can stay on his feet.
Boy roll.
Strength save.
Plus
Just
0 strength. I did print the card in chat.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. Power of love, go! Fuck!
Power of 20 strength, go!
Oof. Oh, you should actually be 30 because of your armor set, but that's still a failure.
does that actually increase your strength? Oh yeah, yeah. It increases your whole
Well,
strength.
Power armor.
What about also if Savin wants to give you the plus 10? I know
Unfortunately,
I
this
still
is-
fail.
That was busy being used.
This is the
Oh, yeah.
same turn effectively as us giving it to Kalchev.
So Xiph also falls on his ass.
Yeah, we both get browned.
But can I still crawl to help John with Kalchev?
Yes, you can both crawl.
There.
Just since Jeanne has her like sealed armor, she's just gonna try and body shield Kalchev from the worst of this.
Xiph does put his helmet on. Just looking at kind of looks at John. Can't see his expression, but given the situation, you can imagine it's a mix of horrified and nervous smile. Does this usually happen?
Sometimes
If
happened to
Trying
my
to
mom's friend once.
gee, what the hell? Xiph will look around at the blood.
You should have seen his wedding.
I hope this is all negative.
Do not try and collect this. It's from the warp.
I'm trying to add some humor to this, and it may make it better.
Wind whistles and it sounds like the shrieking of damned souls. But it only lasts a few moments longer. You are able to push yourselves back to your feet. The astropathic attendants peel themselves off from the walls where a force had kept them pinned.
There's
and
just
crushed.
man-shaped, like clean spaces on the wall, surrounded by blood.
No, the blood hit
Ah.
before the wind pushed them.
Fair.
It's probably less dirty, but it's still plenty bloody.
As the rain goes, sort of stands up, looks around, and says, "You know, if you didn't tell me this wasn't normal, I would have thought this happens on every Sanguinar, given the name."
John's just
Does
gonna
that
like
make John
roll
laugh?
off of Kalchev and just start laughing.
Xiph putting some required humor.
Are you okay,
Cool.
Caldrad?
But I shall live.
You're coming straight to the doctor area. Xiph is gonna pick her up. I'll get her nice and fixed up, John. Captain, sorry.
It's fine. Sean is fine. You take care of
Xiph
her.
will... Got it. And thus Xiph will take her to be treated and give nice boyfriend kisses.
Jeanne will check over the other astropaths, make sure they're all
Yeah.
alright. Fuck out of here.
I believe there was 7 of them, right?
There are 8 other astropaths. Well, no, 7
Yeah,
other ones, right? Because that includes
Yeah,
Ketchup.
unless we got a replacement for the one that exploded.
2 exploded. So, no, we didn't, because then we'd have to go all the way fucking back to Gilman's Ring. We haven't replaced any of our lost crew, because they'd just die.
Yeah.
They would get
I
turned
thought
into the
we-
Flesh Tesseract.
Flesh vuvuzelas.
Hello?
Hello.
I don't
Hello.
want
Wow.
to be
Hello.
here.
Sorry,
Hello.
I'm having some net issues right now.
We can try and change the server real quick.
Net issues
Uh,
on your end or net issues with Discord?
No idea. Well,
let's,
probably my end. It was slow on Roll20 as well.
well, let's change the server real quick just in case. You never know when it'll help.
True. So, yeah, 2 of the astropaths are in a slightly bad way, with a 99 and a 92.
Okay, well, luckily Jeanne's trained in medicine, so she'll stick around and medicate them, I suppose.
Could also drag him over to where Xiph is.
Yeah, she'll get them stabilized and then, yeah, probably bring them to Xiph with some guards. Get a couple stretchers.
Yeah.
Is the one guy sweating blood again? It's that one
Oh,
dude
yeah.
who's
Look, Steve just has some issues, okay? Don't make fun of him.
he's probably muttering to himself as if treating him every time.
Yeah.
Every time this happens.
Could I get a minus 30 Medicaid roll on Mr. 99 and plus 0 Medicaid roll on Mr. 92?
Alright, does this need to be Jeanne, or can we wait till we get him to Xiph?
Jeanne, please.
Okay, and what did you say the numbers were?
Minus 30 on the first guy.
Okay, let's see. So use first aid, sure. Oof.
Got a fate point.
Yeah, if you take that, he will pass away.
Oh, well, I guess I'm spending a fate point. Alright, Medicaid. Try that again. Actually, hold on 1 second. I have a piece of equipment that might be relevant here. Let's see. Does this involve staunching blood loss, saving or amputating limbs, attaching bionics, etc., etc.? Probably staunching blood loss is the relevant one here.
Yeah. Blood
Okay.
loss, I think, is important.
Well, if this is just blood loss, I can just cure that automatically. I have cans of Sin Skin, or Synth Skin, which does that automatically.
Cans of Sin Skin.
I mean, I have that too, but Synth Skin in specific.
Like that JoJo character in Part 7.
Okay,
has...
then, yeah, you can stabilize them so they won't just bleed out while Xiph prioritizes his waifu.
And the head astropath.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, she is more important to take care of regardless, but yeah, it's nice to have them around.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. That's super worthwhile. That can has like enough for 5 people, so that's fine.
Okay. Then I will ask for a essentially a long-term care role from Xiph, and we'll see how long those 2 are out.
While he's doing that, I gotta go pee.
So you want me to roll?
Yes, please.
Can I assume that I'm gonna get the plus 10 from John?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 10. Actually, wait, no, that would just even out because of the tau modifier. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's hope I don't roll a 100, because otherwise things are going to be pretty fine. So, does extended care, you said?
Yes, I did.
Ah. Well, at least it's more than 1 degree of success. Well, Xiph is currently suffering from an insanity thing, so that does make sense in lore right now that Xiph's amazing skills aren't at the top of their game. Xiph's treating
I'm
the guy who sweats blood. He's gonna be like, again?
It happens every time the war plays up. It's a condition.
Well, I'm sorry. Fuck. You think I could convince some of the crew to donate blood again? It is blood. It is Blood Day. He like mentions to some of the guards in the room.
Uh, yeah, and you do have plenty of blood stockpiled, I think.
Especially after the first incident.
Look, this
Just
is a valuable mutant. We would just bleed a menial. We don't need the blood drive.
question though, would anybody else have heard the blood cyclone?
Possibly. But I need to step away very quickly and use the restroom as well.
No, it's just swapping out.
Oh,
Look at
Well,
me.
this has
I am
been
the GM
very
now.
eventful.
I
Yes,
shouldn't be surprised we keep finding more Catan shit, yet I am.
hey, Snippy. For no
Yeah?
reason whatsoever, what book are Necron weapons in?
I mean, there's some in second edition. It's the Xeno one.
Yeah, they don't appear in any Rogue Trader shit. They're in one of the Death Watch books, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, because I can't really use the Dark Heresy 2E, Snippy. That's second edition.
Sorry, but I
Yeah,
can't
same,
help you. I
same.
never played Death Watch.
Wait, Death Watch Mark of the Xenos, maybe?
That would be a reasonable assumption.
Tyranid weapons.
The outer
how...
reaches.
Outer
The
reaches.
outer reach.
Yes.
Otter, and they do reach out.
Listen, just for no reason whatsoever, I needed to look this up. It's fine.
This Molly transforms into a Necron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just undoes the delete of the quote unquote info virus from before.
Welcome back, Merz.
Hello.
Oh, I gotta turn my light back off. Sec.
Can't have those fucking trick-or-treaters show up. Savin doesn't have any candy.
Unfortunately for me, my bathroom faces the front of the house, so gotta turn the light back off so I don't get trick-or-treaters.
Ah.
In the comments or the Twitch chat, say what your favorite candy is. Mine is Twix.
What?
Mine is Three Musketeers.
Never actually had one.
I like Milky Ways.
Milky Way's
Do
good.
not participate in your pagan rituals.
Hey, you have your own sexier pagan rituals.
Hell yeah. They don't involve dress up.
Speaking of pagan rituals,
I mean, you say that. I've seen an Orthodox service before. There's a lot of dress up going on.
hell yeah.
Well,
Alright.
not for the peasants, only for the priesthood.
Anyway.
John's just
Yeah,
gonna like.
where were we?
We
I
were
believe
on...
Xiph was doing the long-term care for these nerds.
Oh, yes, and I needed to tell you how long they will be out. With 2 degrees of success. I assume you included your -10 in there.
Well, John's +10, it would have evened out.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
I assume
82.
you took account for all that.
Yep.
Then they will be out for 4 days before they are fit to return to their stations.
Get an IV trip for Steve.
Don, Kalachev will inform you as well, or rather would have informed you before this started. Because of like the distance this is being sent and the complexity of going through the warp gate, this will likely take a month or so to get back to reach Lev.
Okay.
They'll then have to, deliberate it, and then it'll presumably take them another month to send to you.
Well, that's fine. It takes us fucking 3 months to get anywhere out here.
Well, it's not including, warp time travel.
I'm including that in my general displeasure with this way this system, not like Warhammer, but the systems in this sector are laid out.
And look, that's a displeasure you should have with Warhammer. I'm just going by what the book tells me.
I know, but it's just really funny. Like, some of them are fine. We, like, fucking, the one we were just in a minute ago was totally fine. It took 2 days to get across.
This is gonna be the one game I die of old age.
I wanted to play Tyranid Isolation for our Halloween special, not this.
Sorry, existential horror all the way down.
Well, when Bloodborne on PC? Never gonna happen.
So yeah, since it's gonna take her so long, I did have an actual report. I was like most of the way done with writing for for Mayroar. I guess I'll send that along at some point after Kalchev and the boys recover. It's just gonna be like, hey, hi, I love you, thanks for the fucking dealing with E, etc., etc. And, I had, like, a bit written out about this, just as a postscript, and I was like, well, I'll just delete that. That's fine.
And John comes by to check on all them again. He would see Xiph rubbing cream onto the thighs of Kalchev, and him murmuring, I'd rather do this not in the medical sense, but it is what it is, right?
Gonna be honest, as Jeanne comes in and sees Xip's hands between Kalchev's thighs, she's just fucking leaving.
Not the thighs, no, like how he has one.
You said thighs.
You literally did.
You literally said thighs.
But not.
You said thighs. You're horny. Good job. You're horny.
He is being a medical. He's not playing gynecologist right now.
I mean, you
the
as a
point
player
stands. If Jeanne sees that's where his hands are, she's gonna turn around and leave. It's like, I'll come.
Yeah,
that's gross, but I'll come back later.
Well, how does Kalchev react to Xiph? Just putting the cream to stop the boils and stuff.
Higher.
Yep, Xiph. Oh, next time. On my homeworld, they had these lovely little nurse outfits. I will see if I can acquire one for you. You might change your mind.
Xiph will blink. The outfit for me or for you? She just smiles at him. Xiph will just laugh. Alright then. Well, anyway, Xiph will gently grab her hand and bring it to, the necklace. The necklace he bought for her. Oh yeah, I forgot that in the recap. And, put it between her thumb and index finger so she could start rubbing it. Well, he'll be fine. I won't let you die just yet. Neither would I let the rest of your coworkers die. Well, Steve definitely is, Steve's definitely trying to. I have 3 IV stands just injecting blood into him.
I tell him he must be of eating more iron. Increase density of blood. That way it does not squeeze out so easily. But does he listen? Нет.
Not sure that's how it works, but I'll take your word for it. You probably are more familiar with human biology than me. Even though I'm the doctor. I mean, how things feel. I don't know. I just do the doctor stuff. Anyway, let me just finish putting this cream on, and I'll just leave you to it for a bit. I have to go. I probably have to go check out some other stuff. Check up with the captain and see if Molly is okay.
I will be here.
If we'll give a little peck on the forehead before leaving the room to find John or Molly.
Several luck.
That's just a D100 or D20.
D100.
D100.
So I was playing D&D Tuesday and we had to roll a lot of luck. 46.
Okay. You are not critically unlucky. She does not. You do not have one of her boils burst onto your lips.
Man, that would have definitely been fucking unfortunate.
Yes.
Grody. Yeah, you can go looking for Jeanne. She's too busy trolling her girlfriend.
I would think that, but one, John would probably have to shower to get all the blood off.
Yeah, no,
And
she's...
two, so are you saying that Xiph walks in on John rubbing Cat's thighs, and then Xiph has to awkwardly leave?
Jeanne has this thing called a lock on her door, for one thing.
I was about to say.
The captain locks her door? Unthinkable.
She has
What
a door?
sorcery is this?
Yeah. She has several doors.
I also have an elevator that goes up to my room. I can just, like, pull the key out of.
There are also
The
stairs.
Yeah. Well, those can just be locked.
Well,
Actually,
well,
those probably... Those probably don't have a lock, because those are the fire stairs.
well then Xiph will go and look for Molly. Probably he has a mix of tech use and Medicaid skills. He thinks he can help if there's something physically wrong, but he really just wants to check up on his crewmate. Especially because he does feel a little bit responsible for this.
The door is locked, and Molly does not reply to any hails.
Or one of the femboys outside the room.
No.
One
So
of the
we'll-
regular skittles outside the room.
There's probably some Skitaria. No, there's no Skitaria about. She gave them all like the week off. They're all playing video games.
Well, we can't have
true.
Xiph talking to one of them and trying to figure out. So, mistress, your boss, your dominate, trying to figure out like what the Skitari are to Molly, because she never asked. But he will. But despite that, he will knock on the door. See if Molly answers.
No answer.
There will be no answer.
Xiph looks a bit perturbed and very nervous. But he will give it a sigh. He knows better than to try and ask through the door.
You couldn't ask anything to the door. You know how thick these bulkheads are?
Probably pretty thick.
Extra, even.
And at least judging by the map I have of, John's command spire, they are like 1.5 feet thick.
Anyway,
these
I
are
guess
spaceship
now.
bulkheads,
I
fundamentally.
guess now it's time skip time.
Yeah. So, does the plan continue as normal with proceeding to Zarsar?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, this doesn't
plan-
actually change anything for our immediate goals.
We
The
just have
plan
more information.
was to have more fun with the changing of the shift for Sanguinala, but you just besotted me.
Yeah,
What?
because, like, if it's going to take at least 2, possibly as many as 4 months to get a reply, we need to keep doing our job. So, yeah.
Ah, come on, Stray. I thought you liked in cosmic horror. Just
Listen,
pretend it's Cthulhu.
no, listen, look at me.
Also,
I am happy about this development. Molly is not.
Obviously.
I would be much more cautious about this if I thought Stray was actually upset. I just want to try and thread the needle so that Molly doesn't like get taken out as a player character.
I mean,
Well,
good. I mean, good news.
You go.
Oh, sorry. Good news. The only thing I'll tell you is I literally can't take any more insanity damage from Necrons.
Thank God.
Not necessarily from
Well,
Necrons, but from
okay.
the horror of the Necron-human cooperation.
Yes,
You
like
have
the-
now gotten past that.
Yeah, the Necrons still have like psychomancy. I'm not immune to that, but I'm not just going to see Necrons or hear people talk about them and then take more insanity damage anymore.
Well, that's good. That was basically how all your insanity points happened.
Correct, I'm at 47. I'm halfway to getting my character taken away.
How much
The other
did
bit
Juno
of
have?
good news is you're now immune to fear too.
That's true.
Savin.
Yes.
What's the insanity of Juno?
Good question. Let me look real quick. I have her character sheet saved.
Based on everything I've heard about Juno, I think the answer is yes.
I think the answer at endgame was only like 61.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We're all fucking crazy here.
Well, I mean, remember, like, Juno was skyrocketing in insanity to begin with, but then she got the Inquisitor talent that let her do exactly what Jeanne does, which is spend a fate point to not get insanity. And, yeah, it turns out if you want to play a fucking iconoclast, that talent, or some variation thereof, is really useful.
I really look forward to what this path is, right?
Me too. If it gets Jeanne killed, though, I'll be very upset with you. Yeah, happy Halloween. Molly fucking turns her plasma can around and shoots her whole ass off and explodes.
Oh yeah, no, I was actually debating on just her taking off her helmet and shooting herself.
Yeah, I mean, that would have changed Jean's plans. That's when it's like, okay, and we're going back to the Gothic sector, everybody. I'm gonna go see Jacques.
If that happens, can I have this Qatari?
No.
No.
Oh yeah, Xiph, we don't know that Xiph also likes men yet.
Also, you're
Such
alien.
heresy. Stop being heretical.
The Scutarii would answer to the next rank lower member of the Mechanicus, not even Jeanne. That's how the power structure works.
They would go to whoever her chief engine seer is, who works like down here somewhere.
Correct.
Does not have a name because he
Yeah.
doesn't matter because Molly's here.
Yep.
Hey, playing a Void Master would have been fun, but I'm also holding out for my own Land Raider, so...
Also, just so we're clear, if you ever get that Land Raider, there's no way we can get it on or off the ship, right? Like, you realize that.
I'm just going to bolt it to the side. It's
Okay,
fine.
that's
What
fine.
about the BattleTech suit that I could get?
Alright, that's...
Depends on which one.
If it's the stealth suit, that's fine. If it's a crisis suit, we could maybe, like, tip the thing onto its belly and push it into a gun cutter? Or teleport it off.
But
Crisis suits can also do the whole squat down thing Sentinels can.
They
also,
can,
yes, we
in fact,
can.
sit down.
Okay, then yeah,
Also,
we can get one of those in there. But like a broadside,
I'm
nah, not happening.
Also, I'm
And
pretty sure
definitely
we
not
can...
a Riptide.
Oh god, no.
Well,
Do we
that's
have room in the cargo hold to do like they did in Halo 3, where they just landed uh, the Pillar of Autumn and
Yeah.
just dropped the tanks out the side?
Forward onto
ODST drop.
Dawn.
The Forward Unto Dawn. The Pillar of Autumn was from the first game. Yeah, the
And they
Forward
also
Unto
did that
Dawn,
on
where
that
they
one,
just
but
they just land the
I mean,
whole
they
ship.
didn't do
and
that
then...
deliberately. Oh,
Yeah.
well, they did do that deliberately, but they didn't do that sustainably.
Yeah,
That was a
there you go.
crash.
that was a full crash rather than an intentional one. The Pride is small enough to land on some planets, but not many. You really need to be in a raider or a small transport for that. Like,
Yeah, well, so long as the planet doesn't have high gravity, you're fine.
yeah. I feel like Keelman's ring, we could probably manage just fine because it's an artificial world and it's really easy to manage. Just fly on top of it. The low gravity world's totally fine. I don't think Jeanne would risk a normal gravity world just because the Pride has a history of taking a lot of effort to get off of those.
Pardon me while
I
I
mean,
put a meme, a pun in pitch chat.
let's be fair. The Pride was stuck on Lev because it was damaged during the Horus Heresy.
Yes, and on an intellectual level, Jeanne knows that. On an emotional level, he doesn't really want to, unless it's an emergency.
That's fair. Yeah, from an actual intellectual objective point of view, a standard gravity world you can take off on, you can land and take off from with like little difficulty.
Just a wee bit.
You probably wouldn't want to do that in the middle of a space battle because, good God, you've now just parked. You are so much easier to hit, and even taking off like you are, like going slowly, building up through the atmosphere. But when you're when you're out of space combat, you could do that fine. High gravity, even out of combat, that would be a test versus significant damage to the ship.
What can our ship even land?
So right now, the ramps on our gun cutters, which are the only way we can get shit on and off here other than the teleportarium. So the teleportarium has a maximum height of 12 feet. If it's bigger than that, it ain't going. The gun cutters have a maximum width of, I think you said 3 meters? Or was it?
In fact, I'll just quickly bring you over to the map with, the internals of a gun cutter on.
There we go. So, yeah, like 4 meters, and then there's also the ramps width. So yeah,
How are land raiders usually deployed?
From macro transport.
Thunderhawk
transporters. I don't like a land raider can't fit in a normal Thunderhawk, but it would be one of the big like heavy lift versions. So
which,
effectively,
admittedly, is Thunderhawk transporter is about the size of a gun cutter.
Yeah, but it has like massive hooks on the bottom for the ship.
So
Yes.
what you're saying is So what you're saying is I need to get my my vessel and then get a Thunderhawk transporter. It's fine.
Listen, if we can just get Thunderhawks, that'd be great, but they're too big to fit on the fucking ship, I think.
What?
No, they're about the same size as your gun cutter.
That's what she just said. Yeah.
Well,
I just need to figure out how.
That's what I was trying to say. I didn't actually get to say it properly, but yeah, you
I heard you.
Yeah.
I heard you say it. You said they were about the same size as gun cutter. So all I need to do is, if I get it, then just place an order directly after for the Thunderhawk transporter for it.
Yeah.
Hell, if you could just for now, assuming you could acquire some, you could like swap some of your gun cutters for like small size transports, and like that would help solve some of your deployment issues, at least for armor.
Yeah.
Admittedly, not many, because
Like we talked about this though. Like the dedicated armor transporters are so much bigger.
Well, that's for if you want to transport an entire armored company. Like
all right,
if
the
you
the
wanted
middle ground
to
doesn't exist in the setting like as a specific thing that I've ever been able to find. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
We'd have to
For
actually
our
homebrew.
faction.
What I was saying was you could essentially get a Thunderhawk transport, and yeah, each one would be stuck to like 2 light or 1 heavy vehicle at a time. But that's a possibility you could do.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
Merv,
great, but it would be doable.
I mean,
If I
honestly, that
ever-
would be great.
if I ever roll a 1 and get a macro carrot explorator, then we'll do that.
Mars,
Honestly, we already have a rhino that I can't get off the fucking ship because it's too fat. So I wouldn't mind.
can't we
just
use a
getting
mantra?
a manta, like the Tau one?
Do you have
Steal it
$2,000?
right off the towel, they're right there. It's
Do you
the
have
perfect
$2,000?
size.
I mean,
It's literally the perfect size.
Mantas are
mantas?
too big to fit in your thing. You do actually need like the dedicated like shuttle bay.
I mean, Mers, what's the rarity on a Thunderhawk to begin with?
That is a fine question. Let me see.
Because like Thunderhawks aren't exclusive to the Adeptus Astartes. Like sisters use them too, and other factions.
Do
so-
they?
Yeah. Yeah, sisters use Thunderhawks and drop pods. And since
This
the
is the
sisters,
first I've heard of this.
and since like the sisters don't have their own dedicated aeronautica, that means they're getting them from somewhere.
Are you sure sisters use Thunderhawks?
I can find you
Yes.
the quote on the good wiki. I know for sure, but unfortunately I haven't seen a sisters codex in person or in PDF for a long time. That would be like 3rd edition anyway.
Mars, back then everyone could get those.
Oh, back
Yeah,
then
they just
nobody
haven't
could
written
get
it
those
out.
because they didn't like fucking print
Here we go.
rules
Yeah,
for
in
them.
fact, the very first line on the Thunderhawks wiki page is, "The Thunderhawk gunship is a multi-use aircraft and widely used by Space Marine chapters and the Sisters of Battle." And that is sourced from the short story Whispers, which was published in 2017.
Wow,
So it
that's
is new
recent too,
lore.
fuck.
Or relatively.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Legionary vehicles. Alright. Oh, fuck. This is, of course this is... Okay,
This is
so
in Death
I can't
Watch?
give you the rarity. It's in Death Watch equivalent, so it's
Well,
whatever famed translates as.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, there's a table in that for converting between profit factor, I'm pretty sure.
Is there?
Yeah, hold on, let me find it. Yeah. Just open up random rulebooks. Death Watch, core rulebook. Do 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 do. Armory. Let's see. Somewhere in here.
Okay, yes, so requisition point range to availability.
Yeah, there we go. Right.
This would put a Thunderhawk at unique.
Yep, that's about what I
That's-
expected.
Clearly not correct.
I mean, do you ever? You had to ask. Does anyone other than Space Marines use these things? I've never heard of that. So
Yeah. I mean that's fair, but like this would be it's unique even for Space Marines.
fair, I suppose.
And that's obviously not true. Like
Yeah, I mean, if
unique is for like you can actually physically count the number of these in the galaxy.
well, so if a gun cutter is very rare, right, and a Thunderhawk is just objectively better than a gun cutter, I'd say probably extremely rare, at least on the civilian market. "Quote unquote" civilian, maybe near unique for us.
Yeah,
Man, what the fuck?
I do wish there was like an intermediate between like another step between extremely rare and near unique.
I mean, you could
But
always
I
just
don't
put an
have-
extra, like, -10 penalty on it. I mean, it already comes with a
Yeah.
vehicle penalty anyway.
Yeah, I think extremely rare with an extra -10.
Okay.
Or other. Yeah, a Thunderhawk is extremely rare, and then if you are not a Space Marine, there's a Space Marine or a Canoness, there's an extra -10.
Alright, so I get Juno to buy these things. No.
Mom, can I have my allowance early?
Juno's just stares at me from inside of her Land Raider that's, like, underneath a cardboard box so no one can see that it's a Land Raider. Fuck off, kid.
I gave you that writ so you could self-show on your own. Don't come to me. Only when something's important. But I found an eldritch god in the sun. Okay, I'll get. Okay, let me get in the car.
Yeah, like... I, Savin, am pretty sure that there's probably some sort of off button in that, like, space station in there, like, some way for us to access all this. But Jeanne has no idea that, like, she's in a game where that's probably a likely scenario. So if she sees an Elder God, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to call the Lord Inquisitor, and I'm going to call the Farseer, and I'm going to call the Space Marine Chapter Master, let them know about that, and then wash my hands of this problem and go back to doing what I was doing. Because nothing I can do about that. Speaking of which, let's get back to it. I believe we already whirled our warp trip.
You did. So,
Yeah, it ate Xiph gift from Kalchev.
yes. On a warp trip, some fun things happen. Like, Victor once more falling into temptation.
Me, never.
It is the funniest thing. Like, you just... this is a trial. Okay, I'll just leave. Well...
Sometimes that is the answer.
Didn't
Yeah, I
he
mean,
fail
just
2
leave would have been
trials?
the correct solution to Careless Rex.
No! But it's Carlos Rex.
Exactly, but you can't say no to Careless Rex. I mean, I'd have done the same thing in that situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have interpreted that as being like the Emperor or something. It
I know
probably
it's
was
not,
the
I'm
Emperor.
still doing it.
I mean... Probably not. I think he was busy being German at that point.
You're all good. 9.
Look, I have
German.
maxed out my Forbidden Lore warp. I know exactly what Dark God it is. I know exactly what's happening, and I'm all aboard for it.
Of course you are.
I don't care.
Alright, so...
But, unfortunately, that did lead to... all of everyone having their underwear eaten.
Well, that's not my problem. That's their problem.
I mean, your
You think I
underwear got
wear
eaten too.
underwear? Wait, you guys wear underwear?
I mean, I don't, but my character does. She is, in fact, a
Thanks.
lingerie aficionado.
Well, fucking, she's
Correct.
only gonna have the bras to work with for a while.
Yeah.
No,
So,
because those got eaten too.
Yep.
Merzendi literally said those got eaten too, which means between Molly and Jeanne, there's probably an entire profit factor's loss.
So, does that mean everyone's gonna is gonna always feel a brief draft whenever they walk? On
I
the-
mean,
Depends.
did you not look in the roleplay channel?
I was busy the last week.
of course you were. But
Listen.
yeah,
When you want to write gay erotica, it just happens.
Molly got forced to wear sin skin. Ugh.
Jeanne is happily strutting around in, like, ultra body-tight skin with her cool trench coat over it, putting on her Kusanagi cosplay.
Well, Molly was happily walking around just without any drawers.
I think Xiph would be fine too.
And-
Kind of wears his armor a lot.
Yeah, fundamentally, most of us wear a spacesuit a lot of the time, especially when we're off the ship.
Yeah.
Military uniforms
that-
are the only proper etiquette upon a ship.
Also, I kind of imagine that the Tau use towels or loincloths.
Also, double, especially when we're in the warp. Molly knows what happens when you're caught outside your armor and you get a warp invasion.
Hold on.
I-
I need to interrupt here because I do need to ask this as an important question. Victor, do you actually not have underwear?
Just say yes and take the L.
They only get in the way.
Okay,
Of course
here
I
we
have
go.
underwear. He's supposed to be a serious character.
Your cats have been eaten now.
No. So I will tell you what would have happened if Victor didn't have underwear.
I have to play him serious. He has underwear.
The innermost layer of what clothing he did have would have been eaten. So his normal clothes
I wish I didn't back out
and
of that.
uniforms would have all been eaten.
Lamau.
Shirts and trousers. Shirts, trousers, hose, all eaten. He would have just had his fucking dress-up jackets and armor plate.
I love Slanesh.
Ziff,
You
Ziff
see her
walks
do goofy
back.
shit like this.
Ziff looks at Victor with this and says, "Wow, I didn't know they could hang that low."
There are many things you do not know, Xeno. Now come here, let Daddy Victor teach you.
Just
Oscar
fucking
doesn't
the
have too
fan,
much of a problem with going commando for a while.
because he is a commando.
He's at least dressing like one.
When we're in the warp, I'm wearing my power armor, though. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah, of
playing it
course,
straight.
obviously.
Alright. And if you are going to be... Since you are reasonable persons, that is fair enough. So anyway, underwear destroyed, you can reach Zarsar. Now. Zarsar. When you get here, you really have to question, why does this place have a name? Because this system has nothing in it except for the Star Fort. There is a star. There is a dust cloud around it. There is the Star Fort in the habitable zone, and at the system's edge there is a cluster of asteroids. And that is it.
How big is this dust cloud, by the way?
Yeah, is it? I don't know the
Fairly
size.
big.
Sufficient
Size of a
to
destroyed
account for
planet?
Yeah. That's what John's gonna question as she engages her astrophysicist mode, since she is an astromancer.
Yeah, the outer in the outer reaches where there is a cluster of asteroids surrounded by a large dust cloud. Yeah, that looks like it could have been a planet, or it's starting to form into a planet. It's hard to tell.
And
We're
how
starting
long was
to reform into a planet after 10,000 years.
and how long was the trip?
It's like 5 days or something.
So was Molly locked in her room for that entire 5 days?
Probably.
I think once we get out of the warp, because it's literally New Year's Eve, Jeanne is gonna go over to Molly and if she hasn't come out by that point, she'll vox her personally. Molly, are you okay in there?
I am alive.
Well, that's a step in the right direction, but are you okay? May I come in?
Fine.
Jeanne will step inside.
Well, Molly's room, as usual, is just covered in tomes and stone engravings of old pre-Imperium civilizations, stuff like that, and she's just completely hunched over her desk and just scribbling things in binaric.
She'll just come over and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. How are you
There's
holding
something you
on?
need?
You, mostly?
I'm fine. Scribble, scribble.
Molly, please talk to me. This isn't like you.
Everything's fine, Captain.
Why don't you roll awareness for me?
Sure. That's gonna got a massive 12 here. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. Carry on.
Oh, she is completely fine. She is the same as she was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be scrutiny, but
I don't feel like I need to roll to see that that's not the case. So yeah, John's just gonna put a hand, or keep her hand on Molly's shoulder and give it a gentle squeeze. Please talk to me. I can tell something's not right.
Molly will stop scribbling, give Jeanne a long stare, and then just kind of shrug. I don't know what to tell you.
You could tell me what you've been thinking the last few days? What you've been doing in here, cooped up? I can see you're writing something.
I am trying to backplay what I did on the observatorium. Oh, they probably don't call it that.
The,
The Xeno vessel.
yes. Like, the code you used? I did see it was quite strange.
It was advanced beyond what I am capable of doing.
And you're not willing to attribute that to divine inspiration?
Molly just shudders at that.
Ooh.
Just goes back to writing.
Okay. Alright. Listen, I know I don't comprehend much about your faith. It's not the details of it, but I'm always here to talk if you need someone to listen. I have a more open mind than anyone else on this ship.
I understand.
Okay, well, it's New Year's Eve. I'm going to be throwing a small party for the officers if you'd like to join us.
You can take Mizzen.
I'd hate to deprive you of her.
Mm.
Alright, I'll send some food down for you later then.
Molly doesn't reply. Just keeps going on. She looks extremely frustrated at after she writes something and then scribbles it out and tries to write it again, and then just looks confused.
I think now I would allow the awareness again with a +20. As Molly's scribbling at it.
Alright. Holy shit!
My God.
So yeah, Jean, you spot what Molly is what Molly is scratching out just before she does. In the midst of this long trail of like zeros, ones, and other mechanicum shorthand, there is a bizarre rune that you don't recognize.
Can I, like, at this point John's seen some Necron shit. Can she, like, recognize that it's part of that language?
Yeah, I think it, especially since you have the polyglot talent. Yeah, this is a Necron hieroglyph.
That's not good.
Yeah, John's, like, was starting to turn away and then pauses. Molly, what exactly are you working on there?
I already told you.
Yes, but would you pause, please?
Molly will just look up to you, but her hands keep writing.
John's just gonna put her hand on the page as well and just trace where the rune was. I'm not proficient in the language itself, but I can recognize a Necrontyr rune when I see one.
Yes.
And
I didn't write it.
That's
You
somehow more
just-
concerning.
you just did, though.
Molly looks incredibly frustrated. Yes, but I did not.
I can guess what's happening.
Yeah, so can I. Is this some sort of auto-hypnosis? It's just flowing from your hand without your intention?
I have purged my system several times over the last 3 days.
And yet this is persisting.
Molly will just shrug.
Jean's just gonna, like, sit on the edge of Molly's desk for a moment. Do you remember back on Keelman's ship, his archive? That phrase he repeated in the margins of his notes? Triconicet omnicia, or something to that effect?
Sorry, Merzendi's also talking to me.
Oh, well, I need to get in the way.
I'm just making sure something is clarified in case it would change anything.
Does that sound about right, Merzendi?
Yep, that is accurate.
Yes, what about it?
I hate to suggest it, but you might be under the same influence as Keelman was. That... I hate to voice it aloud, but he's... in his state seemed to think that the Omnissiah and this void dragon creature were one and the same.
Molly will just kind of lean in, squint, and just settle back.
She's squinting at John or the page?
As Jeanne.
Okay.
Make
Oh.
whatever conclusions you like, Captain.
I'm just trying to help, Molly. If there's something wrong with you, or something you've discovered...
It is not an infovirus.
Jeanne purses her lips at that. Do you think it's true, then?
Molly will just, her face will contort a little bit. She'll shrug, and then go back to comparing papers, cross-referencing them with really musty old tomes of the Mechanicus.
Molly, that thing out there, that dragon we saw, that's responsible for the Soul Killer. If it is the Soul Killer, all those lives lost. If you're being influenced by it, I need to know.
I am not. I am looking at a way to kill it.
Oh,
I will let you make, I suppose, your choice of charm or deceive versus Jeanne.
She's not deceiving.
Well, then roll
Yeah,
charm.
so Your charm.
I have a 12 in that, and I have a -2 because this -10 because you are outside of the cult, and this is first edition.
I think we can cancel that out because, like, you
Your
two have
best
known
friend.
each other for so long.
Okay, so modifier then.
Savin, I guess, what is the purpose of the charm roll here?
To convince Jeanne that she's actually, like, intending on finding a way to kill this thing versus, like, becoming a fucking Necron cultist like, I don't know, all the Texans were.
Okay, I still need a modifier though.
Yeah, I'm just actually considering I don't...
I'd say plus 30 if it's genuine, because just they've known each other so long, they are best friends.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any point in her rolling charm or Jean, or if I think this should be Jean rolling scrutiny.
Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. Then what's my modifier?
I think that plus 30 sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Or down to plus 20 because, yeah, tech shit.
Okay. Badoop. Alright. John will just squint. I hope for all our sakes you find what you're looking for.
Mm.
Just promise me, Molly, if you find something or this keeps troubling you, come to me. I'm still your best friend, and I care about you. I don't want to lose you to whatever madness took Keelman.
I will not endanger you or your ship.
I'm not asking about me or the ship, Molly. I'm asking about you. I care about you. You are my friend.
Merzendi, I'm pretty you remember when Jeanne was talking to what's her name, the creepy lady?
Meg.
Yeah. And the Emperor just clapped his hands over her ears. Is Omnisci at Dragon one? I'm pretty sure that at one point she did say that the Emperor claps his hand over her ears.
I mean, Jean can always choose not to call upon his divine protection.
Basically, what we're saying is that you should make Savin roll with sanity.
Why?
Because fuck you, clearly.
I mean, yeah, but, like...
Because
I've
No,
literally
because it's
seen
like-
the Omnisci Draconis before. Like, that is
Yeah,
not
but the
new
thing is,
information,
it's
John.
yeah, but the thing is, it's a fundamental truth, and you can't just keep skipping out on it whenever you feel like.
That's what you think.
That's what you think. If I don't
Yeah.
pay attention, the GM will make me roll. See, it wasn't me this time calling for it, Savin.
Like, again, like, Jean's absorbed this information. She's come to the conclusion. It's just a question of, like, does Jean really care all that much? And the answer is no, not really. It's like, from Jean's perspective, if this is true, then the Emperor clearly must have known about it, because he's allowed the Cult Mechanicus to exist even during and before the Great Crusade. So it's probably fine. But if it is true, then that changes what Jean's perspective on the monster is, which is like, that goes from, do we kill this thing, to do we maybe let it go? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
I mean, there is also the perspective that the foundation of the Imperium is built on a lie, and the Emperor himself, from day one, was perfectly fine working with Xeno slaves.
I mean, if anything, that just affirms Jean's perspective. Like, look at these Tau we're using as fucking Janissaries as literal meat wall between us and the Eye of Terror. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
That is
Like-
a genius idea.
That is literally Juno's enlightened perspective of, Alright, we will just feed the chaos the Tau because they are less susceptible to chaos, and also they're closer. Fuck them.
I still think that just being able to skate around a fundamental lie of the Imperium like all of the time is a little bit mean.
I can absolutely see
That's how
it
that
affecting
talent
him.
works. It's silly, but it's true.
Believe. Does everyone else know that? But based on the Draconis thing and the Void, if
It's certainly
does John
possible
know?
that other people who were in the room have drawn that conclusion themselves.
Well, it's only John and Molly right now. But what I'm saying is, does John know if the Void Dragon is the Omnissiah? Does she know what happens if it dies?
No.
It also they can't die.
I don't know if
But
she knows
Molly
that
doesn't
either.
know that. Yeah, Molly doesn't know that, but that's if they could die, the Necrons would have done it a long time ago. They can?
It's hard
Oh
to
yes,
kill
yes.
him.
The Necrons killed one. They then realized, oh shit,
I
the
thought
universe is now broken. We shouldn't do that anymore.
I thought they tricked one into eating the other.
No, 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 no. The Flayer Plague is caused by them killing one.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty fucking metal.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
I think I knew that, and I think I just forgot. I think that was its last. It wasn't like the last. I thought it was the last like death curse, not reality was being unwarped. But the thing is that the one and the same.
Right?
Yeah.
Why don't you keep a secret, buddy?
Now what?
I only read Battletech books. I've read almost nothing for 40k.
Listen, I only read the 40k good wiki, and then I read BattleTech books. That's about it.
You should all read Caiaphas Cain. But anyway, so what was the point of this conversation again?
Because I wasn't I wasn't sure if Molly would actually confirm any information for you if she knew that it would drive you insane.
Fucking nothing
Hey,
drive
I'm-
Jeanne insane.
It
You've seen her
would,
face tank all
unless,
this stuff, and she seems unchanged.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
it would cause insanity to her unless she reactivates the talent.
yeah, but Molly doesn't know in character that she has a talent.
Yeah,
And
I guess as far as Molly can tell in character, Jeanne's will is made of literal adamantium. Nothing can harm her mind. You could actually tell her the origin of the Chaos Gods and she'd be fine.
Yeah, Molly would have seen John literally just brush off all the other shit that's caused insanity in every other character.
Hmm.
Yeah, but again, this is like a fundamental truth is the thing, and Molly, while morose, doesn't want to hurt Jean.
I mean, that's
Again,
a perfectly fair perspective to keep,
Yeah, it is.
and probably a smart one. If
So yeah, that's why I was asking. That's why Molly's just gonna let Jean go without trying to tell her anything more because she doesn't want to hurt Jean.
Yeah. Jeanne will leave this conversation suspicious. Not that Molly's going to hurt the ship, but that Molly might hurt herself. And
The only one who's getting hurt is that fucking Void Dragon. Where's my harpoon?
with a hail of harpoons.
Moby
That's
Void.
basically exactly what I was thinking for part of Molly's new quest.
My boy.
She might be just a little bit taking on a little bit of
Captain
Igon
Ahab.
in her. Igon in her.
bail!
I thought it was Captain Ahab.
We're talking about a dragon and someone that wants to kill a dragon. So the Ahab XP is Igon from Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Ahab
into
is
it.
the OG. Igon is the cooler, newer Ahab.
Yep.
Well, I have not played Shadow of the Erdtree yet, so I wouldn't know.
Well, you need to because
Yeah,
he
you
I
is
don't
the
have.
best part.
I do not have the money.
As compared to all of the DLCs that have come out for FromSoft games, it's one of my favorites. It
Oh,
still
yeah.
can't. It still can't beat. What's it called?
Old Hunters.
I haven't. Don't rub it in. I'm not able to play that. No, it still hasn't beat my favorite DLC of all time, which had Artorias of the Abyss.
Well,
But listen,
interesting
I really
choice.
like that. I really, really like that because it introduced my favorite armor, and one of Artorias of the Abyss is one of my favorite fights in the game, other
Oh,
than
Understandable.
There's the-
what's his name? The Forgotten King.
the
Well,
Nameless
That's
King.
the Nameless King. That one's my
Oh,
favorite.
yes, yes.
Was
Alright,
known as the
anyway.
firstborn of Gwyn. But yeah, no, back to Warhammer.
Yeah, so John will leave suspicious, but let Molly do her own thing for now.
I wonder if I can Merzendi, can I lobby for Hatred Catan?
What
Thing
would
would
that
be
even
fair.
do?
It helps with fear saves.
In what universe are you going to make a
Straight-
melee attack against a
Helps-
Catan?
You can have that for free. You don't need to spend XP on it. You can just have it.
Yeah, it doesn't help. Listen, it might not help me with my hail of harpoons, but it will help me with fear saves against fighting.
That is
Yeah,
not how
against-
that works.
Not in this edition?
No,
Fuck.
all hatred does is give you +10 to weapon skill against a critter.
What?
Damn it.
Here, let me print the
terrible.
card for you.
Yeah.
'cause I have
It's
put it here
terrible,
and
but
it's-
you can have it for free.
Yeah, I mean, hey, might as well. You might at some point need to parry a Catan. Who knows?
Well, no, I'm just going to take it for lore
Yeah,
reasons.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Like hatred
had to-
tyrant is super potentially useful for me.
that is true.
So,
What does that go under? Just custom skills?
Talents.
Talents.
Hatred is a talent.
Oh, it is. Oh my god.
Anyway, yeah.
So, I heard something about a New Year's party.
Yeah, Jeanne is gonna. So once we arrive in the system, how long is it gonna take us to get to Zarsa's station?
It would take, your speed 9, right?
Yes.
Oh, we're
Uh,
fucking fast.
It would take you 6 days to reach the area, to get into boarding range of the Ramilles.
Oh, thank God! Finally, something that's relatively close. Then yeah. Since it is New Year's, Jeanne will just let the ship kind of drift forward at a stately pace for a day, so that most of the crew can remain free to just enjoy a day of rest for New Year's. Officers will get together, have themselves a little, wine and dine party. Jeanne would feel bad about throwing a left party with Molly incommunicado, so
Xiph will, during the party,
Yeah,
find
real
Jeanne
quick,
a bit
before
alone.
you do that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Xiph, darling, could I get you to roll luck?
Probably guess what this is for.
Whoa!
Okay. No, you have
Wait.
no idea what this is for.
I could probably guess it's getting the sick from Kalchev.
No, she can't infect anyone else. This is purely warp shirt. This is something else. Anyway,
Oh.
carry on. I'll get back to you in a little bit.
So Xiph during the party will walk up to Jeanne while she's alone and just ask, "Did you see Molly? Is she okay?"
Yeah, I saw her. I wouldn't call her okay, but she's alive and intact. Unharmed.
Sorry, that like my snooping wanted me to.
I appreciate the sentiment on her behalf. I know she probably wouldn't. She's...
I knew this would happen.
No, it is good that you helped us make this discovery, Xiph. We needed to know, and it would have come out eventually. There's no way we can deal with this problem without facing reality. just sooner than we expected, that's all. Don't blame yourself.
Yeah. Anyway, so I wasn't able to enjoy the last party, but I can do this one. What's this figgy pudding thing I keep hearing about?
Okay, we'll show you all the desserts. But, real quick timey-wimey thing, because I did say this last session, but I forgot to bring it up before we,
You
jump back.
wanted to put them in stasis.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jeanne's gonna bring up, like, hey, look, this is a thing I've been thinking about. I'm not sure if it'll work, or if it will perhaps make you completely vulnerable to the Soul Killer. We've never tried it. But I have some cryopods, and since it's not just one of you disappearing per trip now, it's a whole bunch, I can try to put the rest of you into cold storage for the rest of the trip till we can get home.
Yeah, the majority of them will agree. One, a short, stocky, senior Earth caste computer scientist, will shake his head. I will stay conscious,
Fuck you, Joe.
even if it endangers me. Gave my binding word to Xiph that if he had any further questions, I would do my best to answer them.
If he needs to
Yes.
talk, we can thaw you out. It's unpleasant, but it doesn't take that long.
Better be ready.
Alright. And, I'm sorry about the outburst I understand he had. I don't know the details, but I've done my best to ease his mind. I'm sure you can understand out here, being inexperienced as he is suffering from quite acute post-traumatic stress.
He is young. It is his first time is far from the guidance of Eon. If you had not reacted badly, I would have thought him a saint. Now I know he is just a normal man.
Well said, my friend. I do not know if it will matter to you, but I will keep you in my prayers while we travel.
I do not know the secrets of Guela negative dimensional sciences. But I have heard that in some cases your prayers influence them. So I thank you.
Shall I just give him a shoulder pat and lead the rest down to the cryo bay? Alright. Now we can snap forward. Does Homeboy survive the warp trip?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Good job, Joe.
Damn it.
Alright. And yeah. Partay in the passenger quarters.
Yeah. Could you take a few minutes to roleplay amongst yourselves while I type this thing out?
Oh fuck! Is everyone invited?
Yeah, everyone on the senior staff is invited, and that means you.
Magnificent. I shall put on my finest uniform for this occasion.
Beeps is gonna show up in the room carrying Mizzen.
Aww.
He's a manipulator, so he can in fact carry Mizzen without hurting her.
Oh, I'm sure.
Captain.
Victor,
So-
good to see you.
Hey,
Molly
Vic.
is there, quote unquote, in spirit because she can see through Beep.
In spirit. It is always a pleasure to see you as well, Captain.
Xiph will wave. Hey, Victor.
Yes, yes.
Gotta thank you. I know I do this most of the time I see you, but I want to thank you for the brandy flask again.
Ah, so you have acquired a taste for it, no?
More so, I've been needing it.
At least someone did. I never liked the stuff myself. Detest alcohol. It's not going to waste.
You told me if I'm ever stressed out or thinking too much, just take tiny sips of it.
Well, yes, alcohol tends to help people with that. With stress, amongst other things. Pain, too. But I suggest you do not use it as a painkiller. You'd go through it too quickly.
I use the weird bottles labeled Vicodin for that.
Didn't know that affected your kind. Well. Oh, which reminds me. Thank you for indulging the History Club, Captain. Your contributions to our uniform collections have been noted.
Oh, my pleasure.
I do believe that has lifted the spirit of the man by a margin. To see their captain also indulge in a hobby that us mere mortals do. You know, you as the captain of the ship are viewed in quite a high regard. It's not many vessels that get to say, "Hey, I've seen the captain today." Most captains usually just sulk in their bridges and the upper quarters and never get to interact with the crew.
Well, it is my absolute pleasure to buck the trend.
In such a fashion as well. Or it is just to reprimand someone from the lower decks for not delivering their quarters, so I have to say. You really dig the atmosphere.
I'd prefer to meet my crew in hobby clubs or in the Arboretum if I can. We are...
Take it our presentations are to your liking, then.
Oh, yes. In fact, I
What's
have
this
to say
club
that
about?
Swedish uniform you showed me was quite comfortable. Honestly,
you
I
could
could wear
say-
that all the time.
Yes, you could say it was a bit of divine inspiration.
It was just standing there like, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, here, I took some pictures. Jeanne will just take out her new datapad and, like, pull up a 3D picture of her dressed like a Corollian. With a bunch of, like, mid-deck junior officers and Victor.
That looks interesting.
Yes, well, and so much of the crew of the high officers are archaeologists and history aficionados. We've set up a little club to reenact ancient Earth history. It's quite fun.
Historical accuracy is of absolute paramount.
Well, what is this history here about?
Wars. We only
Yeah.
cover military history of Altera. The other
No.
subjects, not quite as interesting or colorful.
I have learned that in regards to any history that that humans have, it usually involves war. So that's never. So you could probably just say history now.
Slander.
But yes, this is one of ancient Terra's mightiest warrior emperors, Carolus Rex.
Emperor, you're calling that he's not as mighty as the other emperor, right?
No, not the
No one
emperor
is
of
as mighty as him.
mankind. But in ancient days, before the emperor revealed himself, there were many human warlords and kings and emperors that ruled bits and pieces of the world. And just like on your planet, I'm sure.
Or the
Yeah.
galaxy in some cases, but they were swiftly brought to heel.
Indeed, here, and John will flick through a couple of pictures to her dressed as Napoleon. My ancestors come from a part of the world called Occitania, and once upon a time, it was ruled by a squat warlord called Napoleon.
What?
Plus, that size was average back then because people were simply malnourished. They didn't get to grow big enough.
Well, he'd be a squat by today's standards.
He was mostly propaganda back then, but he wasn't particularly tall either. Certainly not when compared to the competition.
Yeah.
It's a little historical facts you find when you're deep in the archives. Oh, gotta love it.
Listen, there's not really a lot of history to go over when it comes to my people. It's pretty bland in comparison to what you guys have.
Oh, I'm sure
Now,
that's
I
not
know for a
true.
fact that is a lie. If a species is capable of achieving space travel, there is history, and that history involves war. It's just your leaders, instead of showing you your violent past and giving you a truthful picture of how the hell you managed to even get to the stars, they're hiding it from you. Make no mistake, that they have a rich history, and it's probably full of war as well. They're just
Much
better
to
at hiding it from you.
much to Victor's surprise, Xiph goes, "Yeah, you're right."
I'm not
Are-
surprised
Ziff,
at all.
Would you like to make a common law Tau test?
Victor, you
This
cannot
this is
surprise Victor.
this is just you, Allah, not knowing a thing rather than Ziff not knowing a thing.
Merz,
Yes.
because I'm writing all this stuff in Necron, can I have that unlocked to pick it up as an Elite Advance? Just a basic.
Yeah. 200 XP.
Okay.
Degrees.
Basic or trained?
Okay. Trained.
Okay.
Ziff. Yeah, you were actually taught about the dread period of the Mont Tau, the time when the four races of the Tau waged deadly war against each other, that was only ended by the coming of the Ethereals. And before that, the dread reign of the Jade Empress, the tyrant of fire who enslaved the other races beneath her, and was only overthrown by all four working as one before they fell back into fighting.
All right. Because I didn't know that. That's why I had Xiph say all that.
Yeah.
Rewind slightly. Xiph will. No. Was I did. I once thought about the time before the Ethereals. There was this big section called the Dread. You said Dread period, or the Dread
It's a
time.
dread time, the Mont Tau.
The Dread period, or more simply, the Montau. It's before all the castes came together. Fire, earth, water, air. And well,
I bet they all fought each other.
They all fought each other until this one person that we simply call the Jade Empress showed up and went to go enslave everybody. It was only after the four castes united together, and probably at the connection of the Ethereals, did we fight back, and well, the system became what it is now.
I wonder how sanitized those records are.
But I already forgot what you told me yet, so I just guessed.
Look,
Yeah, look. It's fine. It's already canonical that Ziff's teacher was really shit.
Captain,
Yeah.
we look upon our military past, and we look at it with pride. It is what forged humanity into what it is. This galaxy-spanning empire, of which there is no other like. They look upon their past with fear and horror. Dread times, they call them. They should be proud of their military achievements instead of shunning them.
Be careful, Victor. There are times in human history we shun even today. The dark age of technology and the long night.
The... how do they call it? Horus Whoopsia, I suppose?
Yes, the
Can I
Great
ask a
Civil War.
question? Can I ask a question, Victor?
Yes.
Humanity had this big, large, sprawling empire and we're the strongest in the galaxy. Why is everything so separated and messed up now?
Oh, that's a
Well,
long one.
I
you wanna
could
start at
tell
the
you about the
Dark
materium and how has affected our logistics and what caused it, but this is this is not a conversation for this joyous occasion, is it now?
Can you sit down with me sometime and
No.
teach me?
I will not tell you about the materium. It is for your own good.
I can
Just
teach you about the more mundane aspects of humanity's past if you're interested.
But sailing through the warp was calm once upon a time. Well, calmer.
well, I mean, according to the stuff I've read, apparently it's really safe for my people to fly ships in through space.
That is because you do not answer it fully.
How couldn't you guys do that to avoid, the blood
To an
raid, the
extent, yes, but, well, think about this, Xiph. How much of the galaxy does your empire cover?
not a lot.
Right. Do you know why that is?
Well, we're new to
Slow
we're new
ships.
to the galactic stage.
Not just that, but your ships at their top speed move half to a third as fast as an Imperial vessel on average. You simply can't cover the ground we can. And you've seen how fast the Pride gets to places. Sometimes we go backwards in time, we're so fast.
Yeah, but
Xiph, you can roll another Common War Tower, this time at a -20.
one moment.
Come on, come on.
Let's see what we can do. Ooh.
Okay, carry on.
Oh, yeah, that may be the case, but at least we don't have people randomly disappearing, or sometimes whole fleets just going gone.
Oh, you do. You just hide it better. And it's
I mean-
more infrequent.
Isn't the phrase "slow but steady wins the race"?
I
It
wanna see
does,
you winning a
in
war
certain-
steady and slowly.
In some cases, that's true, but when you're talking about trying to resupply an army or to beat your foes to a critical objective, speed wins.
Is Joe here?
Oh, I gotta say probably not.
That's fair.
Especially
this
because
is,
Ziff probably would be
This is a private event.
Yeah, it's a private event, like Xiph, only by virtue of being a player character, really. Being part of the inner retinue gets to be here.
If it's
Like-
tolerated because of the favor you show to him, the others are not.
Yeah, like, if a Shadra was on this ship with her retinue, like, she could come, but not her random ranger dudes, for example.
Don't say anyone but like a Sadra, even in character.
So what's your favorite period of history, Victor?
I'm more partial to musket warfare. So I'd
Musket.
say anywhere from the 14th to the 18th century. Good stuff, good stuff.
What's
I'm
a
also
musket?
impartial to knights stabbing each other.
Don't mind me asking, what's a musket?
I'm glad you asked. I pull one out. This is a brown bess musket. Well, that is a replica. I don't think any have survived from Altera. This is essentially an old-timey cannon. You insert powder in the pan back here. There's a little flint that sparks and ignites it, and then you insert the rest of the powder in the tube. Then you put this little lead ball down the tube, push it all down, and cock it. We now pull the trigger, which will ignite the powder and chemically project this lead ball into some unfortunate individual.
Can I try holding it if that's okay with you?
Let me unload it first.
I thought you said it can't fire.
I just loaded it in front of you with gunpowder.
Oh, is the flint inside real?
Yes, which is why I'm also going to remove the flint.
So it's not a replica, that it's a real musket.
It's a replica of a specific pattern that once existed in history. It
What
is
do
a
you
real
think
functioning
replica
firearm.
means? All the firearms I order are quite real and very capable of killing people if I so decided to have them do that. Of course, they are rather inaccurate. The range is limited, the accuracy is bloody terrible, and they act better as spears. But I don't have enough bayonets for all of them. I have 500 muskets, but only 381 bayonets.
After Victor disarms the gun and hands it to Xiph, Xiph is gonna inspect it. Gonna, like, with proper gun safety, aim down the sights, not at anybody. You do not point a gun, unloaded or no, at somebody.
I'm so proud of you.
Xiph, it was the best shot in his school. And it's like, looks like you have to eyeball it with the sights, because I don't really see
The
anything
barely
on
any
this.
sights to begin with.
I know,
This
that's...
gun was so inaccurate that it didn't really matter. Back then, warriors depended on volleys to overwhelm the enemy's morale and kill the occasional number from the enemy line, which is why warfare was conducted in such a manner.
Wait,
And
are
after a few particularly good volleys, you would either fix bayonets and make a charge or wait for the cavalry to sweep in and break the enemy morale. Because that's how most fights ended. It was never down to the man.
Wait, are you
One
saying
side would
they...
start running and then the other side would start chasing.
Are you saying that both sides would stand still and then shoot at each other?
In lines, and there would be ranks forming. Because, as you can imagine, this thing takes quite a while to reload. After the first rank would fire, they would crouch down, and then the second rank would fire. And after the second one was done firing, then the third rank would fire, and go so on and so forth. This is still a tactic our military uses to this very day. Although with much more efficient and effective weapons.
If you don't... forgive me for voicing my opinion as you would call it, unknowledgeable Xeno, but that kind of sounds a bit silly.
Well, I don't see your people winning any galaxy winning and spire wars, now do they? No, it is very silly though.
First rank, second rank fire is actually quite necessary and effective.
Depending on who you're fighting.
Yes.
Good against orcs. Very good against the griblids that like to bite at our troops. Very bad against people with artillery.
Well, yeah, with you know, the las guns and other stuff you have now, it'd probably be very effective, but with those, probably not.
No, the
If
point
the
wasn't
enemy
to
has
be effective for
artillery,
the musket.
generally you don't want to be sitting in lines.
Yes. With our las guns, the triplex pattern my troops standard issue, Jeanne will just like blindly reach behind her till she finds a fucking random guard and just yoink his triplex. And this thing has a charge mode that requires it to be stood very still and fires a very precise shot that, as long as you're aiming, has the potential to breach even Astartes' armor. But
So, like my gun.
right, exactly. But I can't exactly equip all of my troops with Tau pulse rifles. So we make do with these, and they're perfectly effective carbines in close quarters. But it's when you use the charge mode that they really shine. And they start hitting almost as hard as Ceiko's sniper bolter.
I wanted to ask him if I could try firing that one time.
It
Let him
might
try the
unironically explode your hand. Bolters have very temperamental machine spirits.
Oh, they also have mines in their guns?
Oh yes. Astartes bolters absolutely will blow you up. Other bolters, maybe. I wouldn't risk it.
Speaking of bolters, I should get mine checked by an NGC at some point.
Mind what?
Captain, you remember those times we encountered warp entities?
Yes.
I get a feeling that this particular bolter I have somewhat randomly procured has an unique ability to dispel them. That was not at all the intention when I initially bought it.
Well, that is the nature of a condemner. Actually, Victor, guess what I bought last time we were at Kane's Will?
I couldn't possibly guess.
I found another condemner on Piety Bay.
That is highly suspicious. Why are there so many condemners all of a sudden?
Probably because we're out here in a hellscape full of monsters.
Mm.
And most of the
Well,
people who would have been using them died.
If you wish someone to provide you with sanctified steaks, I have made a procurement from my own trusted sources. I have quite a few, and I can share, and I also possess vengeance bolt rounds if you feel safe enough to use them.
I did get some of those to go with it, because I saw how effective they were. I wasn't sure if it was the sanctification or the specialist ammo.
Probably both, to be honest, considering the nature of the threats we are facing.
I would like to try and fire a bolter at least once. See how it feels.
Well, you can ask the captain to give you permission to go down to the training posts and fire some of the bolters we have with Yamsman. No responsibility, though, if you get your arms blown off. I'll be on you.
I think we have one lock pattern I bought for Private Lucas somewhere?
Yes, that is what I used to conduct my training on.
Right, yes.
Well, what if I, do what Molly and the other guys do, which is, kind of take care of the gun, do the prey stuff, and then fire it after, like, a few weeks of bonding with it.
Who knows, maybe it hates your target more than it hates you.
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure a loyalty spirit in the grip doesn't care if you bond with it. If you're not human, it probably will just blow up on you, but I don't know if these have them or not, because I'm not a weapon tech. So don't take my word for it. Consult a tech priest.
Is there other
Maybe
tech
two
priests?
tech priests.
Do we have
I
another
usually
tech
consult with
priest?
3. I don't trust the buggers.
There
Don't
is a
trust
whole
Molly?
conclave of them down in engineering. Which, I actually haven't talked to them in like 3 months. I hope they're all okay down there. I usually just leave that
I've
to
never
Molly.
been down there.
I trust Molly, and that's about it. She's the only one that's shown enough competence for my liking.
Oh, my engineers
Yeah.
are great, I'll have you know. But
Not very social fellows, though.
that's true. But yes, also Xiph, they'll probably shoot you if you try and go into their sanctum. Honestly, I'm surprised they
Yeah.
don't shoot me.
Molly, yeah, and the thing about asking Molly, the last time I tried talking to Molly about guns and stuff, she got a little bit mad.
Tech
kept
priests are
asking- I
very
kept-
territorial about their tech.
Well, no, what I asked is if it's in if it's in her gun and all the other guns, is there a machine spirit in my gun? And she kind of got.
Ooh.
I was just asking questions. I was curious. I never
No,
met
I
a
get
tech
it.
priest.
Honestly, I don't know the answer. Otherwise, I would.
That's why I
tell
asked
you.
her.
How about you ask one of your own people? You have some of them on the
They
ship.
don't even believe in machine spirits.
Exactly. If they don't believe, then it probably is a soulless gun with no spirit.
Personally,
Because it's made by
tracks.
them.
I'm not in any mood to talk to my people right now.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Yet you talk to me.
Yeah, well, we like you.
Has a small smile at that.
You are
I'll
the most
drink
tolerable
to
Xeno I know of.
guns in all their
Exactly.
forms. May they blast apart the enemies of righteousness, wherever they may be found.
Well, if it means anything to you guys, I consider you and the crew my people now.
No,
Until something
What do you
else
mean
happens.
now? We've been traveling for the better part of, 2 years?
only
2
one
and a half?
almost.
Well,
Took you this long? I'm almost
you-
insulted. Oh,
would you say that the Imperium is your people, or is the crew your people?
my loyalty first and foremost lies with my noble house, and then with the ship, the captain, and its crew.
I was saying that my loyalties went to the captain and the ship is kind of higher than my own race right now, based on recent experiences. I'm not going to forsake them, but it's just...
I don't believe you have anywhere else to go anyways. Especially when you're in this side of the galaxy. It's not like you can walk back through the gate if you don't like the assignment. You're stuck with us. Enjoy it.
There's been a few hiccups and terrible things, but overall it's been pretty pleasant.
Yes, you haven't blown your brains out in your first warp travel. It's pretty good. How is that, by the way? You gotten used to it yet?
I've gotten used to it, yeah. I
Good.
had my first... What was it? What happened in the astropath room?
That would be a peril of the warp, I think they call it.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I didn't know it could rain blood.
That's not the worst thing that could have happened.
I was
Should
told
I
that.
tell him, Captain?
No, let's let Xiph find out on his own. Or better
I
yet,
don't
never
think
do.
any of us want to find out, to
No,
be honest.
Kaljev told me a few, saying that wasn't the worst one she's been in.
Xiph, my beloved associates, I would like you to do me a favor. When you see a psyker trying to use psychic powers when they're not absolutely necessary, do everything in your power to deter them. May lead to their unfortunate and untimely demise.
But what if I tell them to use the power
No,
or something?
if it's not absolutely necessary, you should not be invoking those powers, and they should not be invoking those powers either.
And
Which
do you
reminds me, I
also-
should ask for the context. When did this happen? Was it an astropathic message?
just before we flew, we had to send a
Oh, well.
big message.
I guess it couldn't be helped if it was a message.
But Victor, you do know that I'm dating one of the astropaths, right?
Yes, and I don't care. Your sex life is your own personal business. I do not want to hear about your freaky xenosex with the mutant.
Didn't you say when we first met you're a mutant too?
No, I changed my mind.
Xiph like tapped his own forehead and gestured to Victor because I don't see John or any of the others with that.
Just to interject here, several of the other officers of the party are now starting to watch this conversation, especially when Xiph goes to tap his head. That's just. Ooh, is this going to go entertainingly?
Yeah, like,
I'm
Jeanne
pretty
is
sure-
stepping out of the cone arc from Xiph.
I'm pretty sure that
I am
Victor
very
knows.
amused.
I think Victor knows that Xiph is kind of harmless and is just curious. Because he doesn't care that he's a mutant or a navigator. He's only afraid of him in the way you'd be afraid of, if there's a gun pointed at you, which ironically enough is kind of what's happening.
Yeah, there is a
But-
Yeah, but
metaphorical
Yeah,
gun
but
pointed
you're-
right at you.
Let me get this clear. You
your
want me to
problem is-
remove this?
No, Victor, no one wants you to do that, especially not Xiph. John will just kick him in the leg.
Are you sure about that, Captain? He seems to be intrigued.
You're already. I was kind of already saw in one of our first combat encounters your eye kind of fucking up one of those ghost things, so I already know about it. I'm just, saying, like, you said when we first met, you said you were a mutant when I asked about the eye.
Yes, I technically am. However, my mutation is far more valuable, and it doesn't make me, well, I'm going to say it, explode if I try to invoke my powers. It makes other people explode. It's very convenient.
do navigators even consider themselves mutants?
Oh yeah, Victor does.
Why Xiph
Most
bringing
of
it up?
them do, yeah.
Victor knows that
Because
he's
I was reading
one
they
bad.
just believed themselves better psychers.
He knows he's not a psyker. He knows he cannot invoke the perils of the warp. At least Victor. I can't speak about all other navigators. And he also knows that he's just one bad mutation away from just turning into a literal monster with no fucking hair,
Well,
on any part of his body and no distinguishing features. Just
But-
just a ball that is there to navigate the ship.
while we're on the topic of your eye, does it hurt when you open it?
I will not answer questions about my condition. They are classified. The nature of my being and all the intricacies that go into being a navigator are very, very closely kept secrets, both by the Imperium and by each noble house that produces us.
I hope it doesn't hurt.
If I were to open my eye, there wouldn't be a single thing in the galaxy that would stop it from hurting you and everyone else around me.
I like it when my friends are in pain, so
Oh, no, no. It's not the pain you should worry about. It's not the pain at all. There are worse fates than death out there.
I'm well aware of that. Xiph stares off, and John could probably tell what Xip's thinking of right now.
Oh, no, I don't.
No,
It's
Xip's
fine.
not saying that out loud. Xip's not saying that out loud. He's going, he's like just staring off at the floor. It's like, I know there's worse things.
Oh, do you? Excellent. Then I do not need to elaborate. Not that I would.
I don't wish discomfort for you.
Captain of taking off the eyelid.
What? Why? What did I say?
Jeanne's like sitting and like has sat down by now and is listening to something on her datapad.
Oh, no, I'm kidding.
Just
Just want to see
gonna
if I could get a
glance.
reaction out of her. She seems focused with that pad. Ah, you whippersnappers, back in my day, we weren't granted pads by the planetary governor. So we had to actually talk to each other at parties.
One moment, Victor. Xiph takes out that Imperium slang book and starts going through it. Oh, that's what whippersnapper means. Oh, I know. He'll put the book back in his pocket. What?
Glad to see you learning new things every day.
Yeah, I even used a word without context. I used bamboozle. Sounds
I
really
am
funny.
shocked that your fancy little whatever it is don't automatically translate all of this for you.
Xiph speaks Low Gothic naturally.
So you
You
people
don't-
struggle with the language. It's good to see, however, that you do not.
Xiph has been speaking normal Low Gothic without his microbead since you met him.
I don't know, I've remembered you talking with your suit on.
His suit's on, but not his helmet. His helmet's the one with the translator.
He just assumes it was some tech bullshit. He doesn't know technology. He doesn't even know Imperial technology. He can barely operate Windows XP.
Victor, I can speak Low Gothic. I was taught it.
Honestly, that
Quite
is slightly
fluently.
surprising to me, but it is a pleasant surprise. I don't get many of those nowadays.
I think my own people kind of scoff at me. I apparently learned the Guela language. Yet I'm
Xiph.
Like all town, almost all town in this
once
sector
again.
know.
Once again didn't know that, so just ignore that.
As again,
Xiph.
Victor
Xiph.
doesn't talk to other Tau.
Xiph.
Yes.
You said
Oh,
your
yeah?
parents are on Corellia, right?
Yep, that's where I grew up.
Hmm.
Why? Did something happen?
Apparently there's a plague outbreak in the Gothic sector. On Corellia.
What?
Ooh, what
What?
sort of plague? Is it physical or metaphysical? It's perhaps what I'm asking.
Physical. It has
Oh,
a
those are rather boring.
chance
Does-
of organ failure.
Does it also affect? Does it affect both Tau and human?
Yes. It seems more severe in your race, but both races have a susceptibility.
Well, that's par for the course in the hive.
Yes.
It would be very funny if it wasn't even Eloa. It's just some Tau went to a hive city on vacation, came back.
Fucking
If,
Just a horrible
in-
hive diseases.
Endeavor spread some sort of horrible human STD by accident.
Zeph runs a hand through his hair.
No.
As,
Oh, Maris? Can we even
Yeah?
get protect from demon host STDs?
She wasn't a
Those
nerd
aren't
demon host. It's
relevant
fine.
right now, though.
Zeph looks packed for a second, looks like he's about to bolt before taking a deep breath, running his hand through his hair, says, "No, not today.
Calm
Not
down.
today. It's
Calm
nothing.
down.
It's nothing I could do."
The Tau have already been told to begin quarantining themselves.
I'll check later and
Quarantine.
see if Kalchev doesn't mind sending a message for me.
Back in my
Yes.
day, they just told us to get back to work. Well, not us, but the menials. So what if a couple of them die from the plague? Statistically, most of them will survive and develop an immunity to it. The ones that die are too weak and shouldn't be concerned with.
That is how diseases usually work.
That's,
Exactly.
you have my permission to send a personal message back home if you want to check on your folks.
Sif,
kinda-
wait. Would you like to roll scrutiny for me?
On who?
On Jeanne?
Given recent stuff, Zeph kinda will.
Okay.
for them-
Would you like to
for-
re-roll that?
I will use a fate point. Yes.
Oh man.
Oh
Me
boy.
as a
John, would
player,
you
I
like
would-
to try to roll deceive to, Because you weren't talking... You didn't mention quite the scale of the difference between humans and a Tau.
No, I didn't. Didn't really see a point in it.
Zeph,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Ziph, you can tell, Jean is holding something back.
I was gonna roll deceive. Hold on.
Okay, sure.
oh, but are you gonna try and prove Joe right that you guys do hide stuff from Zeph?
Hold on.
Guys,
I'd
promise
like
be
to say I
100%
want to roll
honest.
scrutiny, but Victor doesn't care.
Whoa!
It could be his own fucking home that has
Would
no
you
plague,
like
he
to
wouldn't care.
re-roll that?
Nah, that's fine.
Also, you're at a party, and it's not, it's common etiquette not to go
Yeah,
too deep in bad details.
Yeah. It's just...
Yeah, John's
Yeah.
not deceiving it to be like, haha, stupid Tau, but more like, this isn't appropriate right now.
Yeah, I think he can tell that as well, yeah. Ziph, Jean is not saying something, but not from a malicious perspective. She's holding something back for a non-hostile reason.
Zeph will just stare at John for a few minutes. Or not for a few minutes, for a few seconds.
Minutes
Slowly.
go by.
And
Staring is intense.
John will Zeph will then just blink slowly and says, "After the party we talk."
Sure, that sounds good.
Don't wanna as I said, there's nothing I could do about it from here, so might as well just enjoy the party right now, right?
Yeah. Just relax. I'm sorry I brought it up. It's instinctive.
No, I appreciate it. You don't hide things from me for silly reasons. If I
I'll try
ask,
not
you'll
to.
tell me. And I know that when I ask after the party, you'll tell me what's really happening.
As far as I know, which admittedly isn't much right now.
Well, you already know from me. Kind of glances at Victor before looking back at John, saying, "And I do like asking things and learning about anything, small or large."
Yes, you do. Yeah, Jean will sippy her drink and go back to enjoying the party and try not to think about that for right now. Nothing
Where's
you
the
can do
picky
about it.
pudding?
Yeah. Is there anything else people want to accomplish at party?
Well, I can't think of what else I could accomplish in the party.
Winter, would you like to do anything at the party?
Would you like a musket, Ozcar? A little present.
Fucking Xiph and
Yes,
Oscar
yes,
have
I
a
would.
Xiph and Oscar have a musket firing competition.
An ancient relic from old Terra. May it serve your display case well, because I don't see how you would ever take this into the battlefield.
Yeah.
And if
No,
you
this is-
also desire to be part of the History Club, I will formally extend an invitation to you with a commission for captaincy.
Can I have one too?
No, you're a Xeno. You would ruin History Club. You're not a human. Xenos didn't
I-
exist on
I
Terra.
mean,
Go away.
I mean a musket. You gave one to Oscar.
Oh, yes, I guess I could give you a bloody musket. It don't cost anything. You want win with or without a bayonet?
Bayonet?
It's a pointy beat on the end that you use to stab people with. It says it turns the weapon to a spear.
I would have thought there'd be a chainsaw at the end of it. But it's just a
No,
knife.
no such things existed back then. We didn't have the technology for a bloody chainsaw. Or any sort of combustion engine. Or engine in general. Besides steam engines. But those are rather large and cumbersome. Well, come to think of it, there's no internal combustion, so by external combustion engines it wouldn't qualify. Yes, you can have a bloody musket. I'll send one over to you.
I'll have one without the bayonet if you don't mind.
Good, I'm asking because I don't have enough bayonets for everyone.
Don't have bayonets for days?
As I said, 381 I think it was. That's counting mine as well. For 500 muskets. It's just not enough to go around. Only the first rankers get them. And the second rankers.
If you think about it, that just adds verisimilitude.
Yeah, I suppose it does. And depending on
Anyway,
some of
yes,
this...
I'd love to join the history club.
Yes!
Excellent. I'll note your name down and put you in the mailing list. Excellent.
It kind of looks a little dejected and says, I wish I could be in a club.
And eventually we may be able to disguise you as a human so convincingly that not even Victor notices he invited a Tau.
You want to do fucking human face on Xiph?
We just put him in a horse suit, disguise him as the part of the cavalry, but not the rider.
And see, and someone,
That's mean.
Give it
It's
like
a-
40 sessions before we open up that much.
and someone looks at this horse like, that's a weird fucking horse, and Jeff Pack says, "Nay."
It's a hard no for right now, but it's not a hard no forever.
So one day the crew will like Xiph as one of their own, like just naturally. Do not care about alienism.
One day. We're
One
not
day.
rushing it.
One day in a year that may be in the 30s. You'll see.
It was a struggle for Victor to convince himself to bring the captain, to let the captain play. She's a woman. Historically, there weren't many of them in the battlefield. But you know what? Fuck it. They're the captain. How the fuck are you gonna say no to them?
Oh, I thought it was just a history club where like they sit around and talk about textbooks and
No, it's
stuff.
historical
we're shooting
reenactment.
each other with
It's l-
guns.
You're LARPing.
That don't have any musket balls in them, and doing
Or
fake
LARPing.
bayonet charges and beat the shit out of each other.
LARPing.
Yeah, it's a LARP club.
It's exactly what it is, but fucking Victor cannot call it the LARP club because it's gonna hurt his ego.
No, it's the Historical Reenactment Society, clearly.
Exactly. But yeah, no, it's just LARP.
Okay.
Every
But a
man
different-
is a hobby, even this idiot.
Fortunately, Jeanne's hobby got sucked into the fucking warp, but...
Oh,
It's fine, it's fine. It's an
Lingerie.
excuse for sweaters and skirts.
To go shopping again.
Yeah, so
Oh, look at all this space I have on my fucking wardrobe now.
maybe there will be a lingerie shop on the Ramilles-class somewhere.
Xiph now
Fuck
looks
you,
dejected.
Slanesh.
Xiph looks dejected again. It ate Kalachev, whatever it was.
Oh, poor
I don't know
Betty.
why. I don't even know why she gave me her underwear. but it was something she gave me.
She...
Well, I gave you a musket. My
Aw.
gift is much cooler than his.
Oh, that's sweet. It's a tradition amongst human women.
Give them their partner's underwear?
Yes.
Something to
But
remember the
why?
encounter by.
Oh, we're
Yes.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'd always remember my encounters with her.
I can only say I'm happy that Katz's was back on left.
We simply like keepsake.
We're a sentimental bunch.
Can definitely understand that. So, I guess we should get back to the party.
Yes, let's celebrate. Bring in the new year with style.
What year is it anyway? Just cut
Fuck
off there.
knows.
Just cut off there.
By oh, you do have your local count.
Yes.
It is M42030.
Yep. Right, so you said it's 6 days to,
Yeah. So didn't you want to?
yeah, so...
Didn't
well,
Xiph want talk after party?
that's true. If he, if that needs to be a played scene versus Jeanne just showing him the email.
I feel like
Oh.
Xip's reaction needs to be played out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, after the party, a slightly tipsy Jeanne with mildly smudged makeup will let Xiph, pull her attention away from Kitty.
John, your lipstick is
Oh,
Kinda
I know,
makes it
and it's
look
going
like-
to get
Yeah.
a lot worse in a couple of hours.
oh, you're doing mouth things with yeah, okay. So about you kind of were looking a bit off when you were telling me the news earlier.
Oh.
What couldn't you not tell me at the party?
Yeah, you asked if humans and Tau were both susceptible to the disease spreading?
Yeah?
Tau looked like they pulled the real short end of the stick. About 50 times the mortality rate.
If Ziff just takes a step back, bumping into the wall, and just rubs his head like, you mean the tower dying more?
Quite a bit more, yes. Different diseases have different effects on different creatures. It's the unfortunate nature of things.
How the hell did a virus like that even show up unless Ziff stops?
There's enough planets where humans and Tau cohabitate now. It's possible a human disease mutated and caught on to them.
You should just show him the data logs of the last time a plague swept through the sector.
Ziff, thinking about, but what if it was made
What?
on purpose?
I mean, anything's possible, but who knows? I wouldn't worry about it. Nothing we can do about it out here.
I'll just have to call and see if my mom's fine.
Yeah, like I said, you have my permission to make a personal astropathic relay, if you like.
Alright, I'm going to be quite honest, Captain. I probably would have done it without your permission. I would ask Kalcha for the favor.
I mean, that's fair, but I'd be very upset with her if she granted it.
Yeah, sorry. But,
I'm sure crewmen ask them all the time. It would just be her responsibility to say no. Or at least ask me. But yes, you go ahead. I'll forward a copy of the message to your pad and to all the medics on the ship. It's possible
she's-
that it'll spread to this part of the galaxy too, through the gate, so we should take precautions.
I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna probably wait another days before I ask Kalchev because she's still kind of recovering.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also worth noting that we got this message before it was actually sent because fuck you, warp magic.
So it technically hasn't happened yet.
I suppose technically you could, if Kalcha sends a message and then it goes back in time, maybe it could prevent the plague somewhere, but probably not.
I don't expect it to prevent the plague, especially with some of the stuff I know about time. Probably not best to try and actively change your own future.
I mean, it wouldn't be trying to actively, it just might happen anyway. No.
Maybe.
Anyway, yeah, I'll forward it to you in the morning. I'm gonna... Oh, you know, on second thought, that makeup thing, I might just go to bed. I'm pooped.
Ziph will be like,
Well,
Captain,
you'll
what-
have some pillows here, Jeanne.
Oh, well, if you put it like that...
Before John walks away, Ziph is gonna, Captain, one more thing.
Oh, yes, Sif?
Ziph will, give John a quick hug for, taking a few steps away and say, thank you for being honest with me.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, she'll
Oh,
just
go
muss
it.
his hair.
Ziph will, then look at Cats and say, look at Cats, and then look back at John and says, well, I should leave you to your pillows, and gives Cats a wink before, walking off.
She gives Xiph a little up nod in return.
Yes, Cats doesn't hate Ziph either. Anyway, so
I mean,
that's
him pulling bits of shrapnel out of her ass did help them bond.
could only imagine she's like, ow, it's like, listen, if you keep squirming, it's gonna go in deeper, so please just calm down.
I feel
think
like
with how
Cats...
Cats has been played, she wouldn't have been squirming from pain.
Ooh.
Oh, Ziv is like, then Ziv goes, why are you making these noises? It's the same noises I hear from these are the same noises I hear from John sometimes. It's really weird.
Do not question the moaning ones. He is all wise and benevolent.
But yeah, now I have that fucking that fucking like that scene in my head. But I guess continuing on, what more could we do this day?
Well, you can get to Ramilles-class Star Fort if there is nothing else, during the travel you would like to do.
I'm so sad that none of you gave Beeps a little glass of Sacred Unguents.
I didn't. I
splash it
saw
on
that.
his face.
I fucking. Why would I bother?
To be fair, Ziv wouldn't know it could drink.
Okay,
No,
straight.
it's
The
gonna
big
splash
problem
on
is
his face.
here. Do you really think any of us are carrying sacred onguents, or even know
Yeah,
what those
that's-
are?
I mean,
I
what
don't
they
have
are.
tech
I
use.
I
If
do
you-
think one of like the one of the were there waiters at this, or was it a bit more casual?
Definitely more casual. That's Jean's speed.
Stray, I would tell you though, if Ziff knew about that, he would have.
Alas, he
Alas.
knows not the
I'm
bonding
sorry. I made
rituals
this
of the
guy.
Mechanicum.
Made this guy completely tech illiterate on purpose. Doesn't even know how to use a fucking data pad. He struggles with Windows XP. He's like that 80-year-old man that doesn't know how to use his phone. And he's only 60.
It's okay, my parents are in their 60s. They don't know how to use their phones either.
That's
Isn't-
exactly how I made Victor.
Isn't
A
isn't
boomer.
the age 60 pretty high for this
No.
space fair?
Oh no,
No.
definitely not for
So-
navigators. Without Rejuvenat, navigators can live for 400 years old.
I don't think that's without Rejuvenat.
Nope, I just looked it up and I was just on that page and I was surprised too. Without Rejuvenat, yeah, navigators can live for like 400 years.
I
Anyways,
assume
I
that
have a long and
enough.
miserable life ahead of me. That's
I
why I made
assume
myself
that's-
like 59 when I started this campaign.
I assume the
It's-
Rejuvenate is the young drug.
Yes. It's just for, for normal people, like 400 is the upper end of what Rejuvenate gets them.
Well, they're lessers, and I'm greater.
Yes, and then the Mechanicum can live for, like, several hundred years longer, even without any of their cheatsy doodles that give them actual immortality.
From the good wiki.
That's how you spell that.
Jesus.
But yeah, um, I guess I will put another call out. Winter, is there anything you would like to do while the ship is in transit?
Nah,
Flirt with Molly.
flirt with Molly.
I do not.
Out of everyone who could possibly break into Molly's room, it would be a Ceiko.
I am currently stewing in my hate.
She's going.
Oh.
Molly's going through her hot topic phase. You gotta give her a little time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll flirt with Molly when she's feeling a little better.
Comes
And
out. She comes out with green eyes, glowing green Necron tattoos. Listen, it's just a phase. Just let it happen.
I think you wildly misunderstood what's going on here.
Yeah, no, she wants to.
We'll
She
see.
wants to kill the Omniziah for feeling
Anyway.
betrayed.
Anyway, well, we'll see when we see. For now, yeah, we can move it forward. So I make that then the 5th of January.
If it's 6 days to get there, and we did take 1 day of like slow boating to let the crew rest, so it'll probably be the 6th.
Okay. Yeah, if party day was slow boating, then yes.
Yeah, just letting the crew have a day off too.
Yeah.
Well,
On the 6th, you're going to get another astropathic message. This one, yeah, again, Jeanne, you'll get a non-urgent ping on your datapad.
Oh boy.
Astropathic message fragment received.
Alright, let's have it.
It's wideband, tagged to all Imperials. Unfortunately, a lot of the message is missing.
Oof. Does the name Mortister mean anything to me? If not, I'm going down to the library.
Yeah, it was, whoops. My walking stick over. Yeah. It is mentioned in the Night Lord's ship logs. Though just as a name, there isn't any meaning with it.
Any relative location?
No, as I said, there is no meaning with it.
Okay, it's just... Is it... What is the context of it being listed? If any. Like, is it
It's a
listed?
place,
Okay,
but you can't tell if it's, like... You can't tell if that's, like, a place on one of the other ships, if it's a planet, if it's a station, or if it's what.
Okay, well... is it possible to reference the name of this Ramilles class in the Texan archives?
You don't currently have that.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Wait, I don't have the archive, or I don't have the
The name.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
I mean, you can get it. It is painted on the side, but
Oh, we'll get there when we get there. I'm not getting into visual range just yet. Well, Jeanne is definitely
yeah.
going to be parking outside of like maximum weapons range to do some detailed scans, if nothing else.
I think your detailed scan range is actually less than its maximum weapon range.
Well, Jeanne doesn't know that's necessarily, so she'll be parking at the maximum for her detailed scans anyway.
Fair enough. And I assume, doing this in silent running. So
Yeah.
you have that ability.
Yeah, once we get into like maximum torpedo range, John will put us into silent running and then just sneak up close and probably once again doing that, space y-axis thing where we come in below the thing. So most of its guns aren't in arc of us.
I mean, it does have guns on the top and bottom.
I'm sure, but if we come at it straight on, the top and the bottom guns can both shoot at us.
Yeah. And also the massive side guns.
Yes, so
If you come at it from underneath, just the side guns and the bottom guns.
that's a 33% reduction in guns.
Actually, like a 50% reduction in guns.
Outstanding. So yeah, go on silent running, then alter course to just kind of putter down underneath. And then we can do some scans.
So, Molly,
So this would be
does the
Ceiko now. Oh, sorry.
hold on.
Sorry.
Does the promise of an ancient archaeotech fortress lure you out of your miserable reverie?
I still remain an archaeotechnologist, so yes. I need weapons.
Mm.
So Molly goes to the bridge.
Well, there's no one on
Sounds
the bridge
like
right now.
it. I mean,
Yeah, I
everyone
was just thinking, if
should
this
be.
doesn't drag her out of her hole, I was going to drag her out of her hole.
I'm pretty sure we all would have gone there very concerned because you're like, there's ancient tech here and Molly's not here for the scans. Okay, something's horrifically wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I could just say when Molly enters the bridge.
Also, Merz, real quick.
I suppose let's go with that. Yes.
It would take a lot less astropathic time to send a message like directly to Mayror, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
He is also just. Well, it would take a bit less, but unfortunately, not. It doesn't get any. It doesn't go down to scale any.
Okay,
As
fair enough.
you're no longer in Kane's will, so
I
you
see,
can
that's the
no
problem.
longer. Or rather, you're no longer in Kane's garden, so you can no longer cheat the distance by going directly through the hole.
Oh,
you've
that's the problem. This is actually going all the way to the Gothic sector in a straight line now.
Oh no! It is go. If it was that, then we'd be talking 1d5 months, not 1d5 weeks.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Just have to steer
but,
it through the halls in
yeah.
a straight line.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's more like
bounce it around.
per each subsector that it goes through.
Well, because of the proximity to the hole when you're in Kane's garden, I let you count as being in the same sector.
Okay. I see.
But when you're out, yeah, you've got to send it through a subsector here and then through the hole and then through other subsectors. So that counts as being the next sector over.
Okay, understood. Thank you for the clarification.
It's all right. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have expected you to have read anything about the astropathic stuff, so
Yeah, if it doesn't concern me in any real way, shape, or form. I usually just kind of leave that to you.
Yeah. So I was expecting you to need to ask if you ever started to care about how long it took.
Yeah. I was going to send something to Mayror unrelated to all this, but considering it'll just arrive at the same time now, that can wait. Be incredible mood whiplash.
I mean, that's just standard for him. Anyway, yes, so. The crew gathers on the bridge. And even Molly enters.
Xiph will run up to Molly and say, "Oh, Molly, you're okay? Are you doing all right?"
I am fine.
Still talking funny, so take your word for it.
Hmm. What are we looking at?
We are looking at a Ramilles-class Star Fort. We're about to do our first detailed scans. Speaking of which, Ceiko, time to shine.
Yep.
Maybe some of
Okay.
that-
So,
What bonus do I have here?
this is a 12, then you have 2 people assisting you, and then Jeanne's bonus, so this will be a 42. Nice.
Yeah.
Right. So, how much information does 4 degrees of success get you on focused augury? I think it's a lot.
Probably. Let me look real quick.
Probably.
I have the thing up here. So, display, damn you. Okay, so it gets us all the information at 4 degrees. So all essential components, all weapon components, all augur rays, void shields, combat related components, and okay, yeah, 3 degrees is all components aboard the target ship. Period. Is full stop.
Excellent. All right. So, yeah. First thing you can get is that this is named the Infinite Justice.
Oh, that's good.
It bears the sign of the Imperial Aquila.
Oh.
The bat-winged skull of the Night Lords.
Oh no.
Oh.
And the specific and the same specific variant Aquila, the winged Imperialis, you saw aboard the Merkin ships associated with the 601st Expeditionary Fleet.
That makes sense.
Second off, this is big. This is very big. This is larger
How
than
big is it?
moons.
What the
This is
fuck?
100 kilometers across.
Cool.
Is this a fucking Grand Cruiser battleship?
This is a Ramilles-class Star Fort, Snippy.
What the f...
Xiph,
This is this is like the thing that that Grand Cruisers come and sit at when they've been bullied. This is
Okay.
the thing battleships come and sit at when they've been bullied.
Okay, so it's like a phalanx, okay.
Yes, this is the Ramilles class is the largest ever void-going construct created by the Imperium. The phalanx does not count as it was not created by the Imperium. It predated it.
Okay, you're right. It does predate the Imperium.
permission to speak freely, Captain?
Go ahead, Xiph.
guys are really excessive with your stuff. That's kind of that's unnecessarily big.
Oh no, Xiph. This one is exactly the size it needs to be. This is the sort of star fort that we construct to support entire battle fleets.
I mean, there's ships in there too.
There could be. I doubt it at this stage, but
Yeah.
when these
Isn't that
things
the...
are transported and put into the field, yes, whole squadrons of cruisers and battleships can dock there. You could easily fit
Sounds-
escorts inside of it. The Pride could probably fly inside of it if we wanted to.
Sounds really cool, but that does bring up my next question of, that's the same symbol from those ships, right?
It absolutely is.
Aww. If kind of looks like...
Well, the good
Wow,
news, Xiph, is that this is created by and for the Imperium. I don't think you'll have to worry about finding the Imperium's enemies tortured to death in there. Unless,
Yeah.
well, it depends on the state of the thing. It could have been assaulted.
Could also been more just weird suicides.
Again, this is a star fort controlled and built by the Imperium. I don't think we'll have to worry about that, but again, we'll see. Don't get depressed yet.
I will attempt to do so, Captain. But we're going on that.
We absolutely are.
Is it still powered?
That's a good question. Ozzy, what do you see?
What do I see?
Alright. So, let's start with its essential components. You can detect its you can locate its genitorium. It is in the central spire. That's been damaged by something.
But not destroyed.
No. If something's been destroyed, I will say destroyed. I have three things here. I have damaged, I have fine, and I have destroyed.
Excellent.
It has decentralized void shield generators, which have also been damaged, but those are interesting. Molly, would you like to make your Forbidden Lore Archaeotech roll on the void shield generators?
You can have a +10 from Jeanne. And also a +10 from the Pride of Leth, because it has a little librarian, and that's just +10 to all lore, period. Stray?
Wow.
Forbidden Lore Archaeotech +20, please.
I will not.
Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, alright.
Excellent.
Yeah. You can recognize these are phalanx pattern.
Ooh.
Dual phased void shields.
Oh my god.
Baby.
In essence, this is a best quality void shield generator, and it would, when fully functional and powered, encase this battle station in 7 layers of void shield.
Dear
Holy.
God.
Still
That
wouldn't do
sound-
anything against torpedoes, which is probably why it's dead.
Sounds like we should steal it.
I don't
I
think those will
don't think
fit
we
on the
can
Pride.
mount it. Yeah.
Though a phalanx pattern void shield generator can only fit on super battleships, which is to
Yeah.
say, Glorianas and Ramilles.
What about the Lux Imperator?
Look, we just need to steal the Vengeful Spirit from Abaddon, and we can slap that right on.
Not a bad idea, but how we're gonna do that?
Well, I just roll
No.
command at him a bunch in the vanilla boarding action rolls.
I mean, I do think even in vanilla he probably wins because he's Abaddon, he's got bullshit.
Yeah, but I mean, then again, Abaddon's a weenie. He's not that cool.
Eh,
Let me dreamers.
he's probably
Fail
just
Abaddon.
got a trait where he gets to use his infamy in place of his command, and therefore rolls 160 plus ship modifiers.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, Ramilles classes are warp capable. However, its warp drive has been damaged.
Okay, I mean, that's better than it could be.
You can find the Gellerfield generator, which is fully operational, albeit unpowered. The Life Sustainer has also been damaged. While the command bridge, built into the very center of the central spire, is totally fine, but unpowered.
Based.
Hanging down far beneath the spire, Granite Augury has been damaged. Some bits have been shot off.
Could be worse.
If you just step away one moment and go pee before I get into the supplemental components. I'll be here for a while in the supplemental components.
Honestly, the fact that the Geller and the bridge
Fair enough.
is really all we need. This is recoverable.
Yeah, it is. The Genitorium and the Warp Drive are also both only damaged, so... Like... If we spend time here and maybe cannibalize some subsidiary components, we could probably get this bad boy online. Nothing critical has been
sick.
destroyed, which is miraculous.
I remember hearing about that one thing. The Archaeotech, was it Hull?
Void shields.
Void Shield. The Void Shields, okay.
Yeah, those are damaged, but they're salvageable. Merz did mention in chat between sessions that the extra armor plating had been destroyed completely, but that's just
That's
a
what I was
supplemental
thinking.
component. That's not critical to this
Yes.
thing's operation.
It's just a shame it was Archaeotech and it's
Yeah.
obliterated.
It's
I return.
Archaeotech, and also it was like probably a huge amount of space on this thing. On the other hand, there's probably like raw materials floating around out there that we can steal and then sell.
So
And gene
one
stealers.
thing I will say, it sounded like you were talking about wanting to salvage it and turn it on. The one reference I have in the books to repairing a Ramilles is from an Only War campaign where you fight an entire war aboard a Ramilles.
Yes,
And in its
That
early
sounds
description,
awesome.
it is.
it does start with, in the condition this was found in, it took decades to repair and bring back online.
Yeah, I don't see how that's a problem.
That was, with the full force of, like, the Imperium's stuff in the Spinwood front before Drusus rebelled.
Drusus rebels?
I think Merz means
no, not Drusus. The
Severus.
other one. Severus. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's the Severan Dominant, because Drusus,
Is the same.
there's a demon buzzing as
A
him,
living
but
saint. Yeah.
he's a saint.
Yeah, sorry.
Jesus, you scared me, Mars.
Charismatic warrior leaders, I mix them up sometimes.
Like, again,
the
this would
crap
not
out
be
of him.
us, like, doing this here and now ourselves, obviously. Although, it might be possible to get the life... Like, really what we need is to get backup power on the life sustainer. Like, if we can turn that on, because, like, the sheer size of this thing, with our oxygen requirements, it's going to be so obnoxious to explore the thing. But if we can get life support, just bare minimum oxygen recycling going, we'll be in business
like
for
to
fucking
breathe.
around on here as long as we want to.
I have bad news for you. It would, you would have to repair the outer hull to fill up to like patch all of the holes, and then after that it would be the better part of 5 years to fill this thing with breathable atmosphere.
Oof. Well,
Like,
I mean, we
I'm
don't have to
pretty
fill
sure
the whole
even if
thing
we
up. We just need to fill
even if we
sections that
sealed-
we're like exploring.
Even if we sealed off the parts we're exploring, I don't think you understand how big the scale is for this. We're going to have to spend a lot of time in our void suits.
Yeah. And see, this is why I wanted to get the best quality carapace for my guards, so they could actually like.
But what if we just park in the damaged hull so we can seal it up?
And that's not going to really help seal it up, because like if we make an airtight seal with the Pride, we're going to take a shitload of damage.
Yeah,
That
no,
makes sense.
no.
Anyway,
Just-
carrying on.
Yes, sorry, carry on.
So, it has 8 macro cannon broadsides.
Outstanding.
These are 2 on the fore, 2 on the aft, 2 on the port, 2 on the starboard. And these are damaged, fine, damaged, 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 damaged.
Good on that one cannon broadside for surviving.
Yes. These broadsides also have a lance battery integrated with each of them. So that's 4 regular lance batteries.
Jesus.
That is. First one is damaged. The second one is damaged, but appears to still be powered.
What?
The third one is damaged, and the fourth one is damaged.
Still powered? What?
And I get a Forbidden Lore Archaeotech roll, please.
Oh man, do I have to?
No.
Difficulty, please.
+0.
So plus 20 from bonuses.
Alright. Yes. You don't recognize this exact pattern, but you are familiar with such similar things with individual components that have their own internal generators. And of course, as a member of the Mechanicum, you are familiar with perpetual motion machines that produce infinite power.
Oh yeah, of course.
Correct.
And you don't know how to make any, or at least you didn't before last week. But you are familiar with their existence, and this one appears to have one. And the gun is wedged firmly in place and can't really turn to shoot any. Can't really turn to target anyone, but it could shoot. And it is a capital grade lance.
Fantastic. If only our ship wasn't so shitty, we could mount it on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff we're going to have to flag as our discovery and then take a portion of the PF as salvage.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way we
All
can
of this
salvage
is-
this ever ourselves to begin with.
Yeah. Once we actually, once we get people coming into the sector, at the very least we can claim dibs.
I mean, actually, that's not true. We ourselves, our crew can't do it, but if we keep this thing secret, or relatively speaking, its location and what it is here. Because there are 2 people outside the ship who know about this thing, right? There's Keelman, who we mind wiped, and then Jeanne did tell Titus that this thing existed, but not where it is. So if we keep this on the down low, then once we deal with the Ozcar thing, we can surreptitiously bring in a shitload of House Dandric Lupus Locus with Eloa, have them come out here and fix this thing, and or loot the shit out of it, whichever is more convenient for them.
Oh my god, we could get a fortress monastery too.
Continuing on, because as I said, I will be here for a while in the supplemental components.
If you want, you can just list out the ones that are okay. I mean, as far as
No,
like having to
no.
list out which ones are damaged and which are not, just, you know. We'll assume they're all damaged unless you say otherwise.
Right, Merz.
So on top and bottom, keel and dorsal, there is each a gigantic turret with a super capital lance in. The top one is damaged, the bottom one is fine. There are also arrayed on the central spire on the underneath 4 launch bays, one of which is fine and archaeotech.
Yay! Molly, you want to roll another plus 20 Archaeotech?
I think this one you can just tell. This one is really. This one has like really neat building tricks built into it, so it takes up much less space than its fellows, while still storing the exact same number of fighter craft.
It says General Motors on it.
Neat. Is it powered still, or is it just...
No,
Okay.
no, unpowered.
That's fine.
So, there are some living decks. Yeah. 3 naval living decks. 2 are damaged. 1 is fine and fully powered.
Nice.
With an isolated life support system.
Whoa. That's
Double
an
nice.
incredible find. Wait, if a living deck is still powered, people could actually still be alive on here, theoretically. Uh-oh.
I hope it's full of orcs.
That would be probably the worst case scenario, because they just ruined everything inside this place.
It would be hilarious, though.
It would be funny. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. Then there are civilian living decks, which include shops and so on. There is one of these is fine. One of these is fine and archaeotech. One of these is damaged. One of these is damaged, fully powered with a isolated life support system, archaeotech.
Wait, hold on. It's
And there
damaged
is-
and powered and Archaeotech?
Yes,
Wow.
Funny.
it got a really funny roll.
I see this.
And then there is evidence there were 2 more, but they have collapsed.
Alright, so 1 fine and Archaeotech, 1 damaged powered Archaeotech, and 2 destroyed. Neat.
Yes, 1 fine, 1 archaeotech fine, 1 damaged, 1 archaeotech damaged, and 2 destroyed. It's a total of 6 Civitas decks. Each arm of the station also has its own independent civilian shuttle bay. One of these is destroyed, the rest of these are damaged. And similarly, each of the 4 arms has substantial dock facilities, and support to even bring a ship into essentially dry dock. All of these have been damaged. Within, there is a smeltery facility for converting raw materials into useful stuff. That's been damaged. Now, I have a feeling Savin's about to come.
Oh boy! Tell me it's a librarian.
Oh no, it's not a librarian, but it is 3 things that may excite a certain desire in you. This Great Crusade era Star Fort has its Munitorum, its barracks, and its brig all fine.
Nice.
Oh, baby. Are they Archaeotech by any chance, or just cool?
They are not archaeotech in and of themselves. However,
That is a Munitorum, a barracks, and a brig that is probably full of fucking Great Crusade era stuff.
yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
This is a barracks for the Solar Auxilia that has not even been
God.
damaged.
Alright. Hold on, I just need to change my pants real
baby.
quick.
Me too.
Also, even more importantly, the Munitorum. That's where they make the shit for them.
Oscar is raging hard.
Gentlemen, we can get Calibrax heavy las rifles.
Oh my god.
We can get solar power carapace. Or, sorry, solar pattern void carapace.
Solar Auxilia kit.
Alright, hold on. I just need to aim my cock slightly more towards my giant stack of Gray Shame Solar Ox models. Alright, you may proceed.
Alright. The luxury passenger quarters,
Oh my god.
which does include the officers' quarters, is fine.
Oh my god.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I told you one thing that you were really lucky about my rolls on. I
Says
didn't
the
tell
bit.
you everything, but you seriously lucked out here.
Thank God,
Okay,
after all
so,
the other
yes.
shit you put to the system, we needed this.
Yeah, like, alright, we finally found something worthwhile in this entire subsector. Let's fucking go. Alright.
Holy shit.
Alright.
Between the Tyranids, the Ghost, and the fucking Void Charger of... Jesus, we needed this.
Carrying on.
Oh god, there's more.
You can. Oh yes, there's more. You can see, mounts for extra armor plating, but that has all been sheared off and destroyed.
Again, a shame.
There are banks of additional flak turrets above and beyond even the norm for our meals. But these are all damaged. There is an astropathic choir chamber in the central spire that's been damaged. There is... judging by what remains of it, what looks like a manufactorum where day-to-day goods were manufactured, but that has been reduced to rubble. And
Sag.
proudly atop the station, sticking up even above the super capital lance, is a glowing warp beacon.
Uh-oh.
A warp antenna
Oh, okay.
component.
Oh, those things are super good. Holy shit.
It is completely fine. And, Molly, would you like to give it your Archaeotech analysis?
Oh my god.
No.
Molly?
Yeah, too.
Okay, yeah. Scan this. This is shrouded by an internally generated force field. It is invulnerable to harm.
What the fuck?
It is an indestructible warp antenna.
Whoa.
See, blowing up the last one, not a big deal.
That
We
was
can
a
keep
warp
this one.
and not a warp antenna. I
Aside
don't
from
know what
its
a warp
force field, is this
is.
thing still powered?
Not powered, no.
Sag. Actually, probably
What's
for the best. I don't want this thing
Yeah, it is
broadcasting.
for the best. Last one called a fucking sorcerer.
Well, that's a beacon. This is an antenna. This is a receiver, but still.
The antenna does actually also broadcast, at least based on its
Savin,
rules.
what do you think an antenna does?
I mean...
You use the radio.
Yeah, but...
And you think the radio
What
sends
the fuck
out
do you
signals?
broadcast from a warp antenna?
You want to go find out?
You boost the signal of the Astronomicon.
You know what? That's fair. That's
Yeah.
entirely
If
fair.
you you can install this on a ship, and that makes it significantly easier for your navigator to locate the Astronomicon. But it means like warp travel encounters, demons and other horrors can see you and zoom in on you. Or you
I'll
could
just burn
install
my
this on a
hand.
space station.
Oh my god.
At which point, it would just serve as a signal booster for the Astronomicon.
I think you mean for the Jockstronomicon.
Oh,
Yes.
baby.
Alright, I'm gonna go need to clean off my model kits now.
No, get the jar.
No, Molly lives in there. Alright, is that it?
I am finally done.
Holy
Wow.
mother of God. Alright, well...
That was a whole
Lots
ass
to
space
explore
station.
there.
Look, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I am frequently, you know, a bit more straight-laced and reserved when I play these characters, but in my deepest heart of hearts, I am a fucking loot goblin. And my god, I want everything on this thing.
I am
think we
too,
all
Savin.
do.
I am too.
To be fair, I think we all want this crap.
Xiph doesn't know what any of this shit is, but he wants it too.
Alright, so, I'm not a space engineer by any means. But, Molly, living decks also include things like hydroponics and food processing, correct?
I don't know, Merzendi, is that true?
Oh yeah, this should probably have a separate arboretum. I guess I'm not done. Okay, the arboretum is fine. It's
What
not
the
archaic tech, though.
Is it powered?
No.
Okay. Well, still. So, if I'm reading this right, there's a living space. No, two different living decks that are still powered in there.
We camp out in there.
Correct.
It's not just us. That means, theoretically, someone could be alive in there right now.
Which means I suggest a full
Right.
sweep for life signatures.
Yep.
We don't want to
Would that be
board.
me again?
We don't want to board and then immediately be jumped by Tyranids
Correct.
Well, can we get?
or
Well,
degenerate human mutants.
Is it safe to get closer for the scan so we get a better thing? Like
It
the guns
should be
can't
as long
work?
as we stay out of the line of fire of that super lance. Oh, sorry, that one powered lance, but it can't rotate, so
It
that
can't
should be
rotate, and we
easy.
can't know if it's not automated. But if there's someone on the vessel,
Then
Get
again,
non-rotated, idiot.
their augers are damaged, so they wouldn't know we're here anyway.
I recommend getting closer and doing a scan of any place where. No, I think that we should spend several days scanning the entire ship. Tyranids can survive in zero atmosphere.
Agreed. But let's make sure we scan the powered sections first. I have a thought, but I want to see if there's any hope of someone being alive in there. So yeah, we will
Yeah.
inch the Pride closer and see if we can do, like, focus scans for life signs in the powered sections.
Oh, Oz, it's going to be your scrutiny plus detection roll. There is a minus 60 modifier here.
So minus
Okay, so
18 total? plus
So
42
plus 40.
minus 60, so whatever that turns out to.
Yeah.
Yes!
Look at that.
Attaboy.
Fucking beautiful.
Let me DM you something. Enter.
Just a
Please,
reminder.
please. No,
I-
Gene Stealers.
Actually,
Well,
let's make it 2. Let's buy in. Make it 2
I-
degrees.
Okay.
I would like to say
Also-
I do have scrutiny at plus 10 now, so I do have a total of 60.
Also, I mean, Snippy.
Oh,
What do you mean
so
just Gene
could-
Stealers? It's clearly 4 Carnifexes.
What were you saying, Mars?
Why can't it just
never
be
mind.
chaos
It
for
doesn't
once?
matter.
I prefer
Or-
the Tyranids.
I want to fight orcs.
Yeah.
Tyranid
They're
isolation.
funny.
I have some theories about the Chaos Forces in this sector, but I'm not going to speak them aloud lest I jinx us.
So not
I'd like to hear them.
But you're the source of the jinx. No, it's fine. I suspect, like, nobody has seen these bastards from, like, we had no reports from the Imperium about them. We've not seen hide nor hair about them. I suspect that they're kind of trapped on their homeworld by the Soul Killer and rarely, if ever, leave. Because they're just as vulnerable to us as us, but probably have some protection on their little pustule of a planet. Yeah, there's. I will be honest, thoughts like that, and also like, oh hey look, a whole fucking Ramilles class. If I was an evil bastard, if I was just playing
You
like,
aren't?
you know, standard lawful evil rogue trader, what I would do is not turn the Soul Killer off, right? And just bring in my people, take them to fucking Keelman's Ring, get them RFF'd, and then just locust this sector. All the shit are belong to me.
Fire the Halo
And-
Ring.
Yeah. Only after I have, like, indelibly claimed everything I want to would I go deal with the Soul Killer problem.
At that point, why even deal with it? Just secede.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to do that because, like...
If you were a standard lawful evil rogue trader, you do want to do that.
I suppose it's true that as long as we have the Soul Killer problem, like, dealing with this, the Imperium can't really retaliate at any point. Until eventually a Primarch comes up here and deals with that problem, and then I'm fucked. But, you know. Long-term sustainability. Although on the other flip side of that, I could secede and then become the new Necron servants. Just bow the knee to Erishet.
Irish is probably not the worst thing is in the sector.
Oh god, no. He's fine. We're next to the Cicatrix Maledictum. There is a lot worse on our doorstep here.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I like Irish, man. He was nice to me. He didn't immediately disintegrate me when we woke him up.
Yeah, I like Erishet. He's cool.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
So we're not. It's only like a 60. We're only like 60% certain there's no life signs on the ship. Something is messing with our sensors, making it very hard to sense anything beyond structures within the station.
Molly, is that something you could clear up, perhaps?
I don't know.
Well, give it the old college try.
No, that's out. That's out of character. I got that. I don't know. Is that something I could clear up?
If
I
I did the
know.
scrutiny check,
It would still have the exact same amount of interference, and it's already been rolled. So
what if I say please?
That's what I'm saying. We've made the roll to see there, but is it possible to, like, do tech use to, like, find the source at least, if not punch through entirely?
Yeah. Find the source is a different thing from clean it up.
Okay.
You can try to find the source.
Yeah, let's do that. What kind of roll would you like?
Uh, see. Minus 40 tech use plus detection.
Okay.
I
So
don't know what that means.
tech use plus detection would be tech use plus 12. And then another 10 from Jeanne. And then Xiph, you have tech use, right?
My tech use is.
You have a trained,
You
right?
have it trained.
Yeah, just
I
so
do
you
have
a
it trained.
assist.
Yes.
Okay, so you and Van Zaus can assist. So that's plus 42. And then you said it was
So
what?
it's a tech use +2.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
What?
That does not seem
you
like
added
correct
the
math.
+2.
It's not
Oh.
just me.
It happens to everybody. Don't worry about it.
It happens to the best of us.
Okay, we'll take your 77. So that would be 1 degree of success. Would you like to re-roll that?
Oh,
To
fair
or
enough.
in?
I have
I-
plenty of things left. It's fine. No.
Joel,
It helped by 2. Okay. Uh,
Listen, I already rolled my 1 for the session. What do you want from me?
It's all down here.
I mean, I
A
was
roll of
kind of
2?
hoping for another 1, and I could, like, give you more sinister techno feats.
Well, what if one of the other tech use people like just smacks it? So like flashlight, like they get a flashlight on a desk to do it, and see if we get another one.
No,
Oh,
this.
pity.
A thing like this, only one person can roll. Others are just stuck assisting.
What does the
Molly,
Necron AI in Molly's head say?
I don't know about that, but I will whisper something to Molly.
Oh boy, so many whispers.
Yeah.
Yeah, take that. You're not special enough. You're the one that drove me insane. Now you have to sit here while I get secret knowledge.
Good, I didn't want it anyway.
So how's about that sports ball?
What?
Your message.
So how about that sports ball?
That's a good
Give
luck
me-
charm for the Dodgers.
Don't.
Well,
Mm,
well, Captain, it is etheric. I
As-
cannot track where it is, but it is infected with warp entities.
Oh, god damn it.
Which means if we board, we're getting a lot more other people, and they get to deal with it, and I'm going to sit in the back.
Sounds like it's time for the Flammenwerfer.
that is. I thought it was flame. I thought it was a flamer.
Yes, that's the High Gothic word for it. The Flammenwerfer.
Sounds a little silly.
You're silly.
I wonder what Latin.
I
would
am
be for
well aware I am.
flamethrower.
Well, let me go look.
Yeah, let's find out.
English 2, Latin. Flamethrower.
Can we perhaps do that later?
No. Alright, fine. Well, we still should go over there. I have no doubt that Maguire would have investigated this place as well. And there's something about a brotherhood. Alright. Kitty, prepping away, team. We're going over. Ozzy, find us a good landing
Yeah.
zone.
Are we
Yep.
also not using the teleportarium this time, Jean?
With the state of damage in there, I'm a little afraid we're going to, teleport, inside the furniture scattered everywhere.
Surely we can find a place
Yeah,
without any interference and then teleport in there.
Also, it takes half an hour to recharge the thing. If we can find a kinetic landing zone that's close to where we want to go this time, we should use that. But if we have to go across the whole place again, yes, we'll teleport.
Well, Bart, why can't you just try to
There
do it
was...
Yep. What am I rolling scrutiny again?
No, this is just a
Okay.
case of... do you remember the stuff I told you?
Yeah, I do.
Where can we set down?
I mean, it's a good question.
Off. There is a launch bay in the on the underside of the central spire.
Oh yeah, that. And it's pretty operational, right?
Yeah, no power, but there is no
Right,
actual
not
damage
operational, but
onto it.
fine. Undamaged is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
That's fine, but it's also on the underside of this thing,
Yeah.
which is the exact opposite of where the bridge would be.
That's
The
true.
bridge is roughly central in the spire. This is Great Crusade era. It's
Alright, of
they
course it doesn't have a huge
trusted.
cathedral.
Yeah, no huge cathedral, and they trusted their instruments. They actually have combat command bridge, recessed behind several layers of armor plating, rather than behind 6 inches of armored glass.
Right. Okay. How about long would it take us to get ourselves from that launch bay to the bridge?
How long does it take you to walk? Oh, actually, no. How long does it take you to walk 12 kilometers?
Probably a while. Although, in this case, because we're just going void to void, we could literally just strap the Rhino to the bottom of a gun cutter and just have it drop us off. And I know for a fact Ramilles are big enough to drive fucking, super heavy tanks through. The Rhino shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah. Well, certain avenues are.
Yeah, I mean, this is going from the dock, to the bridge. That should be, a big central artery.
Yeah.
At least a good chunk of the way.
Alright. So. Could you guys all just let me know how many fate points you have left, by the way?
2.
I have one.
Life-formers?
One at a time, please.
Go through the
Oz.
bottom.
Okay, sure, we'll go from the bottom. Molly, how many did you have?
2.
Oz?
2 left.
Okay. Jeanne, you have 3 left.
Mm-hmm.
Victor, how many do you have left?
I haven't used a single fate.
Okay. Xiph, how many
1.
do you have left?
I have 1.
Okay.
What does I've used 0 fate points so far translate to?
3.
Okay. So you and I are
It's 3.
tied
I have
for
3 fate. Sorry. Bleh.
tied for most.
Sorry, I know that was very unhelpful. It's very late.
It's fine.
No, it was perfectly helpful for me.
Yeah, Merz knows how many you have.
Yes. So. Yeah, is that the plan then? Load up with an underslung rhino and go to the Archaeotech Fighter Bay?
Yeah, I
Merz?
reckon so.
Please tell me it's bloodthirsters. Just tell me it's corn.
I wanted to be enslavers.
I'm doing a cat face at my monitor, but you can't tell because I have no webcam.
Whiskers.
Pull in 3.
Alright.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, I think we get the rhino, we load it up with our party and a couple of meat sacks, and a bunch of extra spare oxygen canisters. You know, we do have the Sinford deployable shelter, which we could take with us as well. Just put that inside the gun cutter and then drop it off as well. We could put that on top of the rhino, and then the gun cutter on top of the rhino with the Sinford on it. And that has that should have like atmosphere generation inside in an emergency. But
So I'm
also
just
with
going to ask
Okay.
all of you to just close your character sheets.
Okay. It's interesting.
I am concerned.
That's incredibly concerning.
It's fine.
All right. As you see them reappear, in the tab, you can open them again. But you know, we'll just be picking up when you land. I have heard sufficient of your plan that, yeah, you'll be fine, I'm sure.
It's fine.
What does HW mean?
Would you like to look at the folder name?
Ah,
Perhaps?
yes, I see. Spooky, scary skeletons.
Isolated Pterodid,
Oh
let's
my
go!
God, I see that melee weapon.
So, unfortunately, because I had like a doctor, like appointment today, I didn't get the nice background for this I wanted. So we're just going to use the adventuring one.
Is my insanity the same? Because it doesn't look like it got updated.
I copied this over from
Got it.
before the session.
I will increase my insanity then.
Yeah, if you believe you should. And you know what's going on here. Yeah, so.
So,
Oh,
I guess
my
little buddy's gonna come along, obviously.
check your
No,
armor.
no,
and
don't bother
wounds.
putting in any companions.
Oh, okay.
Check your armor and wounds, by the way. They're all whack.
Oh yeah, I know. There's
I
also an
see.
infinite
Oh,
number
no.
of little buddies.
Yeah, I mean, your armor... Well, everyone except for Molly. Molly, your armor doesn't have your cybernetics input, but everything else is accurate.
Very interesting. I didn't think I
So-
brought the musket with me.
You don't need to
Well,
bring your musket.
Just now. So... Actually, I'm going to go and use the bathroom real quick before we get into this. Yeah, you can share your concerns about what's changed if you
I believe-
like.
Would you
Where's
guys
the
like to look?
self-defense pistol?
Yeah, everyone, look at your weapons.
I know.
Something
That's
has
the first thing I
happened.
saw. I have a
hunting
carnival
rifle.
saber.
I have a hunting rifle and a blast pistol.
I can keep my sword cane, apparently.
Guys, we're playing the Solar Auxilia.
Why do I have a cane?
I only have 10 bullets.
That's fine. Look at your rate of fire. It's single shot. 10 bullets is 10 rounds of combat if you shoot
Yes.
every round.
I have 10 bullets for the hunting rifle and 3 spare mags for the blast pistol.
Also, I would like to suggest, if you really want to, be worried about your ammo, consider that you have 9 rounds of ammunition, because you need to save one for yourself.
Yep.
I can still just do this.
And that is pretty good.
I return.
Mer-
Yes, none of your talents and stuff are affected. Yes, Stray?
I had 1 all for my armor, so what is that now? I changed it back to what I did have, but I realized that's wrong.
Yes, you put it wrong.
Yeah. I had everything was at 1.
Okay, so your ceremonial robes give you 3 to all except for head, and because you have machine 1, you have one additional. You've then got whatever your other cybernetics do. So you've got 1 head, 4 arms, legs, and body, plus cybernetic shit.
Oh no, my force field.
Is my hunting rifle connected to my MIU? What?
Oh no. Actually, I should have taken off your cybernetics. I forgot about those.
Robes.
It doesn't matter.
The robes are what all?
3 all.
And then
plus 3 all except head.
Then plus
your robes do not come with a hood.
So do these interesting changes the moment we step onto the station?
We'll get to that. I just need to make sure I want to make sure Stray has Molly things correct.
Hang on. It's just for my implants that I have to do.
Yeah.
And then
and
it
remember,
doesn't
machine
automatically
1 is 1 point of armor everywhere as well.
I know. But my toughness bonus doesn't automatically do, right?
Toughness bonus is separate. You do not include toughness bonus on the thing there.
Right, so...
Well, unless it's from your cybernetics. Your cybernetics toughness bonus, yes, include that because that's the best way you can include it.
I appreciate that it took us 5 hours to get to the Halloween part of Halloween.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. You got existential horror for a bit first.
The dice demand it.
The dice and your guys' stubbornness.
My reload is a free action.
I would go as far as to say that a bunch of the people in this group are some of the most stubborn people I'm aware of. That and honey badgers. This section of the stream, the Halloween section, is sponsored by General Electronics. No, just General Electricity, not the company.
Yeah, this sponsor is the Motive Force.
Okay, I fixed it, Merzendi.
Okay. Right. So, you guys are aware of, your gun cut coming in. Drops the rhino off, and it settles down beside it to lower the troop bay, and as the troop bay cracks open, the 5 of you are stepping through the docking umbilical from your ride from Terra. The Apollo's arrow onto the Infinite Justice. It's pretty busy. Pretty busy. Menials are running back and forth carrying things. Soldiers in black and white void carapace are stomping back and forth to make sure everything is kept under control. The very back of the room, up on a gantry, a tall figure, 8 foot in height, in midnight blue armor, stares down at all of you. And even with his helmet on, you can see he looks with disgust. And then your brains catch up, and this isn't your gun cutter. You haven't just gotten off your ramp. Where the hell are you?
I mean, we know exactly where we are, and we're coming here from Terra.
Xiph looks down and says, "This isn't my armor, or
Shh. Don't say
Come
a
on.
word, Xiph.
We have work to do.
Jeanne's gonna look at the rest of the group. What are we wearing?
You are wearing, yeah. So Molly is wearing long ceremonial red robes bearing the cog of Mars. The rest of you are all clad in plain dark grey military cut uniforms. You all bear the badge of the sigillite on your left breast, and on your right, the icon of the Remembrancer Order.
Jesus, not only we're straight from Terra, we're fucking Remembermancers.
could someone tell the not familiar Warhammer player what's a Remembermancer?"
Historian.
Space journalist.
Xiph wouldn't know anyway.
That's true.
You recognizing what these are does not fill you with magical knowledge of what these mean. So I think Jeanne is the only one who actually... Jeanne and possibly Molly are the only ones who actually recognize what these symbols mean.
This character sheet does not have Forbidden Lore Adeptus Mechanicus, so I do have Common Lore Machine Cult.
So let me just DM you again.
One more question. Am I still a Tau?
That is a good question.
No,
Oh
you're
my
used to having
God.
more fingers.
Did we fix our boy? Is he human now?
Oh, thank God, we finally fixed him.
Oh,
He's a real boy now.
You white-faced me, how could you?
there you go.
Look, this is right after you came to hate your own race, okay? You're an honorary human now.
He is an actual human now. It's even better.
And as for that, whenever... When you look at him straight on, yes, you see Xiph the Tau. When you look at him a bit... When you see him out of the corner of your eye, you just see a pale-skinned, dark-haired human.
Why?
Do I have a nose now?
Whatever this is, we should probably move forward quietly.
Yes, let's not draw attention to ourselves.
Ah, there you are.
Shit.
Oh, sorry, actually, that should be a female voice. Ah, there you are.
Hello.
My, they're letting anyone in these days, are they? I am Lieutenant Tasha Gelindos. I will be your liaison, Remembrances.
A pleasure.
It's all yours. Now, are you better than the last lot? Did you actually read the briefing packet?
Merz, if I just squeeze my little fucked up brain, do I remember a briefing packet?
No.
Alright.
That's
has
not
not-
even a thing you can roll for. You do not know what the briefing packet is.
Do I have
It has
anything in
not
my
been
hands?
decoded yet for security reasons.
No.
I presume.
Uh,
I want to roll to see if it is a 15.
We have not, but I assure you it's entirely because of OPSEC, not because of tardiness.
I see.
That's how because
So
of Steve.
you are blaming the Lord Regent's agents.
I'm blaming no one. I'm sure there was a perfectly good reason for their decision, and I respect it. It's not my place to question them, after all. The thing, if it is good for operational security, then it is good for operational security.
Good enough, I suppose. You will have to be careful with your tongue, sir.
I know, lest I
Many
lose it.
of their lordships will take more than that if they judge you for insulting the Lord Regent or he on Terra.
I wouldn't dare. That would be akin to treason. I am consecrated to the Imperium and he on Terra, for he is our savior.
Say
He
that,
is the
sisters.
only person who can lead mankind to glory amongst the stars.
Yeah,
I know
good
my
night, Lords
place and I
Victor.
know my duty. Everything I do for him and humanity. And I know better than to speak back to an Astartes, lest I lose more than my tongue. I will lose my whole head. And, my dear, a remembrance's head is better with a hat upon its shoulders instead of bleeding on the floor. Now, I believe we have a duty to attend to. Quarters, briefing packet.
Yes, I shall lead you to your quarters. It's for the briefing packet. Attend to your ears. This is not a secure matter. You are, after all, meant to bring all you hear to the eyes and ears of all of the throne's subjects.
Yes, but not anyone else in between. It is a military facility after all.
Yes. You will
See-
not, if you have any expectations that you will be given access to military secrets, please drop them.
We do not.
She gives a sort of sneering smile as she says that.
I can sneak her back all she likes. Look, I'm trying to be as professional as possible. Since I'm not obviously here to fight, I'm just gonna do everything in our power to get this woman to get us to a position where we can start doing our fucking job, so she can get away from us, and we can get away from her.
Well, as she leads you on, she will talk. You may not have heard it back on Terra, but many of our lords in the Legions Astartes are not particularly pleased with the Remembrancer decree.
They're not particularly pleased with anyone nowadays. They don't have to be pleased. We all have jobs to do.
Is there a particular reason why?
Should be obvious.
Your tendency to scream and evacuate your bowels upon seeing the reality of combat offends them.
Or it offends me in a very similar manner as well. They do let anyone on board nowadays, you said it yourself. Nope, inaccurate. War is nasty business. Has to be.
Indeed.
Oh well, if evacuating one's bowels is of concern, then worry not. I will be waiting if it should.
I like you, Remembrancer.
Likewise.
I do not look forward to the day I shall have to mop your corpse up.
Really, I thought you had other people for that job.
I am liaison to the Remembrancers.
Well, get a menial with a mop then. Your hands are better used elsewhere.
Is there a particularly high
Are you-
turnover rate for remembrancers here?
Real quick question. Victor, are you trying to flirt with her? Because it sounds like you're trying to flirt with her.
Do it.
Not flirt is not the right word, but I am immediately trying to get into the good graces of this person and adapt to this fastball that has been thrown at us. If I'm inadvertently flirting with health, it's certainly handy.
Well,
If it's working.
Ziph and
roll.
I don't have charm.
Well, roll it anyway. It's a basic skill.
Yeah.
Jean will give you a +10.
Oh wow. So
You
that'd
could
be
buy
like
in.
I guess let's buy in. Fuck it, let's buy in.
Hell yes.
Yes. I've heard many things Remembrances get up to in the other fleets. You'll find my hands a little harder to get doing that. But I respect your chutzpah, sir. As for turnover, yes. War is brutal, but the Lords of the Eighth are... Their methods are substantially more effective and substantially more brutal.
Fear. Terror.
Yes.
It is easy to say that you do not understand until you have seen it done in person.
Oh, you might be surprised with the amount of things I've seen. I
was
certainly am.
more curious about the mopping us up off the floor. Have the Lords of the Eighth instantiated a high turnover rate, or have our predecessors just been a little too slow to get out of the crossfire?
Dereliction of duty, even among the Remembrancer Order, is itself a capital crime. And that our lords
That would be with
are
the
most
shitting
willing
yourself.
to enforce it.
Understood.
I would expect nothing less from his angels of death. And require nothing more.
To tell you the truth, sir, they do not give a damn what you expect or require of them. They are the law unto themselves, and only he on Terra may judge them.
That's good enough for me. As long as they're aligned with the goals of the throne, well, everything else is secondary. Can't make an omelette without breaking a lot of eggs. But no, we're not making a mere omelette here. We're making pound cake.
We're making history, and it's not our place to judge them anymore. We're just here to report.
And if you do need to judge them, use your inside voice.
Yes.
And maybe some tranks, if you have any handy.
Yes. As for the rest, I suppose I can skip the minutiae. The essence is this. We are to join the 601st Expeditionary Fleet. This was dispatched by the Lord Kurz 3
He's
years
alive.
past. Pardon? Sorry? Did I hear you question if the Primarch was alive?
That was out of character because Xiph wouldn't know if he's dead.
Xiph doesn't even know who
Okay.
he fucking is.
Yeah.
That was me saying that.
I'm going to suggest for now you put your out of character stuff in text.
Like me.
Jeanne will ask, has there been any word from the 601st?
None of note to you.
Out of...
And they are dispatched forward. There is... Corward is tense to dullness. It is for the most part a matter of finding and welcoming back those who have settled there. Few enough exciting Xenos. If you're expecting a saga of Rangdan, and... Well, at this point it's too late to get yourselves assigned on another assignment, so you'll just have to suck it up.
I fear we'll manage.
Alright. Meeting new human cultures is just as fascinating.
And we'll be sure to remember them.
Jeanne will make
Yeah.
a, comical eye roll, like, there he goes again.
I do hope the locals have enough sense to come and reintegrate peacefully. Although, in case they don't, well,
Well, that's what the boys in blue are for.
history will be
Eh.
sure to remember their foolishness.
The Lords do prefer in the midnight. In blue.
Of course, that might confuse them with the Sons of Guilliman. My apologies.
Yes. And they,
The Hunters in Midnight Clad. How about that?
Poetic.
I believe I heard such from Great Lord Sevatar's lips himself.
Perfect.
Sounds suitably heroic. Should write that down.
Does Jeanne have like a notepad on her somewhere so you can actually like physically write that down?
I check your gear list.
It's a good question. I have recording equipment.
Yes, I have a
I
writing
assume that's
pad
audio
and an
recording.
autoquill.
Yes.
I actually have the writing pad and the autoquill, so I'm writing it down.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, you are all different types of remembrance. Victor
Yes.
got the writing stories type.
Excellent.
Oh my god, I kept my Mechanicum Productiva. That's amazing.
You shouldn't have done.
Well, it's on my sheet, you ding dong. You let me keep my Mechanicum Productiva and my Cyber Familiars.
Oh, she has them
Uh,
now.
Oh,
Cyber
what?
Familiars, yes. Protectiva, no.
How dare you?
It's still like a 20% force field.
No, it's not. They only enhance your force field. They don't create a force field themselves.
I think you might be wrong on that one. You might want to check.
I think I'm always right.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, Jeanne will glance at her. So, aside from the hunters, I saw Solar Auxilia out there. Is there a list of which units are assigned out here I could find?
She will wrap her own breastplate. Just for one. We have a 594th Theta Garmin Deathless.
Is that a unit I could roll legends on?
You... I mean, the concept of Theta Garmin Deathless, yes, but 594th specifically... no. Oh, yeah, you can make your legends roll.
Happily do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me their great and
yes.
glorious history.
The Theta Garmin Deathless were a series of auxiliary units raised from the Garmin cluster,
Of
Beta
Garmin
and
fame.
Theta Garmin. Yes. They were very effective, and for most of them, their story ends with a heroic, albeit ultimately futile, sacrifice at the Battle of Beta Garmin, where they fail to stop the War Master from establishing it as a stronghold adjacent to Terra for the final battle. The 594th, however, disappear from the historical record at the beginning of the heresy.
Makes sense. Is there like any specific engagement of theirs before that I could reference to be like, oh yes, I heard about you from, such and such? I guess if you don't want to make something up, that could just be something Jeanne says to her.
Yes. One thing you would know is that they specialized in void ship security and ship-to-ship boarding.
Ah yes, they are in fact Solar Auxilia. Excellent.
Yeah, but even more than regular Solar Auxilia. They were second only to the Saturnine Rams for their skill in void ship combat.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Jeanne will mention. Your unit's quite famous for its void-to-void capabilities. There have been a lot of spaceship boardings out here.
I fear. Unfortunately, there have been some orc structures that are simply too large to blast apart.
Greenskins.
Had the honor of accompanying Lords Astartes into a breach 3 times myself.
It must have been terribly exciting. How do you keep up with them?
Alas, we cannot. So no, it is less exciting than one might imagine.
Holding down
Very.
flanks and preparing against doing rear-guard action, I assume.
Counterattacks, yes. And cleaning up those few broken remnants that survive their spearhead push.
Well, that does sound less exciting, but worry not. I have this little lexicon here will allow me to dress those dreadfully boring actions in all sorts of flowery language to make them a lot more exciting than they actually are. Now, tell me, what color is your plume going to be? Red or blue? And how dashing do we need to make your cape?
I have no need for either cape nor plume.
Excellent. You shall be given a plasma cannon instead. A joke, of course.
No. If you wish an actual hero to write of, Lord Legate Van Leaf is your man. Nowadays he is this station's commander, but he's fought in 20 void actions, and just as many on the surface of worlds.
Well, I shall have to speak to this man. Something tells me he will be unapproachable until I find suitable tribute for a man of his station. Tell me, what is his favorite type of amasec? Maybe low sticks from
I
Terra.
would advise you not to resort to such. What may function in the other fleets would draw ire from our lords of the Eighth. Do not attempt to bribe the officers of the Auxilia.
Not a bribe, a mere tribute, a gift for a story.
Whatever term you might use.
They run a
Think of
straight
what
laced
the
ship.
Astartes see.
Ah, yes, the start is right. Oh, God.
Here we have arrived already.
Oh, thank you for your time, my lady. It's been a pleasure.
Just Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
No great lady.
That means you have to work for a living. Oh, how dreadful. Well, then I guess we better all get back to work.
Should you have any need of me, if you require guidance, or if you wish to attempt to arrange a meeting with a member of the Legion or a senior officer from the cohort, you will find my contact information preloaded into a data slate within your rooms.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I will do my best to not bother you or take up too much of your time with all this remembrancing nonsense.
And further, none of these rooms have been specifically assigned to any of you. We know how your remembrances are. But if you're Yes, a bunch of polyamorous fucksluts who are all going to get in bed with each other and then have a massive tiff about it.
Oh, well, with that language, certainly not a lady. Don't worry, Lieutenant. I would slip on the floor if I had to. This is not an issue.
All we require of you is that if you are taking a room, see these name slates. She will tap a name slate next to a door. Write your name on it. If there are more than one of you,
2 names.
we don't care how many, so long as we know which are empty. That is what matters. You will be responsible for your own laundry and cleaning, but food will be provided in the mess. Breakfast 0700 to breakfast 0700 to 0930. Luncheon 1200 to 1400. Supper 1800 to 2100.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Merzendi?
Additional snacks will be available in the mess hall as required, but they will be cold. And no, we do not trust you with a heater.
I don't trust most members of the Solar Auxilia with a heater, much less remembrancers.
Just like back in school, couldn't even have a toaster in the dorms.
Oh, the
Mer-
flamethrower is great, but when I was saying well done, that's not what I meant.
Merzendi, am I a attachment to the Remembrancers, or am I a Remembrancer with a lot of augments?
You are a Martian-born remembrancer.
Martian. Straight off fucking Sol. Remember, we
Wow.
just came here from Terra.
Yeah, you are here to as well. The other four are here to bring stuff to the masses of humanity. And someone has to bring stuff to the Cult Mechanicus. Or sorry, the Martian Mechanicum.
Okay.
Jean's gonna.
You have to translate
ask the
the
lady.
fleshy screechings into binary.
Is
the
there
Ubermans.
anything expected of us, or are we to be left to our own devices and remembrance as we will?
There is no time limit for you to produce a work. However, if you request to join a deployment or you request to go and see something, you will be required to conduct yourself appropriately. If you fail to do so, if things turn to battle and you run, if you conduct yourself in a manner unbecoming when seeing the aftermath of battle, the Lords of the Eighth may consider that a dereliction of duty.
Well then, I'm going to require a
If you
bigger
keep-
firearm and a carapace.
Denied.
Damn. Well, as long as they don't
that may
consider
be
running for cover to be a dereliction, I think we'll manage. I'd hate to
Such
get in
may
their
be
way.
provided on special issue if you are asking to join a frontline deployment. But if you know what is good for you, you will stay here. You will speak to members of the Deathless. You will produce works as and when you are ready, and you will not interfere with the operations of the 8th Legion at all.
I will join the ranks of my kin. Good day.
I'll just mark this room down for you for later then.
No need. I will sleep in the banks of the Mechanicum Cathedral.
Oh, but that's so far away. I'm going to get lonely up here. Jean will make doe eyes at you.
Fine. Fine.
The doe eyes turn to a little cat face. Well, thank you for your time, Lieutenant. We'll get settled in and try and stay out from underfoot.
Excellent. She turns on her heel, pauses. Ah, yes. The datapad with my contact information. It will also serve as a map of the local area, including your assigned mess hall.
Perfect. Thank you.
And she strides off.
Alright, as soon as she's out, John's going to put her arms around everyone and shove them into the nearest room.
No need. I'm already heading into the nearest room. I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah, we're all going into one room together. That's the important part.
So, and the moment that the door closes and they're, all in the room together, Xiph is going to immediately look at John and say, "What the hell is
Molly
going
is
on?"
going to reach out and then grab you by the mouth,
And John's
Wrong
going to...
and then
mirror.
hold on to it with a mechanical arm, presuming that this version of her still has a mechanical arm, and is going to sweep with her aspects.
Shut the fuck up, Xiph.
Difficulty, please.
Minus 20.
I'm not surprised, but does Jeanne still have the ability to give me a +10?
Yep.
I will give it to you.
All of your talents and traits are the same.
Just making sure.
Oof.
I will re-roll. I've got the points for that.
Hey.
Right. Yes, there are discrete listening devices placed into the room.
Are there any
Right.
audio or video capture devices?
Video capture? No, probably not.
Alright, so...
Molly will tap her nose and then, do we even have data slates? I don't think so.
Nope.
I don't have one in my inventory.
There is a data slate resting. Well, now you're in this room. There is a bed, there is a big wardrobe, a chest of drawers, and a desk. The desk has a data slate on it.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up the data slate and check it for a transmitter.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is also synced to an external server.
Can I make a roll to spoof it?
Sure. I think I would just have it as a single roll to spoof all of the stuff.
Alright. That sounds like another tech use roll to me. Another
Yes.
-20, or because I found
Harder.
them.
Archaeotech.
Minus 30 to spoof them.
It wouldn't
If
matter
you're-
if it was archaeotech. I am an archaeotechnologist with all of the ring spot.
If you just want to turn them off, it'd actually be a positive, but to spoof them and not give away, oh yeah, the Mechanicum Remembrancer has found them and is turning them off. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's minus 30.
They're Night Lords.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't want them to find out I'm doing this.
obviously. Point is, if she fails, can she just abort?
It depends on the failure.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Up to you, I think. John's probably like,
No, Xiph can help. He's got tech use.
True. And yeah,
Does
once
anyone
Molly's
else
hand
other
comes
than
off
Xiph?
Ziff's mouth, Jean's just going to give him a dangerous look and then put a finger to her lips.
Does anyone else have tech use?
No.
Nope. I got a +10 from rogue trading though.
Didn't matter.
Nice.
Oh, I had.
Well,
It doesn't
it's
matter. You
8
rolled a fucking 3.
and it's 8 degrees of success because Xiph is helping.
No, I already
I-
calculated that in.
Oh, okay.
It was a -30 that I get 10 from Jeanne and 10 from you. So it was a -10.
Yeah.
Hence the
Uh,
77 threshold instead of 87.
You have to I yeah, it will take you like 5 minutes to do it. Because first, obviously, you have to spoof this data pad, and then you've got to move on to hacking into the audio network and then spoofing that.
I'm going
But
to make a hand talkie sign at Victor to have him continue on his long spiel while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
It's not 5 minutes of silence while I'm doing this.
Okay.
Yes.
God, how I hate all this cursed void travel. Oh, my back.
I think we can fast forward past the cover conversation.
Excellent.
Oh, I'm so old. Oh, I love war. I can't wait to to shoot something, but I don't want to be shot myself. What do? I think I should go, guys. No, you shouldn't go, but I want to go.
All right. Once
Yes.
Molly gives the all clear, John's gonna.
Give a thumbs up.
Okay.
Can I talk now?
Xiph, let me make
Yes.
something abundantly clear to you, right here and right now. We are in a lion's den. If you speak out of turn, if you ask questions you shouldn't, there is nothing I can do to protect you, and you may damn all of us.
Captain?
While you are on this space station, you are to be as quiet as possible. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Xiph.
You don't need to tell me twice. Yes,
Do
Victor.
not make eye contact with the Astartes.
I was. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever talk to. They're scary.
Eyes to the floor.
But
I
seriously,
do not. I
what
do
is
not
going on?
understand what is happening.
We appear to
I
have pushed
rather
back through
thought
time.
Yes. It must not be some sort of hallucination, as I am inherently invulnerable to most such things. So we might have stepped into a time rift given what we've seen before and what Jeanne said.
Yes.
You're
Speaking of
getting
which, everyone check yourselves for identification. We need to find out who the fuck we actually are here.
Pat myself down.
Zip nods and
Yeah.
starts going
I
through
check
all
my
his
wallet.
things.
Yeah. You can all find identification. I'm going to ask for a willpower test from everyone. Uh, just, it's
Flat?
+0, but I want 3 degrees of success.
Oof.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Oops.
Yeah.
Nope.
Ow.
Wow.
Hell yeah, boys, we did it. All the women failed in the group, all the men succeeded.
Hey, I
None of
felt
you succeeded sufficiently.
I succeeded enough for this session. Leave me alone.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
looking at your ID, Xiph, yours says Xiph of the Remember Answer Order. Victor, yours says Victor of the Remember Answer Order. Jeanne of the Remember Answer Order. Ozcar of the Remember Answer Order. Mol E of Mars, assigned to the Remember Answer Order.
Hmm.
We seem to be missing our surnames, but that's fine.
That's for the past. They will only hinder us back here.
That's true, but... Molly, Do you have access to the Noosphere on that datapad?
You do
I
not. There is no noospheric connection.
We're so far back that might not be a thing yet, Captain. Of course, should not say Captain.
Of course, yes.
Get into the habit by calling you by your first name. Jeanne.
Yes.
Jeanne.
How
Jeanne.
was
Smooth pronunciation.
No, it was discovered before the Great Crusade.
No, it wasn't. It was like one of the plot points in Mechanicum is that Magma City is just invented for Noosphere.
The designs for the Noosphere were originally discovered by Explorator Laszlo, Hunter of Antiquities, sometime before the Great Crusade. In the years before the union of MerzenTrader and the blah 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 blah.
I don't care what that says. I am just telling you what the novel. Yeah, the stuff I know, which is from the novels, in this case, yeah, they have it as being developed right now and
Guys?
being only first introduced on Mars literally today.
Warp
The
shenanigans.
The Noosphere of the wireless information technology developed by the Mechanicum sometime before the Horus Heresy. So
Too bad.
I guess
It's
this is sometime
canon.
before the Horus Heresy.
Yes.
No, it says sometime before the Horus Heresy in the Good Wiki. So
That's
this
fine.
is sometime before.
Merz
Yeah.
canon says otherwise.
Oh, no, it lines up.
I'm literally confirming it right now, you ding dong. This is sometime
They're
before
saying
the
the same
Horus
thing
Heresy.
now. They're
Yeah.
agreeing. I don't know why it sounds argumentative, but they are actually agreeing.
Because it's fun to argue with Savin.
I mean, but that's Merz is not agreeing with you though. You
Well,
are
now
agreeing
they
with the
are.
wiki.
I'm agreeing with. I literally just agrees with Merzendi. What are you talking about?
It's now it's currently before the Horus Heresy.
Oh,
It's
Merz
also,
means like the
you know-
Noosphere is coming online like today in where we are now, not today as in like in 40K. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like
I was
it,
agreeing
it
with
was. Yeah, it was a
Gotcha.
brand new, at least from the novel Mechanicum, it was a relatively brand new invention that was like this special thing Magma City had, and that like enabled them to be more productive and efficient and better, and that was immediately before the schism on Mars.
Okay, so
And-
when
yeah.
Molly says that there's no Noosphere, John will ask, is there a way to hard line into the station? The databanks?
I mean, is there a cogitator in our room?
Yes. As I think about it, yeah, since there is no Noosphere, your fucking datapads couldn't have been linked to a central server, so
Yeah.
yeah, there would have had to have been a cogitator.
Yeah.
So
Everything
what that
you
was
defeat.
disabling the cogitator listening devices.
Yes.
In case John's
Well,
just
spoofing
gonna
them,
go over there
anyway.
and see if she can access like a personnel list here on the station.
Yeah. It's, there are parts that are redacted, but you can access one.
Just the chance is so incredibly remote, but still, she has to try. She's gonna just do a search for a Dandric or a Lupus.
Yes. There is on attached staff open brackets remembrancer close brackets Jean Lupus Dandric.
It's you. They have your full name.
That
You're
went
here.
back. Yeah, you went back in time in your own great grandma.
But
Jean. Shh. Don't think about this too hard. The warp is playing tricks upon your mind.
I know. I was just... If we are displaced in time, it would be an interesting start point to see if I could interview one of my ancestors.
You
Either
shouldn't.
way, we should see where we are in time.
You should not. if you had the opportunity to do that, you should avoid it. Do not mess with time. Do not mess with the people around here. Do not create waves.
I have no
To be
intention of
better,
creating waves, but
in either event, to be better armed against what we know we might face, we might as well see when we are.
Sean
I
will
want to
just
pull up the date.
query the date. Yeah.
Right. Let's see.
Because I know we have a date for some of the Night Lord's shenanigans. Like 001.
Okay. Yeah, it is 00. It is it is fairly late in 004 M31.
Okay, yep, that tracks if the 601st has been missing for 3 years. Or at least incommunicado.
Alright, can we query it on what arm of the Great Crusade we're on?
What do you mean, what arm?
Under whose command?
He's gonna say Kurs.
Well, no, because
Yeah.
Kurz was still underneath the command of, like... I'm pretty sure he wasn't
so
given it... Sorry, go ahead.
you are under local command of Legate Marshal Luther Van Leef of the 594th Theta Garmin Deathless. Expeditionary command of Talon Master Tel Kargax. General command of the 8th Primarch Conrad Kurz. And under supreme command of His Eminence the War Master Horace Lupercal.
Ah, how nice.
What kind of... I already know, but I'm going to query. What kind of crusade are we on? I assume it's compliance.
It was compliance when we
Yes.
checked.
So,
Expedition and compliance. And also, for those of you who, have, who are not named Xiph, it's time for a willpower save.
Why do you
Okay.
do this to me?
Fuck's sake.
As,
Alright.
War Master Horace Lupercal?
Yes, it's fucking Horus. I know. I'm not
Yes.
a fucking blood angel.
oh,
I
mean,
know
it's
you
versus-
aren't, but you are also, this is also a secretive and forbidden law that, Horus
Wasn't
was
House-
ever...
Isn't House Lupus intimately familiar with Sanguinius and what happened?
Not necessarily Sanguinius, but... Yeah, I mean, John's already figured out that, like, hey, wait a minute, there's a Primarch here of a Traitor Legion.
I mean, yeah, it's still that still gives you insanity.
Alright, well, allow me to activate ye old Pure Faith. Boop. Get the hens.
Alright, right. So... 5 modified by your degrees. So Victor and Molly will each get 1. Oz is going to get 7.
Ow.
We're talking about insanity.
Yes.
Guess what, Mars?
Oh, this is a bad time to threshold.
Is for 1 enough to threshold?
I mean, it might be.
I'm getting 7. Oh, is it?
It's
Yep.
not. It's actually not. I'm up to 14.
Okay.
7 insanity, my man.
So what does that put you up to, Molly? Like 45?
Oh, no. I was beyond 45. My insanity is now 48.
Oh.
I'm at 38 after that. So what? That was the 5 plus my failure plus the degree of failure.
Yep.
Okay.
So Merz, is it true? Would I know with my maxed out Forbidden Lore warp that doing assignations here is a bad idea?
You can certainly make a test, and I will be right back as I need to go and get some new stuff to drink.
Alrighty.
I think it's a bad idea to do assignations.
It's probably a really bad idea, but you know.
Can do it very subtly, but I'm not sure I like what I'll see.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. But hey, now that I have pure faith up, it's time to go fucking diving through this database and get as much shit as Jeanne possibly can. Just
Oz,
consume data.
Molly, Xiph, I suggest you load your handguns. The chambers are empty. I had to rack a bullet into mine.
Xiph takes his gun and looks at it.
Pull back the slide.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Keep
Because
pulling
this
it,
is...
keep pulling it, keep pulling it, there you
Yep,
go. Now
yep.
you have bullet in the chamber.
It's just going to blink at you and then wave an integrated plasma pistol.
Well, it's a blast pistol, so... And it uses magazines.
No, this is a plasma pistol.
My...
Molly has a different weapon.
Okay.
If only I could be so lucky to be born a child of Mars.
What about this? That will show a hunting rifle. It looks similar to the musket, but I don't think I put stuff in that.
It seems even in this timey-wimey nonsense they saw fit to put me in the red robes. And I have my legs still, though they're directly beneath me rather than behind me with a vast store of frozen hydrogen, which makes me sad.
Can you show me how the rifle works, Victor?
Let me see. What type of rifle is it again?
Just says hunting rifle.
Okay, see, the thing back there,
Xiph,
it's a bolt.
you know how to use them all.
Oh, I do. Well, I thought I wouldn't be familiar with human weapons.
You are now.
Yeah. At least this pistol and this rifle, you feel familiar enough with to use.
Xiph will then raise an eyebrow. Seems I have the instinctive knowledge of how to use these, even though it's my first time holding one.
Make sure it's chambered.
Yep,
Everyone make sure your firearms are chambered. Mine wasn't.
You know, it's funny, I
problematic.
came with a violin. It's what my sister plays. Never had much of an ear for music myself, but...
Do you have a gun?
Yes.
I'll have you know our karaoke sessions were wonderful.
Well, I can sing well enough, but actually playing an instrument, And yes, Victor, I chambered around the second we got in here.
Very good. I am going to lift my cane and see if it still has a sword in it.
Right.
Yes.
I do have a question that's relevant. So when Victor does his signations, that means he's using his eye, right? He tells us to look away. Because Navigator.
I haven't used it yet, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Oh, yes. You wanted to know if that was a good idea or not. Yeah, Victor, anything you might gather, it will be behind behind whatever power is causing you to experience all of this. And that power may cause bad things if you open yourself to it.
That's the problem.
You may forget the difference between the real Victor and whoever it is you're experiencing.
I don't want to be a Jeanne for the rest of my life.
And I will also DM you something. Snippy.
Fuck. Yes.
Well, Victor's fucking around with his cane. Jeanne, since we have a cogitator and it has at least some kind of data structure it's attached to, and I have pure faith up, it's time to consume as much knowledge as humanly possible. As many remembrancer reports as she can dig up. I want orders of battle. I want maps. Give it to me.
Before they got fucking liquidated by the 8th Legion.
Well, that's the thing. This is before the fucking, at least the 601st liquidated themselves.
Let me finish typing to you, Victor, before I do you anything like that, please.
Okay.
Let's do the time warp again.
It just keeps happening.
We could just stop jumping to the left.
I just step to the right and then...
I wonder if we have to play out this scene for it to end, or...
I
If we
feel
have-
like we need to deal with whatever's causing this hallucination, which probably means assassinating a Night Lord or the station's commander.
A hallucination or time warp?
Whichever.
I've DM'd Victor his some stuff he got from having 3 degrees of success on Forbidden Law Warp.
Okay, yeah, so
Our
nothing we
souls
didn't
have
know
been-
already, but that is right. Molly,
Yes.
check your implants. What was your last entry? Do you have any files or data that wasn't there before?
Merzendi, can I check my memorance implant?
Yeah, as far as you can tell, it's fine.
Everything
Everything's
checks out
fine.
1-to-1.
Everything checks out 1-to-1, but this, whatever we're caught in, might have added something and might look completely normal and innocuous. Might be something new that can help us break out of this.
I will run my system diagnostics again if you wish.
Do that. In the
Can't
meantime, Jeanne,
Yes.
keep going through those files.
Merzendi, would
You
you
don't
like
have to tell me
logic,
twice.
logic or tech use?
Either works. I mean,
They're equal to me at this point, so...
I will just tell you, you will come up with a result of you're fine. But
Okay.
if you want to get a lot of degrees of success to make your fine feel better, go ahead.
No, can I just take 10? And just tell Victor I'm fine?
Yeah,
I'll just run standard diagnostics and tell Victor that everything's coming up 1-to-1.
Huh? That's good. That's good to know.
If you want to absorb as much data as you can, I will give you a choice of logic or literacy.
Well, I'm trained in one of those, so literacy.
You're not gonna ask if to help
No,
with that?
I'm not, because... Well, actually, Xiph doesn't care, learning shit about human history shouldn't drive Xiph insane. He doesn't really have any
Yeah, he
context for that
wants
stuff.
kind of wants to know about it, and I have a plus 20 in literacy, so I have.
This
a
is
85
before his
total.
race even was around, other than, slamming their fists in the dirt.
So
Yeah.
he'd
Zip.
find this very interesting.
Okay, I'll help you, so you can have a plus 20 from Jeanne.
Hey, let's.
She will
take
motion
a
for everyone else to stay the fuck away. We're,
So,
we're going to
so-
places you
so-
don't need to go.
So 20.
Jeanne,
Yes.
you do know what's happening right now, correct?
Yes, we're in some sort of etheric domain.
We are currently experiencing someone else's memory, someone else's lingering soul. We are piloting them probably to their last violent moments.
Possibly.
Do not lose yourself.
I won't, but this is also an opportunity we can ill afford to pass up.
That is true.
Alright, you have 6 questions, Savin.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Alright. So, within what would become the Dandrican sector, where are all the Imperial installations and forward bases?
A fine question. Unfortunately, I don't know much. The rendezvous. They know you are able to find the rendezvous point is a world named Morduster.
Ah, fuck.
That is where this vessel is supposed. That is where the Infinite Justice and its escorts are meant to join the 601st.
So the space station's intending to move, eh?
Yes, it's intending to. It is currently outside of what will become the Dandrican sector, and it is
okay.
expecting to make a warp jump and be towed there to join the 601st in their compliance expedition.
Right. Okay. Does it? Can I find out as part of that where Mordaster is?
Yes.
Is it Zarsa?
No.
Excellent.
Let me bring you to the Dandrican sector map.
Oh. I have a feeling it's going to be way out there. Yep.
Yes. I'll delete that, and you can label that more dust. I will give you an updated sector map with a named Mordaster later.
Okay, well, that's good, I suppose. By a certain definition of good. So now we know where fucking McGuire is or was heading. Boy,
You
that's
got trapped in this?
What the fuck?
So good news, everybody. We know where the 601st ended up,
I don't like that.
and we
Think we
know
could
that.
find them?
Yeah, more importantly, at least some segments of them are still potentially alive in our time.
That's even less good.
Well, it's probably not the Night Lords themselves. Well, it could be, but it's definitely some like Solar Auxilia remnants. Okay, let's see. So, further questions.
Yes, that was your first question. Good job. You continue to be really good at cutting to like the map data.
Listen.
Savin,
Yes.
you know the heretics and the martial wolf fighting in the other system? What are the chances those guys are the remnants of the Solar Auxilia?
The who were fighting in the other sector, sorry?
Hey, remember
In
when
the
we were playing
Gothic
as
sector, the Militum Nox.
the Militum Nox and the guy with the dagger that I'm not gonna name?
Almost zero, but I suppose anything's possible. The warp gate to this place wasn't open to here, at least, until recently.
We might have been back then.
I mean, fucking okay, fine.
God, I hope he
Can
isn't.
I just pull up a list of heraldry and unit insignias of like all the units assigned to the 601st?
Kitty.
Just try and
You
figure
can
out.
pull up an incomplete list. There are some that are redacted.
I'm sure, but John's not going to like try and press that, but she will just try and pull up as much of the order of battle as she can. And then, Yeah, is there any correlation between that and any chaotic warbands Taos Dandrick may have encountered in the past?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's good. I figured the Militum Nox were just like a mercenary band that got corrupted. I was pretty sure that was their backstory.
Yeah.
But okay, like Jeanne will just commit this order of battle to memory. Does it come with perhaps like unit leaders, any like fleet commander of that group?
Yes, the overall leader of the 601st is Talon Master Tel Kargax.
Okay, so we're already considered under his command out here. Gotcha.
Yes, as you have been detailed to join him.
Fair enough. Oh, Kargax. All right. So this system isn't going to really have a lot of like. Well, no, it would actually. Suppose. So they don't have Imperial installations mapped out here because they haven't met up with the 601st, but they have at least that data. What else can I find out? Like, was there something at Zarsa, for example? Or any...
You aren't at Zarsa. You are.
Right. I'm sorry. We're like way out here. I don't know. Hold on. I have a
see my
feeling I
red
know.
arrow?
No. Hold on. Let me zoom way the fuck out. Oh, okay. We're out that way. Gotcha.
Yes, you are not in this sector.
Yeah. I was kind of figuring we would be like at Vixhalia or something, about to jump into it.
No.
Okay, so we're coming. We're coming from
that
Spinward
was
because this
more
map
for
is
a
9 degrees.
yeah. That was more for just an example of just you are way off of this,
Yeah.
way out of this, rather
We're
than
not on
an
this.
exact direction.
Okay, so we're expecting to go like yeah, so not through what would become the Dandrigan sector.
No.
Okay. Did the 601st come from the same way, like we're following their footsteps? Or
That
did they-
will count as your third question.
Sure. Yeah.
And yes. Yes, they came from Spinwood to Spinwood and Corwood to get to here.
So they cut a bloody path this way. That'd be the end result. God, I'm so curious as to what happened to this fucking space station to knock it out, because... Right, stepping back a
Well,
second.
let me tell you what's going to happen in 3 more questions.
Oh, well, I... We're gonna find out. Alright, does anyone have anything they want to know while I'm thinking of potential follow-ups?
You asked most of the questions I wanted to know as usual. But I am curious to see. I was up, so I'm not sure if you already asked this. What's the total fleet size, and what kind of ships did they bring?
We already
Like,
actually
'cause they're
have
all-
that data from the what was it, Dawn over Nostromo, the frigate?
Yes.
Yes, we do know the disposition of the 601st. It was a battle barge, 3 cruisers, 10 escorts, and 10 transport ships.
Oh, okay.
Way ahead of you on that one. Okay, well, you know what? I'm here not just for information about our current adventures. I'm here for information I can't get elsewhere. Merz, I would like to pull up a list of all the Primarchs and Space Marine Legions. Let's fucking go.
Roll luck. Let's see if it's in that one.
Alright, luck. Well, I succeeded, but I didn't have one.
Okay.
We don't get all 20 of them.
Yes, you get
All 18 of them.
you all 18 from Lionel Johnson to Alfarius Ommegan.
Well, Faris and Megran have to share.
Yeah, it's his full name and his surname.
Ah, I see how we're doing this. Okay.
That's how it's officially recorded.
It is how it's officially recorded. Those sneaky buggers, I hate them.
Also, did you uncover any? Did you already ask for if there's any things that the Crusade has found of any note, like treasure worlds or like rare STC patterns, stuff like that? In the
Unfortunately,
sector?
they haven't made it into the Diandrican sector yet. We
Okay.
are displaced. So the 601st has been in the sector for 3 years, but we haven't heard from them for 3 years because.
What about any unusual scans?
Would that even be information this thing would have by now?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, I figured.
What
not.
about the cow people, guys? Let's go save the cow people.
Again,
Well, no, they're
didn't have it.
furries.
No. You wanted to save the cow people, didn't
I
you?
wanna save the
This
cow
is your
people.
chance. You specifically audibly wish to go back in time.
I
to
do,
save
and
the
believe me,
gadget
if
people.
this was going to be the rest of the campaign, I'd be super into it. But
This is where you fucking got us. This is all your fault.
Yeah, to save cowgirls, but Merzendi's terrible.
But yeah,
Oh.
back to the point.
Wait,
We're
no,
3 years behind the 601st, and by now I suspect the 601st has wedged themselves already, or is like right on the verge of it.
Merzendi, is this their main staging area? This craft specifically, because
No,
it would
this
be worth.
is this is intended to be it after it joins them and serves as reinforcements. Like this is bringing like you are part of a reinforcement fleet to join the 601st.
Got it. Okay.
God, the temptation to just be a shitter with these questions.
And if you don't have anything better, go ahead.
No, I mean, I have an infinite number of equally valid questions. It's just like, you know, could I find a picture of the Emperor and Malkador on this? Probably, but is that worth expending my data on? No. Actually, you know what? You know what is worth expending my data on? I would like to find this quote-unquote imperial truth that Juno keeps yammering on about, whatever the fuck that is.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You can get that, no problem. You can spend a few minutes skimming it. It is a declaration from, in some parts, because some parts are quotes in the article you are reading, from the mouth of the Emperor himself, denouncing the whole concept of divinity and the supernatural as superstition, arcane claptrap, and nonsense.
His exact words.
But
That's what Juno keeps saying.
Yeah, but what some consider demons are simply a form of Xeno that exist in a lower dimension, and that they too shall be purged one day with fire and sword.
Sean's just kind of glance at Xiph, like, oh, that sounds familiar.
Xiph will look back at John's like, you're not gonna do that, right? To me?
No, she
No,
specifically said she pushed everyone away when she was looking at this.
No, I have Xiph with me because
Ah.
Xiph doesn't give a fuck about Imperial history. It's like learning that there were 20 space marines. He doesn't give a fuck.
Do you know how many questions he asked everybody? Like, he finds this shit super interesting. Though that part is a bit concerning. So he's like, he looks at it.
Hold on, because there is something else. The Imperial the Imperial Truth and Imperial Doctrine doesn't. You can't. It does say, yeah. Even the Xeno of lower orders and lower dimensions, even those that attempt to evade our grasp in the warp, they too, as with all others who dare disgrace our galaxy, they shall be put unto sword, they shall be put unto death. For only humanity is destined to walk the stars.
Yep, sounds about right.
That part is framed as a direct quote from
Yep.
the Emperor.
Well, look, unfortunately the Emperor was fucking McWrong, and one of the nice things about not viewing the Emperor as a god is he's allowed to be fallible and change his mind.
Yeah, I just feel like that may be an important thing for Xiph to read.
Yeah, Ziff's looking at that and being like, huh. Well, that's incredibly concerning.
Well, it shouldn't be. That's the normal Imperial doctrine.
Yeah, but this is kind of your god.
Yes, and everyone also believes that in our time.
Guess if this is from his words itself, I guess Ziff leads it very close to John, nervously hoping Victor doesn't hear him. Does this mean he's not actually a god? That he's just a really powerful dude?
We can save the theology for later. I'm gonna have to refer you to my mother, but it's a very interesting question that has a remarkably complex answer.
So,
The short
okay.
answer, Xiph, is that it doesn't really matter one way or the other. If whether he's God or not, it's the difference between whatever he is now in our time, and that is academic.
Ziff will just nod and say, okay. Well, I guess do I have permission to talk to you more about this later when we're not in incredible trouble?
Yes, yes. But you have to promise not to tell what I say to you to anyone else, or I'll get in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, trust me. You will not have to worry about that.
Good boy. And just to be clear, and I don't mean this as a threat necessarily, but if you do, I'm going to say you made it up.
Oh no, I understand. Trust me.
Okay.
You do not need to worry about this. I am very well aware. I mean, the amount of threats Victor has done to me for questioning
Yes.
certain things. I don't want one of your random guards to pop me in the head.
Right, and I don't want anyone back in the Imperium to pop me in the head either, so let's keep this between us, eh?
So if we'll hold up. How many fingers do Tao have?
4 total, including the thumb.
Ziff
Yeah.
will hold up the equivalent of his pinky. Says, humans do this sometimes. The pinky swear.
Yeah, Jeanne will give him the little pinky promise.
Right,
Alright,
so I guess this is something we both share now. Our secret.
good. Now let's get back to work.
Yep. Alright, let me scroll through this more, and
Alright,
what do you want to find next?
you know, we're
I believe
10,000...
you've got one more question?
Only one more? Alright.
If I've been keeping track right, it's only one more.
I think we have 2, but fine. Doesn't really matter. If no one else has anything they desperately want to know, then, Jeanne would like to try and just get, you know, the brief history of the Imperium and the Great Crusade. Just, like, this is stuff that has fallen into legend by now. Let me read the reports as they are from the people who were actually there.
Sure. You know, just add to your character sheet, both of you.
Oh boy.
Although actually, no, I will, because you have your Halloween character sheets, I will need to do this manually. But you will essentially be adding an extra forbidden law, the Great Crusade.
Woohoo! Awesome.
All of us?
Or
No,
No,
just
just-
these two.
Okay. Good. I don't
The
want any
Tau.
sanity.
the Tau has intimate knowledge about the Great Crusade. Oh, Victor
That's
would have
quite
a
funny.
fucking stroke.
No,
Victor would
Victor
have a.
wouldn't care. When you talk to Victor, it will enter one ear and exit the other. He ignores everyone, but the captain.
Except now Xiph can tell you, how to do historical reenactments
And I will
of,
ignore
like,
him.
Varangda's genocides.
I will just ignore
Ooh.
him. You have no idea the depths or the heights of his ego and how little he cares about others.
Fair enough.
Jeanne, however, is excited to reenact the Rangdon genocides. Victor.
And would John now strong arm Victor to let Xiph participate?
No.
I refuse.
Anyway,
I guess that's it.
yeah, because you got the Mordaster information. Fuck, I'm blanking on what all of your questions were, and again, now I'm
We got
doubting myself.
The Space Marines, we got the Mordaster bit, we got the Orders of Battle, etc. We're good. It's hard to remember what falls into which question, but yeah, I'm satisfied with what we have learned.
Yes, I mean, after the first three, you were very much just going around with.
While I'm here, I might as well learn
Ah.
shit.
Yep. So,
Well, that was enlightening. Who's ready for lunch?
Check my. I don't have a chrono. What time is it?
it's about lunchtime, I think.
Mm,
Or, well, no, it's a bit. It's after the official lunchtime, but it's about time you could go and pick up cold post-lunch snacks, like sandwiches and tea.
I
Good
guess
enough.
we'll go grab something to eat.
Alright. Now remember, everyone, the Night Lords run a tight ship. They are disciplinarians. Hard justice. So,
Um,
just do nothing to stand out. Just mind your business.
I'm not even gonna look at him.
Unless they tell you to, in which case, just obey any orders you're given.
Oh, I'll just not look in their eyes when they tell me to look at them.
Close enough.
Okay.
Alright, let's
I
go.
am entirely unsurprised. I will spend my time with my own kind.
Yeah, see what you can learn. We'll meet you back here soon.
So, back over to the adventuring tab. So, Molly, you wanted to go and see your own kind. The other
Correct.
mechanical slots.
Seconded I may be, but a child of Mars I remain.
Cannot escape your past.
Right.
I'm just glad I'm not being dragged into the Navigator's Tower.
Yeah, I mean, you're a remembrance, so you're not a navigator, right? So yeah, Molly, you can head down. Just for the sake of keeping this quick, I'm going to just tell you that what you're looking at, if you want to gather any useful information, is the inquiry skill. Or if you can give me a very good justification for why you could do something else instead of inquiry, that other skill instead of inquiry.
No, I am going to become the Gray Man.
Meaning?
I am going to completely immerse myself within the Red Tide, as to not be noticed by any members of the Night Lords. And I am going to immerse myself in the ebb and flow and see if there's any differences, because while the knowledge of the ancients stands unquestionable, um, these still aren't people from the Dark Age.
Uh, Fair enough. And you will find they are more efficient in some ways. Most ways.
Yeah, I mean,
Some
Merzendi,
things you would have expected to be sacrosanct are clipped and fast forwarded.
Merzendi, inquiry is fellowship. I have a fellowship of 25.
I know, but I mean, that's still the skill to gather information.
I have no interest in gathering information in this time warp that I don't already have, other than knowledge of more technology and where I can find it in the present,
And to be
if we
fair,
ever
Right,
make it
fair
back.
enough. So, then I'll just move up to the people who are in the mess hall. uh,
I don't know what you expected.
I I don't I don't really I didn't really expect much, but I wanted to give you a chance.
I just want to poke around ancient machinery that I think's cool, but unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to find this stuff when we get back to the future.
Actually, Stray, you know what you should do?
Ah, what?
Pull up the technical schematics for this place and download them.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. Especially like, I don't know, emergency power, life support manuals, that sort of thing.
Security codes.
And
Navigator
that you're not
system.
gonna be able to get easily, but you should be able to get
Yeah.
like the outline of this place and where all the shit is.
Yeah, because we only have scans of it from our time, so
Yeah, yeah. Um, I guess. I mean, if you're going to the Mechanicum section,
yeah, I'm just gonna say how
uh,
cool their ship is, and I want to know the layout. It's fine. I'm one of them.
I do wish this character sheet let you change the attribute for more skills. Because what I would be asking for here is an int-based charm.
Do you want me to roll a D100?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, that's not good. I could re-roll.
You may want to. That's really bad.
That's not any better, and now I'm at one
It's a
fate point
bit
left.
it's a bit better, but it's not much better. It is at least sufficiently better to not get you immediately in trouble, but no. As soon as you start, talking about that stuff, you aren't supposed to be here. Go away. Shoo.
Fair enough. I shall shoot.
They beat you with brooms. You
Wait.
giant spider, you.
All right, that's me.
All right. So, for those of you up top, yeah, it's mess hall. There are cold sandwiches and hot tea. There are occasional Imperial Army and Solar Auxilia officers wandering in to grab something and go. What
All right,
do?
Mers. Well, when in Rome, flirt with someone and try and get them to give me a tour of this place. Just find a cute off-duty Solar Auxilia lady.
Mhm. Right?
So, might that perhaps be and charm?
First off, roll luck.
Okay.
I
Actually
don't
find
need
one
to
of my own. I succeed by a lot.
Okay, well, yeah, you. It was more. I wanted to make sure you didn't crit fail and have an interminable number of straight ladies.
No. And it's okay. As long as there's a pretty girl or a femboy somewhere. Surely.
There are no femboys in the Solar Auxilia.
I don't believe you.
They're not very progressive, are they?
Not in the slightest.
Alright.
But yeah, you can in fact find a super sweet subby little femboy, and yeah, roll charm to roll charm to Dom.
Wait, hold on. You said there weren't any femboys. Now there's a femboy. What the hell? Think you mean
Yeah.
pretty girl?
Sorry. Yes, girl.
Alright, so I
Oh,
still
boy.
have pure military. I don't think I have any of my other shit here, so
Here, military will not apply.
interesting, but fair enough, I suppose.
It's none of your friends have been born yet.
Well, that's true, but it's also about, knowing the culture and how to act around people from that culture. That's why it's pure military rather than, pure Imperial Navy, for example. But fine.
Well, Jeanne, you can either get a cute little girl to just come in your lap like 9 times, or you can get her to do what you want.
I don't understand the distinction.
I mean, fair.
Mostly
Yes.
I want to get a tour of the space station. Like, hop on a tram, get shown all the cool shit around here.
Yeah. Are you going to bring the others? Are you just going on the date?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, given that this is John using the flirt power, probably not. Later, nerds.
So you're now in 3 groups.
Listen, when in Rome, get ancient history, pussy.
Yeah. You can start getting a tour while that's going on. Xiph, Victor, Oz, anything?
Xiph is
Eat
just
food.
gonna.
Hungry. Is the
It's
food
gonna.
good, Mers? Is it just corpse starch?
It's good.
Xiph
It's
will,
actual beef sandwiches.
Oh, thank goodness. Victor is a noble. I wouldn't be able to eat if it was crap.
Xiph will just also eat Stadia Victor because Victor will always take charge of the conversation and Xiph does not need to talk.
Wise.
Oz?
I'm all set. Victor took my.
It was about time I said
Done in
something.
1 moment.
You know, Oscar, you could go look at the big fucking guns on this place.
That's true.
Very carefully.
I mean, don't touch any of
Obvious.
them, but you could behold the majesty of a super laser cannon.
What kind of a
Yeah.
Rebelmancer are you? I ride.
I don't-
Zin records video, I think.
But yes, I will behold the big guns.
Tactical gawking.
Tactical gawking.
Right. I return. I heard something about big guns.
Oscar is gonna behold the big guns. Just appreciate the majesty.
Okay. Which set of big guns?
The closest set. I don't want to go too far away from the group.
Well, hold on. Might I
The group is
suggest?
scattered to all hells.
Oh,
Might
okay.
I
Then,
suggest the Archaeotech las cannon that still has power in the future?
yes. Ooh, yes.
Lance. Not last cannon, Lance. It is.
Sorry, yes, that is technically a difference.
I thought it was a lance. Yeah. Lances are accurate too.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
the sniper rifles of space combat.
Yes.
So you can't go for that. So. I guess. Question on what everyone hopes to accomplish here. Well, actually, Victor and Xiph, are you sure you're just gonna stay in the mess hall and, have a tea service?
I mean, what else? Well, to be fair, Xiph is gonna try to do not a lot due to, the circumstances.
You're sprinkling around Night Lords. This place is a minefield.
It is, yes.
Which means it is very dangerous for us to do anything. But I do think the lieutenant was amicable. And she did specifically say we should contact her. And she is assigned to us. So, if it is her job to babysit us, might as well keep her busy.
Oh my god. Victor, you're a normal human. You could actually slam normal human pussy on a real date.
It
you
would be
can,
very
pussy?
counterproductive, but I am the kind of, Look. The opportunity is there.
Yeah.
Victor
The
wants some
opportunity
tight boy
exists.
act.
The opportunity exists normally. It's just,
There's not a lot of
certain
people who want
things
to
have-
date a navigator.
loads of people do. Navigators are rich as fuck.
Exactly. This is gonna be the only chance Victor has in his entire life to smash some pussy like a normal person
Yeah, that's
without
one.
getting corruption points.
And no consequences.
No, there'll definitely be consequences. But
Like
you
a-
know
but-
what?
Are we
The man
actually in
hasn't
the
had
past?
sex in 14 months.
Mm.
He could have had sex at any point.
He doesn't want to. He's professional.
I mean, yeah,
but
he-
he's gonna have it now.
He
Because
could
right now the professionalism goes out the window.
he could smash, but there would always be that relationship dynamic of he's a navigator. That's
You can't
apart and
trust
above
him.
normal humanity. Now he can experience it from the perspective of a normal man.
He could just wake his little sister up.
No, my sister's
That-
gross and stupid. She's dumb.
God damn it, Mercy.
Incest isn't a
Look,
problem in this future.
Then
And-
they'd both be on equal political levels. Sure, there would also be the weird dynamic of, they are mandated to breed by, ancient decree.
No,
gotta-
that's not the
you gotta
problem,
keep-
Merce. She's ugly. That's
you
the
gotta-
problem.
Victor, you gotta keep the bloodline pure.
I don't care.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
that's
going
how
in, boys. Hold my beer.
Only
Alright,
only
I'm
when they
rooting
start
for you,
getting
buddy.
additional chits
You,
do you slow down.
So you want to,
We'll bang, okay?
you want to get Lieutenant Tasha Gelandos to come and join you. Okay.
Yes, he wants Lieutenant Tasha to come.
Well, I could have been doing something productive. I could have been asking questions. I could have been getting more lore from the sector, more little fun facts about pre-Crusade era. But you know what? No. That road leads to insanity and corruption points. I'm just gonna go smash some pussy. I don't need to know all that stuff.
I will require another charm roll to
Oh,
for you
fuck.
to actually get her into bed already.
God damn it, I'm not gonna charm. Like a
Uh,
17.
can
Xiph
I
gives him some
long
pointers.
range plus 10 him?
No,
Oh.
no, you're not on your ship.
Damn it, fuck.
Xiph can give some pointers.
Wingman for him. I mean, that's
You have
valid.
charm?
Yeah, Xiph can assist.
I am plus 10 in charm.
Okay, no.
You
Fate?
you can't make the roll for him, but you can assist.
Fate.
I am
Oh, but it could
assisting.
be- Oh my...
Yes!
Buy in!
You did it!
Buying in! With my last fate point, I'm buying in!
Sure.
Enormously worth.
Time for that eye-covered
I
cock
can't
to go
wait
see
for you to get
inside.
insanity later, finding her, like, shriveled mummy corpse later.
Oh,
Or-
that's fine. Most of the people I fuck look like that.
Or this is how Victor's noble house starts.
Yeah. After some flirting, she will sit down beside you, and her hand will slide into Victor's pants, and a few minutes later, she will stand, lick her fingers, and lead him off back to quarters.
Xiph will just smile as they walk away. Is Xiph alone at the table now?
Oh god.
Yes.
Get back to your
Xiph,
quarters immediately.
Xiph just finishes his meal and will immediately head back to his quarters.
Oh god, you're gonna be intercepted by a marine, I can feel it.
Xiph,
Roll luck,
yes, please.
of course. Listen,
Roll
what's the
100.
worst that
Roll
could
100.
happen?
Roll 100.
I left
Okay,
Xiph alone!
That's not that bad.
Yeah. You get back to quarters with nothing good nor bad happening.
Ugh.
Xiph,
Now-
No, that's not really good.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Ella.
Xiph will let out a long breath, safe, and will, realize no one's there with him. He'll grab the data pad and he'll just start, reading up on stuff.
So, for those of you who are doing things, what, if anything, are you hoping to accomplish by this?
Me? I wanna bust
Yeah.
a nut.
Okay, so
How many nuts?
you are just indulging yourself with an interested lady.
He is a noble. Of course, he's just gonna indulge himself. What do you think? This was supposed to be productive?
Yeah.
No?
Oz.
Oh god.
I don't think I'm
What?
trying to do anything productive here.
I thought you were trying to investigate where the last fucking still activated gun was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Learn
I
as
mean-
much as you can about this station's, like, cool archaeotech weapon.
Go look at the
Yeah,
guns.
so- Yeah, I don't know if I put any roll in for that.
You do have very good scrutiny.
I do.
I say throw a scrut because there might be something special about that gun. Maybe the reason why it's activated is because it was possessed by a demon and we don't want to be anywhere near it. Maybe the reason
Yeah,
why
I
it's activated is because it has some elaborate backup power system that we can rip off and put on our own ship for infinite fucking energy through perpetual motion or some bullshit.
Anyway, can I throw a scroot for anything like special about this gun, Merzendi?
Just looking at it visually, I don't think so. You're gonna need to,
Yeah.
Chat up a gunnery crew. You are also,
Yeah.
like, a ship's gunner in the real world. You should be able to, like,
That's true.
commune with them.
I guess that's true.
could do that, yeah. Or you could, I guess, try to sneak in and look at it from the inside, where you you might actually just get stuff from a pure visual perspective.
Sneaking sounds like a bad thing to do on a Night Lord ship.
Yeah.
Stop trying to
Yeah.
tempt him.
Yeah.
If this is
no,
like
you're
a
right.
salamander or even an ultramarine ship, you could probably get away with it.
It's a Night Lord ship. You fucking trip in the hallway, your skull's probably gonna get crushed.
A Night Lord will actually just rip out your eye and skull fuck you.
Yeah, no sneaking around. Just I'll chat up the gunnery crew though.
Yeah. You are asking for relevant military information, so this will be a minus. Yeah, this is a Night Lord ship. Minus 20 charm.
Right. Could I argue on his behalf
Okay.
that this could be a ballistic skill test to commune with these gunners on their terms?
Sure, yeah. I will let you use ballistic skill in the place of fellowship.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's still halved because I do not have charm.
I mean, it's substantially better.
It is substantially better. Okay. No.
Would you like to re-roll that?
I can try a reroll, sure.
I would honestly suggest you don't, because you could
Oh no?
roll
Okay.
substantially worse and then
That
bad things.
is true. Yeah, I'll stick with this. Just no.
I think with one doff, you're probably not going to get Night Lorded.
You're
True.
not going to get in any trouble, but you're not going to accomplish anything.
It's
Yeah, that's fine.
better than getting tortured to death by a Night Lord. TBQH.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it
Jeanne.
just be a fucking salamander ship?
I appreciate the
Yeah.
help, Savin.
Listen, I at some point I told Mers my favorite Trader Legion was the Night Lords, and here we are.
I think I assigned these before you said that.
I've been saying it for years, but it's fine. Alright, yeah, Jeanne wants to go on a tour of this space station and, like, see what there is to see. See the shops, and more importantly, see the way to get around this place. See the interesting things to see.
Can do that, but what do you actually want to accomplish by looking around like that?
Oh, basically create a mental map for when we are later exploring this place so that I can get around.
Sure.
Which,
Do you have any sort of talent or
I have Navigate Surface.
such for having an eidetic memory?
No, I do not have that per se.
Get fucked. Why aren't you me?
I know, right? You and I need to just swap skill sets. No. What I do have is Nav Surface, which, you know, probably going to need to use later. I'm hoping to basically just give future me a bonus here.
What I'm going to ask for is
Sounds like an intelligent
logic, I think, for
Logic.
memorization.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well,
Don't worry. At minimum, you'll have a +10. It's just if you succeed this, that you will increase that +10.
Alright, well, that's fine. I can trigger Foresight at least. But... Oh!
Oh, good job.
Alright. So, on any navigate surface test aboard this station, you will have a +25.
Hell yeah.
So, you should probably note that down on your external notes thing. Because,
Oh, I have.
After all, I've hidden your main character sheet.
Oh, yeah, what was the name of the space station again?
The Infinite Justice.
Thank you. I accidentally copy-pasted over that when I grabbed your list of things.
Yeah. I do hope you don't mind me just skipping by that with rolls, Victor, but time.
Look, my actual girlfriend has had like 10 speaking lines the whole campaign. Sometimes it'd be like that.
She has had more, it's just I think a fair few of them you've thought were Van Zaus, because I accidentally gave them accents too similar.
Lol.
And now it's too late to change.
Nah, just give her Amien's voice, it's fine.
But she's meant to be like German first, but then French. So really, she should be like Belgian.
Oh no.
Not the Belgish. Hoff is coming for revenge.
Don't worry, that does mean that she is the inventor of fries.
Ah, that's pretty good.
Nice. Ah yes, the French fries.
Yeah. With all of that, Xiph, is there anything you would like to accomplish by your reading the stuff on the datapad?
I'm just reading general history,
Wait.
learning more about the Imperium.
Okay.
Question.
Yes?
Do I have money on this past me?
Yes.
I'm gonna go buy lingerie.
Yeah, you can find where the lingerie store is.
Yes. Ideal.
You know?
What if matching pair with cute past girl?
Yeah. And do that. It's on one of the Civitas decks.
Excellent.
Fact.
Is it the one that's still powered in the future?
Yeah, judging by where it is, you think this is the one that still has power.
Oh my fucking god.
Alright, Molly, our problems are solved.
No, they're not, because think,
Fantastic.
first said all of our underwear was eaten. What if it wasn't eaten? What if it was stolen and this is where the Slaneshi demons reside, in real space?
Quite possibly. I mean, since we're here, what other shops
Yeah.
are in, like, this particular Civitas deck? Is there anything, like, super interesting here?
Well, you live next, like, adjacent to New York City. What sort of shops are there in New York City?
It's better for me to tell you what shops aren't in New York City. Let's go with
I
that.
hate New York City so much.
Exactly. So,
Good gun
yeah,
shops, that's what.
yes. That is similarly a thing that is not here.
I can't believe the Night Lords don't want to arm the peasantry. SMH my entire head.
There are gun shops, but they provide like low-powered self-defense las pistols, like the type you already have, or single-shot hunting rifles, or like very custom pieces to turn a single-shot hunting rifle into a fucking artillery cannon. Not literally an artillery cannon, but like
the Loudener.
Put I don't know, not the Loudener, more same design, but significantly higher caliber, turning it into a 2-inch gun.
Ah yes, turn it into a punt gun.
Yes.
Alright, guns are cool and all, but is there a cool sword shop?
Yes?
Nice.
No powered swords available.
I mean, we have charnable sabers in this time and space, so that's good enough for me.
Yes. Basically, there are shops that will sell you, like, almost anything. Not literally anything, but almost anything. The only stuff there isn't is gambling shops. Like that, there is a
I'm so
hard no
surprised.
on that.
Do they also hard no brothels? I'm not going to one, but I'm just curious.
No.
Interesting. I just hate Gamba for some reason. Fair enough.
There are brothels, but they have, but, well, the one brothel has a pair of Theta Garmin Deathless standing guard outside of it, and anyone trying to go in gets ID checked and medi scanned and a whole lot of shit done to them before they're allowed in.
I see. So safe, consensual. I see. Good. Good.
Hmm.
See, this is the Night Lords, functioning at their best out here. This is fine.
And then the vid screens all flick on for all of you.
Oh no.
Now, I am disappointed. I had a belief in you. You subjects of the Emperor. I thought you had learned. I thought you had understood truth, law, justice. And the vid screen now goes from black to focusing on a whimpering figure. Man tied with his wrists cuffed up above him. And tied to a post with his wrists up above him. And in uniform of a menial dock worker.
Well, what uniform? Of a
Menial
menial.
dock
Oh, no.
worker.
Yeah, John's just
Yeah.
gonna excuse herself and go to the bathroom where there's no vid screen. Thank you very much.
There's a vid screen in the bathroom, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna go in the closet.
And you can go in one of the bathroom cubicles, and then close it. There isn't a vid screen in there, but
Okay.
yeah, you will still hear all of this.
To be fair, I have been in restrooms where they actually had those in cubicles, hanging above
What?
cubicles.
Wow.
Yeah, in New Vegas. New Vegas, Las Vegas.
What the fuck?
Gross.
It's so you can't miss the game.
Oh my god, that's...
Decadent? Yes.
That's Vegas, baby.
Yep, now I see. There are still among you those who flaunt Lex Imperialis. I show you one of those today. For your credit, and not my pleasure, the only one caught this week. But one still the same. for those of you watching the screen, a hand comes down in front of the camera. It's power armored and it is in midnight clad, and talons just fold out from the gauntlet's fingertips. Yet you are not perfect. So, let this one be as a lesson. You will always be caught. You will always be punished. Violate not the law. And, yeah. Who's continuing to watch?
I am
And-
jaded.
Xiph is not watching.
I'm
'cause
not
he
gonna
knows what's-
watch. I'm just gonna ignore it.
He
This
knows
is
what's
how we
about to
deal with
happen.
people back in my hive.
Alright, Xiph, what are you doing to try to protect yourself from experiencing this?
He's going to lie face down on the bed and imagine Kolchev sitting on him.
Fair. That will help. Oz, are you also jaded?
No.
Are you going to watch this?
No.
How are you going to try to protect yourself?
Something similar, I guess. Face down in the bed, thinking about guns.
I mean, you
Possibly
aren't in a
Molly.
bed. You're currently, like, hanging out with,
Oh, then I have no idea. I think I just have to experience face first.
Alright. Jeanne,
I will
would
simply
you like...
cast my willpower.
Yeah, Jeanne, would you like to spend your, fate point to be immune to insanity?
If I can't protect myself by getting where I can't see the screen and playing my violin to drown it out, then yes, I will.
I mean, you can do that to try to help. It's just, there's a difference between having a bonus on your roll and being immune.
Well, I
The
figure I'm going
restrooms
to get insanity even if I succeed my roll, so I'll just pop a fate point and not do that then.
The restrooms have surround sound.
Right.
John will just
So,
close her eyes, close her ears, and think of Heon Terra.
Oz and Xiph, it's willpower with a plus 20.
Okay, so willpower plus 20.
Oh yeah.
Good job, Oz.
My god, nice.
He's a
Here we
proper
go.
Imperial citizen. He doesn't care.
Like I said,
Oh,
I will
thank
simply
fuck.
pass my willpower test.
Damn right you will, my boy.
Xiph is engrossed in the fantasy.
Lama.
Still?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah, there's no escaping insanity from watching a dude get flensed on camera. Good job, guys.
New York, let's go! Yeah!
Yeah,
Hey, that's
you're,
40.
you're pretty close to escaping it, but you're not completely capable. Oh, you're at 40, are you?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm at
Wow, you're
26.
racing to catch up with Molly today.
Alright, Oz, first off, roll your trauma test.
God damn it.
Man, this campaign has been so brutal
Buy
for
it.
insanity. Good idea.
You can't buy in, you've got a full degree of failure. Yeah.
Oof.
You would go
Oh,
into
that
minus
put me-
0.
Could try and re-roll. Test your luck there.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it.
No.
It could be worse.
Yeah, it could be
It
a
could
lot
be so
worse.
much worse.
Yeah.
Gonna have to bite in this bullet.
Then
I'd still buy in just for 0 degrees of failure.
think
Yeah,
that's
it
worth
does reduce your result on the table by 10.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Well,
I'm assuming we're close to the end of the session.
I hope we're close.
then go ahead and hit the table with your 0 degrees of failure. Yeah, you're a Ceiko. You must compulsively clean and ready your rifle.
Yeah,
Doesn't he already do that?
more so than usual.
Also, now we need to think about your permanent trauma.
Yeah.
So, I know Daddy Seiko had like an addiction to eating gunpowder.
Oh
That
no.
was a malignancy.
Was that a malignancy? Okay.
That was a malignancy.
I mean, it could also be a fucking trauma.
It could.
Uh, you know what? I know exactly what trauma a Seiko gets.
Okay.
Fear of dismemberment.
Phobia of melee combat.
Oh God.
You got to be with Xiph.
Perfect. Yep, that's exactly as it should be. Now every time
I
Jeanne the
already
Swordmaster stands next to you, Ceiko sweats a little bit.
Yeah, if someone is standing next to you with a melee weapon, your phobia triggers. So, yeah.
To be fair, you've been hanging out with my Scutarii, so you're fine.
Yeah, it just now means he will actually struggle to hang out with Jeanne.
That's fine.
Oh,
It's time for
buddy.
Xiph. Xiph and Oz to bond.
That's sad too, because yeah, Jeanne like
So-
never goes anywhere without her sword. Oh.
And so long as it's sheathed, he'll be okay.
Oh,
As soon
Wait.
as she draws it, panic attack.
Oh,
Is Oz going to be able to use culture? Like, knives and forks, which can be used to stab people?
Cutlery.
Culture. I can't say words.
Cutlery. Because, you know, you
Culture.
cut with it.
Is he going to be able to cut his own food?
That's not melee combat.
What is
Yeah.
eating
So-
but melee with food?
So long as he's by himself, he'll have no problems. And so long as he's eating with people he trusts, I think cutlery is not usually a weapon, so he'll be fine. He will. He can no longer eat with strangers, though.
I doubt he would have anyway.
It's fair.
We'll just
Anyway.
insist on the soup.
As soon as that flensing is finished, the warp translation alarm begins to blare.
Jeanne's gonna finish throwing up in the bathroom and then go find her new friend.
Well, you should be back to your quarters. I should be as well. Well, unless you want to start sharing.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I'm currently bunked with a bunch of other remembrancers, but, here. Jeanne will make sure she gets, like, her contact info. Just in case she's inhabiting a real person's body in the past, you might as well get this bitch smashed.
Could just also bring her into the room for a gangbang.
Jeanne is not into that.
Aren't there several orgies
Yes.
on the ship already?
None of which Jeanne participated in.
Okay.
Jeanne is afflicted by the monogamy, unfortunately.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
isn't too bad.
I'll give her the contact deets and then scurry back to meet with the rest of the group.
All right. Oz,
Yeah, I'll reconvene.
will you? But your gun needs polishing.
We're
Yeah,
better
heater out
to
of the
polish
way.
your weapon than in your workshop.
Yeah.
You're good. Imagine cleaning it out here where parts could go missing or dirt could get in it. You need a clean,
And-
safe space to maintain your weapon.
And with the people you trust.
Xiph, are you? Well, actually, you're back at the Remembrancer quarters. You don't really need to reconvene.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm there, currently face down on the pillow, imagining.
Face down, ass up.
It's been really
Victor,
weird. Kalchev's been training me in this position, but I don't know why.
Victor, Lieutenant Tasha did not stop or pay any attention while the execution was being broadcast.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Do you stop or pay any attention while the warp translation alarm is starting? She
Because it-
isn't.
Nope.
I think as a
I don't
navigator-
care.
Okay.
None of this bothers Victor in the least, considering his actual occupation.
And what he's
Right,
doing right now.
Jeanne and Oz, could you each give me like a +10 agility test to get back to the others in time?
Okay. Whoa, so fast. See, I took the tram on my way out to the date. I will just get on the tram on my way back.
I mean, warp translation, you say?
Is it
Yeah.
time to burn yourself?
Oh, fuck, Merz? I may get lost here, I just realized. Fuck. Shit.
It's fine. You're in the girls' bedroom. You can't get lost if you don't move anywhere.
Yeah. You're just having sex.
Okay, you know what? This is perfectly fine. Whatever happens,
as-
happens.
As far as she is concerned, like, when that alarm goes, just non-essential personnel go to quarters and wait until translation is complete. She's already in someone's quarters. Sure, it's not hers, but,
No, this is perfectly
fine.
fine.
It's not her, so she's just in like the room across from us then if she's in his quarters.
yes.
Oh, okay, that's
Exactly.
fine then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's fine. It's just.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, no, this is all fine. I just had to confirm because it's 8 a.m. My brain doesn't work.
I thought they went back to her quarters, which was somewhat more alarming, but if they're here, that's fine.
Yeah.
It would be fine
Yeah.
even if it was our quarters.
Yeah.
This is extra fine now.
Victor is still doing the fucking, but the rest of you can gather back up.
Well, how's everyone doing?
Xiph is currently engrossed in his fantasy, not knowing if the thing has ended yet, so he's just mumbling to himself.
Oz is polishing his weapon.
Oz, why is Xiph face down, ass up in a bed? What were you two doing before I got here? No, don't answer that.
Yeah.
Gonna try and shake Xiph.
No, honestly, he can be there. That's fine. Was Molly coming back with us as well?
Yeah, she's fine.
Cool.
I mean,
moved
as
her up to join the rest of you for a reason.
Mm.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
as
you guys probably haven't scrolled down to but I've been using like the formation section of the adventuring page for.
No, I did, but I also didn't see an agility test from her, so.
I mean,
Yeah,
as
no, you
soon
didn't.
as soon as Jeanne wonders that, Molly will pop in.
Oh, hi, Molly. Learn anything
Hello.
useful?
Unfortunately, not.
Shame.
I did watch the entrance go vroom vroom, however, which was nice.
That is nice. Ozzy, how about you?
Little answer, just polishing his weapon.
Okay, having a Ceiko moment.
The
Fair
grunt
enough.
of acknowledge, the grunt of acknowledgement.
Xiph, did you learn anything while we were out?
If I finally goes to hoping it's over. Oh, when did you guys get back here?
5 minutes ago?
I was I was working on ignoring the video message,
Yeah, understandable.
but yeah,
Here, Xiph, I brought you a
oh,
piece of cake.
flavor.
I don't know. I think it's something called a carrot? It's
Sounds
tasty
like
though.
some
Here.
kind of bug. Uh, Ziff will take a bite. Pretty nice.
Thought you might need to pick me up.
It
Well,
reminds you of the Krat cake that you are familiar with from Corellia.
what I was doing, I was reading up on more stuff because, well, Victor left me.
Oh, but where
I
did
kind
he go?
Oh, I helped him get laid.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's across the room, I think. I mean, he's across the hallway.
Nice.
Do hope that message and warp thing didn't interrupt them.
I'm sure he doesn't care.
Not now. The siren changes.
Uh-oh.
We hear 13 bells.
Those of you who are, well, actually, all of you are familiar with, like, ship travel at this point, even Xiph. This is there is first the Hanst Quarters bell, and then the Hanst Stations bell, and then the order alarm, and the whole room you're in shakes.
John's just gonna, like, loosen her
All
weapon in its sheath.
between, yeah, you said you were across the hall. Yeah.
Well, that's what you said because of the ladies' room.
Well, I wasn't particularly specific. I said like they were in the same section, so they could be next door or they could be across the hall. For the sake of convenience, let's say they're next door. Yeah, the wall between Xiph's room and Victor's room just shears apart. And you can see through that metal rent. Victor plowing the nice lieutenant.
If will just whistle. And finally, coming back to the beginning of the session. Wow, I didn't think they could hang that low. The joke is now real.
And now I will call the session to a close.
It's like
As,
a pendulum.
No,
We ended on everyone watching Victor fuck.
Yes.
It's like
I don't
seeing
know.
a
We can go for
unicorn.
another hour.
Merzendi, the big reveal, no.
I know, but you guys all fucking took like 4 hours on stuff I wasn't expecting you to do. So
I'll have you know I had no part of that.
I'll have you know
Yeah,
that is the
you
fate
sure
of
didn't.
every GM ever.
Say again, sorry, Snippy?
I'll have you know every single GM ever has to deal with this exact problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how well you plan, the players will always fuck off and do something entirely different that you didn't plan of, and it's holy shit,
This
I don't
was
know how you put
always
up with
part
it.
of the plan, and we just succeeded way better than we had any right to.
Merzendi, I was going to talk with Snippy about it over the next week.
I'm sorry, but it's now coming up on 8 hours, and that is I really should stop now rather than continuing on for all your sakes.
I appreciate it.
Also Hunter Wilds beta.
Mers, I love you. Mwah. Kisses.
Well,
That was all.
How much XP do we get?
well,
Not
I
that we can
will
record
give-
it.
yeah, I will. It will be for 8 hours. Oh yes, you are now at rank 5. So at rank 5 or rank 4, I think. Not,
Yeah,
yes, rank 4.
Yeah, for
So I will now be halving your end of session XP.
No! My stuff.
I'm gonna have to ask, Mers, can you put the XP in all of our sheets? Because we only have access to our Halloween characters.
Indeed. You will get your XP next time, essentially. I'll tell you what it is, but no, you can't spend it on your Halloween sheets. You are going to get 500 XP. But yeah,
Can I spend it as soon as we get our regular sheets back next time?
yes. So
Okay.
I am going to give you access back to your main sheets.
I can't believe you cut my legs out from under me before I could get to being able to get heavy weapons training.
At least you have a leg to stand on.
I
have
know.
sick-
Mers is a cruel, cruel mistress.
No,
No.
you don't understand, and you're gonna understand next session why this is so terrible for me.
Because you're making a Necron heavy weapon?
Nope.
Uh-huh.
Planning to kill the Void Dragon and by extension the cult.
Nope.
I'll probably guess it by next week.
I
If it
assure
has
you,
anything to do
you
with heavy
won't.
weapons, I simply do not care.
It has nothing to do
but
with heavy weapons,
you-
in fact.
You now have access to your main sheets again, so
Excellent.
feel
But the
free to.
XP thing is still fucking broken.
That's
Yes,
fine.
you will have to just record that on your Google Docs or your notepads or whatever. If it's broken for you, it's going to be broken for me.
It's broken for everyone. It's fine.
But here's the thing.
I'm sorry, actually.
It's broken for me, so I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I'll deal with it next week. We got an X amount of XP, and I'll spend that next week.
It's fine. I really want to spend my XP because I get one of the most important talents in the game this session. I have exactly
What's
enough.
that?
Into the jaws of hell. It makes my followers immune to fear.
Oh my god, yes.
Question: does that specify NPC followers?
It doesn't specify any kind of followers. It just says your followers, and it's reliant on a... It has a talent that is a prerequisite to it that does specify, so I think it should apply, but it doesn't really matter because I have a talent that
I
gives
will-
them rerolls.
I will deal with my XP later. Goodbye, Twitch. Hello, goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye, my fellow players. I'm gonna go play Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yep.
Yeah,
fair
enjoy.
enough. Ooh, and
Good
it boosts
day.
the ship's morale by +5.
So, bye
Nice.
boy.
Oh, Wasan just started playing Wilds too.
Nice.
Yeah, the beta came out I think 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I forgot to do the thing.
Speaking of
Just
things,
after we started.
There we go. Alright.
of course. All right. Well, if you're watching on stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you on Sunday for Scowendy. Until then, adios and do take care.
Bye, stream. Bye, YouTube.
Oh boy.